really put to sleep a lot of the Epstein stuff. But back on
Backpack. This guy right here.
He is a problem. A big
Wearing
problem.
a trench coat.
And if anything happens to him, if whatever, one day you wake up and God forbid, breaking news, live from this man who was obviously trouble.
You know they say only in Florida,
look
right?
At Epstein, you have the two sleeping cops or whatever.
Atlanta got his stuff. Yeah. Who? Who's calling you? So I got my $12. I bought 2 drinks. All right. Well, I love you and God bless you. Okay. Peace. Thanks. Bye.
Take this guy. If they weigh him and say, you know, it won't look good, but if that crap goes through, this guy's going to work. Perhaps the decision could be made, you know, that a Jack Ruby could be somewhere in that, and I'm just saying somewhere, you know,
Completely and totally caught. It's not even this. If Tyler Williams says, what if he says, I wasn't even there, or I was there, and all of a sudden I hear the crack of a rifle, I'm a pants, he sent me, God only knows, and his parents do, what are they going to say? It is bad. Wait till they put Luna last on the stand, who was given immunity. Immunity. What are the conditions of your immunity? If you don't say the right thing, they're going to charge you for justice discrimination. I mean, this is a Gordian knot. It's not
You're an attorney. I'm a former law enforcement
Borrowing from your buddies? That's not the vibe. When you need cash, don't awkwardly ask. Request up to $250 from Cleo.
I've never seen a case like this. Why would they give that person immunity? I've thought about it, and I'm like, from a legal perspective, from an investigative perspective, I can't think.
Because he can take the fifth. If he takes the fifth, unless you give him immunity, you can't compel him to testify. Because if you sit his ass on the stand, you say this all the time, but you can't compel testimony without the fifth amendment. And that's actually a matter. The problem is, but tell me what exactly. Normally, witnesses aren't given the fifth amendment. It's like, wait a minute, you're a witness. Are you telling me that you told the truth? You could face criminal vengeance without immunity? What did you do?
Right, exactly. Everything that I'm going to do like this, they would have to answer for immunity, which implies that they did something. Nothing about this case to me makes any sense to me. Zero from the murder weapons to the crime scene is the big one. You cannot allow people ask me, what would you do if they put you in charge of that case? I said the first thing I would have done was talk to everybody who was tearing that crime scene apart. That's number one. I would grab them all, lock them all up, and then question, where did you take that stuff? Who told you to do it? And you're going to be charged with felony, and you're doing that. And why did that happen? Where are the
It would unalive you so quick.
You're obstructing justice. Where? It makes no sense to me.
And in finality, the last thing I would do, I was a defense lawyer, I would say, if anybody has any idea, said, well, like that, this is tips against us. There are more people, I mean, even like Barry Goldman and others who have so much, they have plumbed the depths of this. I don't even know where Nestor Lee, defense lawyer, was. It's like, dude, are you they're more involved in this defense. Where are they? I know there's a guy, but I've become involved in this. Just, I've never seen
guy Stu Peters. He just debated a guy that was getting paid for TPUSA. And now he's saying they're trying to kill Candace. But Candace is pregnant. They wouldn't do that, I don't think. I don't think they would do that to her while she's pregnant. What do you think? I need commercials. That's what I need. But first I need a bigger audience. I don't know, it seemed pretty interesting. So Candace had 777,000 views yesterday. Her video yesterday. So she's the highest. She gets the most views. Her and Sean Ryan. Sean Ryan doesn't do a show every day. Most of these guys get, like, I guess 500 views on a show. Maybe 3,000. Some of them get 3,000.
And I can imagine that we need to pray for Candace Owens. You know, we've talked about the best.
Scan the QR code on the screen. That bonus is available in selected countries, so I'll put the eligible countries on the screen as well. And if enough of you start using it, that's what happens. That will give you how far to go. I'll keep up with you guys. That's the point of today's example.
You know, based on the things that I have learned over the past 12 hours, I say this with the utmost sincerity and with the highest levels of seriousness, that I can imagine that we need to pray for Candace Owens.
TP USA is. Oh, Charlie Kirk. Oh, Charlie Kirk. God hated thee. You were a piece of crap. If it wasn't for COVID, you'd be nothing. God bless Erica. Not America, Erica. So, the new narrative for TP USA is, oh, Charlie Kirk, oh, Charlie Kirk, God hated thee. You were a piece of crap. If it wasn't for COVID, you'd be nothing. God bless Erica. Not America, Erica. So, the new narrative for TP USA is, oh, Charlie Kirk, oh, Charlie Kirk, God hated thee. You were a piece of crap. If it wasn't for COVID, you'd be nothing. God bless Erica. That's funny.
Without your input. Anyway, back to that 911 call. Here is the chilly warning Candice put out on her podcast yesterday.
I just want to say this also, guys. I have explosive stuff to report to you guys this week. Like, bad time, Andrew, to say that our sources are bad. That you couldn't have picked a worse. Week for you and the homies to try to make this happen, where you just keep pretending we don't have receipts, because we got a lot to drop this week. It's going to be a good week for you guys to go to DC. You got to be at home. Okay?
Someone wants to come up. I think Ryan soon. Bring him up. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Manage. Do I take a minute? There's...
What up?
What up?
Brian Anderson.
Is that where they caught that fish last night?
Yeah, that big one. Two.
That was
of them.
amazing.
We only saw the one. You didn't even see the other one. There was two of them. That was just the one they showed.
He threw that one back?
No, the other one was with the other guy. But you only got to just see the one fish. There was two of them.
Okay. Yeah, that's crazy.
They were huge. Yeah. Some big old fish.
Some demonically fed fish.
No.
No, you said the spirit. You said the spirit. There's a spirit out there, and the fish keep growing bigger. That's why I said that. I was just kidding, but
Yeah. No, the Lord, ever since I started baptizing here, ministering here, the fish that have been getting caught are bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. These are some of the biggest stripers I've ever seen in like the last 3 weeks. I give it all to Jesus. But
Amen.
ever since I started baptizing, ministering here, that's what's been going on. But then there's a spirit that comes to kill, steal, and destroy, and it attacks this place.
so the fish come
Jesus
because
says,
of
I've seen angels
Jesus.
here. I've seen Jesus here.
The fish come
I've
because
seen
of
Jesus here, but
Jesus.
he came to me in spirit. You got it. The fish come because of the Holy Spirit.
Right, I get it.
Causes the increase.
All right, interesting.
That's how I know that Jesus is here, because everything that's been going on since I started ministering, reading the Bible here, and doing all that got bigger and bigger and bigger. Just keep growing and growing and growing.
That's a battleground space.
You got it. It's a battleground. Yep, big time battleground.
It's fun.
He said, boing. Yep, he's behind the dog.
Hey, bro, I have a feeling something big's gonna happen. It's not gonna be good.
Yep. I know exactly why.
Timothy Noah wants to come up.
I thought you guys.
Bring him up.
You look like my dad. You look like my dad, bro. That's crazy. That's wild.
Hey, what's going on? What do y'all think is? Why is something fixing to happen?
Brother, listen, start threatening FBI is threatening people to stop talking about Jesus, basically. Even here in the States, all the influencers, I just found out that all the influencers are being targeted by the FBI. My own brother, bro, FBI approached him in Canada, bro, and Freemasons, man, because he's spreading the word of God, you know what I mean? On social platforms and stuff.
No, he's not. He's in rhetoric. No, that's not the Holy Spirit doing that. That's an evil and wicked spirit. That's calling with those that are the evil and the wicked.
No, he's talking about his brother, Mac. He's talking about his brother. Oh.
His brother is one of those guys that refuses to practice in the doctrine that we receive and calls Yeshua Jesus calls by his Hebrew name. He says anybody who does it's of the devil. His brother is a deceiver, bro. That's why he's bad.
Why is the FBI after him?
Because he has a wicked spirit. And they're the evil, chief the wicked until he stops and comes out and repents. That's
Oh, yeah.
God's form like it did me.
Because they don't go around you.
But I deserved everything I got from that time until I came out of it. That's why he ate the wicked. That's why that's why I did it. That's why I try and tell you guys that what the Spirit's telling me, like what's around you, and why God keeps sending us to these people to get them out of this darkness and this wickedness that's in their heart and in their mind. It's not Christ, it's not the Holy Spirit. That's divination, that's dividing and divination, witchcraft and sorcery and evil. Your brother is not doing what God's called him, or even trying to. You are. One out of every single, two out of every family. Your brother needs to repent. Your brother needs to stop.
saltwater?
Yeah, it's fresh water and salt water put together.
Brackish?
Brackish water, yeah. That's how it's a little healthier than brackish. Some grow Alistair that quite lobsters that to fly it. Oh, because you're a man pretending to be a woman.
That make it harder.
It's really hard. It's really hard to love an abomination. Even God doesn't love it. Don't you laugh, Ryan?
Sorry. God bless them. But it's just the way you said it. The reason why you can't find love. You might want to try being yourself. Maybe then you find love.
Hey, look, Timothy, you know, he's also a Nigerian scammer looking for love.
The problem is they love money.
Scammer. They love money. That's money.
It's hard to find them.
In the black skin. I was wondering why he's using another man's picture. Good, man. They're trying to scam us. All right, hey, watch this one. Check this out. All right, come here.
Went to the wrong restaurant.
I swear, if I
Went
put
to the
6
wrong
right
restaurant.
now, you guys are gonna be like, that's a man. These people following me, they're so fake. Oh yeah, you're gonna start getting that again. You gotta start kicking them out. It's like those fish in the water. good, bro. Yeah, somebody else's. I guess. Yeah, somebody abandoned it. That's a real one. Yep. So I picked up. They left it down there. They left it and just fucking left it to rot. So, and since they're not gonna do anything about it, that's a real one. Yeah, it's a true two-handed sword. That one's built for that's an actual combat built sword. This one's Tennessee. It's real. They were made in Egypt. Yeah, it's a real one. No.
table is a copy of Section 192 of Title 2 of the U.S. Code. Your counsel's been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena to refuse to answer any questions pertinent to the question under inquiry. Do you have that in front of you? On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution. Let the record record that the witness has refused to answer whether there's a folder in front of him based on his Fifth Amendment right.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the special edition of Straight Shooting with yours truly. I don't know if y'all saw it or not, but did you see Anthony Fauci? Remember him? Remember Anthony Fauci? Who was overseeing the National Institute of Health? Remember that man? Remember the man that was basically the face of the nation when it came to the coronavirus pandemic that took place in this country in 2020, 2021? That man. He was on Capitol Hill yesterday. And the story is that the man took the fifth, exercised his Fifth Amendment privileges 111 times. 111 times. It was so bad on Capitol Hill.
phone just quit. Like, I don't know. I didn't even know. It didn't say you were there. It was weird. But yeah, I'm gonna call you back then. As soon as I can figure this thing out, I'm gonna have to restart my phone, I think. Alright. Love you. God bless you. Peace.
you about Stephen A. Smith. Russell Simmons knows who writes his checks. He knows who writes his checks. That's what a lot of this is about. So he's over in Bali, practicing, his yoga and all this kind of stuff. And now he comes out on the record, basically here to tell people to get in line and that they need to support Israel. Even though he just told you that Benjamin Netanyahu is committing.
Hey, yo. Yeah. bought those boots, and then one day the whole thing fell apart. Remember that? Remember that?
Oh, yeah, yeah. And, I was walking on, yeah, and I was walking on my spot.
Crazy. One thing I'm gonna tell you, okay? There is something different now about the world than there was. It was starting when you were out, and now it's really gotten a lot. And so you gotta be careful with girls, because not all of them, most of them ain't girls anymore. Most of the girls on the internet are dudes pretending to be girls. So even the ones that ain't like showing that they're trannies, that there's a lot of people pretending to be girls so they can scam people. See what I'm saying? So here's what you gotta do. You gotta ask me. You gotta say, hey, is this a real girl? I'll be able to tell you quick. So not because of the way they look or anything, but because of basically investigation. Let's see who they are, what are they say and stuff like that. What they say is a really big indicator. Yeah, there's a ton of that. So like I got 80,000 followers on TikTok, but probably about 40,000 of them are scammers. I mean, you hear me? Y'all can't hear you. I don't know where it went. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. chilling. My phone just quit sending. I couldn't hear you. Quit sending a signal anywhere. Okay. Come back. Release your voice.
Yeah.
God bless you. Okay, come on. What do we have? Wait. Huh. That's the only way you're gonna do that. Wait or trade up. But most of the time you trade, you're desperate, so you don't get a good trade. But, you know. Break even or
Yeah, CPR for the supporting work, as well as those individuals assisting them, may be subject to discipline. If an inmate is a lockdown proceedings has money outside of approved channels, such as payments to any horrible act, it could lead to an investigation or criminal charges against those and the inmate for promoting prison contraband. Thank you for using IT Solutions. We may begin speaking now. But Giant
You can't drink no any hard alcohol. Yeah, 'cause it's no good. You don't even know what you did. Nobody likes it. I used to do it. You get a demon and you're not yourself. You don't even know what you're doing. And the demon's walking around doing whatever it wants. And you get beat up. The demon don't care. You get beat up. You'll be there tomorrow anyway. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
It's plausible, I think, to come log into his boyfriend's Discord. That could be strange when you're dating someone and living with them. His parents were less degraded, certainly, than Tyler Robinson's were on the gun, which had dust in the barrel, so like was getting fired, who could have had access to Tyler's stuff. The Discord element just feels a little petty, right? Just a little federal trendy. I think so. So who is this Dr. Andrew Hall? Anything that might be of interest in his background? That was kind of how Ashley began to medical examiner. He is. So maybe we should get to that. And it turns out there's something very interesting about him. And it's who he's married to. His wife is someone who might be of interest, who might be an expert in this category. Honestly, I don't know if he's an expert. Because Dr. Andrew Hall is married to a furry. I kid you not, or at least, the very least we can assert is that he's married to someone who encourages, supports, works with, and propagates the culture of furries, and occasionally dresses up as one herself. He's married to a woman named Dr. Ashley Brown Navarro, and here she is, meet Ashley. Now we obviously turned the sound off because there was music and she was dancing as a furry and she was promoting her book and she mostly hashtag furry. We're not going to discuss about it for today because this is just so incredible. Let's pull this Penguin Random House book that she published this book, Play Like a Fan. And when you scroll down, it tells you this description. I don't even know that part, but I hope you know. Obviously, it's going to be it says that the book descriptions about how women and queer readers can express illicit excitement, creativity, and desire in communities and beyond. How do cosplayers, modders, fan artists, fan fiction authors, and TikTok content creators build communities for marginalized and underserved fans of games? Play Like a Fangirl, Christine and Ashley, Tanya, these authors are going to look at the collective efforts of such fans to create meaningful and arousing connections to the video game worlds, to characters and to one another, using pleasure as
Oh my gosh. Raping him.
Subject to monitoring at any time. Prepaid calls are not allowed for ADOC administrative regulations or 31. Inmates while living here are 31, as well as those individuals who think of may be subject to discipline. If an inmate doghouse is used for money outside of approved channels, such as payments to any mobile app, it could lead to an investigation or criminal charges against those few and inmates for promoting prison contraband. Thank you for using IP Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
Chilling, bro. We got like 3 of them. We got like 3 or 4 of them. Definitely got 2 for sure. I know. I can remember. So another one we was looking at the trailer, and I was like, "Hey," no, you was like, "I think I'm gonna buy this trailer." Maybe I said I was gonna buy it. I think I said I was gonna buy the trailer. What do you think? And you said, I don't know, somebody bombing them or something. I don't remember. Exactly, but it was funny.
Financing. That's what we got.
teaching us that.
Yeah.
We're gonna have fun with
Yeah.
that.
I was at James's, and I had just got out of Cleveland, and I was at James's, and I was trying to get my Suboxone, and he said, yeah, you can't come to work until you got the medicine. And we were trying everywhere to get it, and we couldn't find somebody that do it. And so, but he would buy me vodka, and I drank a bunch of vodka.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's wild. He's like, I know how to do it. This is the medicine I used back when I was a kid. Just put a little less down in your belly and you'll be smacking booties.
So I was going home to Mama. So I got on the bus, and I had brought vodka with me. And the vodka, and I was on the bus, and I started rapping. And I rapped cuss words in it. And the dude said, he said, you rap cuss words, here's your bag, you're not allowed back on the bus. And so I drank the rest of the vodka and I threw it over a fence, and then I blacked out. And they said I went to the jail in somewhere in Tennessee or something like that. And I stayed at the jail. And it was just a misdemeanor. They were going to let me right out. But I told them I was going through BTs, I needed my medicine. And so they had me in a separate thing. And then Mama, I talked to Mama finally when I got out of the holding cell. I talked to Mama, and she was putting money on my book. And she put 40 on my book. So then the next day, I went to court and they said, oh, this is just a misdemeanor, intoxication. We're going to drop that and the fine. We're dropping all that and it's free to go. And I was like, cool. And so I got the freaking $40 on a check. I couldn't get it until Houston. So I was fighting all day, and I had this tablet and I sold it for $7. And I went and bought a pack of cigarettes and some caffeine, and I freaking near the Burger King in Tennessee somewhere. And then I came back in the morning and got my check, and the bus had already left. Everyone let me back on the bus. So I hung out in Tennessee for a week in that part of Tennessee. And Mom was sending me money, and I was buying weed and chilling at the dude's tent, and we were walking around, and we finally found the Suboxone place, but they said if you had to have a valid ID. I was like, nah, I don't got that. And I stayed there, and then I got this dude to give me a ride back to James. And he gave me a ride back, and then on the middle of the ride, he pulled out a gun. And he was like, I need that $20. You gonna give me that $20? No, I'm gonna do something, and we're not playing. And I was like, yeah, man, he'll give you $20. And I got there to James, and James was so mad at me. And I think he gave him $5, and then they went to get something to eat, and then he got so mad at me, and then he said, okay, well, I'm going to take you back to your mama, get my friend to come with me, and we're going to take you back, and here's these pills, take these pills, and it was like some kind of pill that makes you feel sleepy or whatever, and then he took me to McDonald's and said, here's your 12 cheeseburgers, eat your cheeseburgers. And I was eating my cheeseburgers, sitting in the back of the head back dozing. And it was cool, man. But yeah, James was mad though. He was like, but I was like, I gotta get back to Mama, man. I can't live home in Tennessee. I don't even know this place.
And I ain't selling big stacks of weed. It was funny. I loved that place for a minute, but then I had to get out. And that was because I drank on a bus. I didn't know you couldn't cuss on a bus. I didn't ever find that out until then. It depends on the bus driver.
Well, it's all about the people too. You know, if somebody hears you and they don't like it. One time I was on a train in New York, and it was really packed, jammed. Word. Where are you on?
Yeah, they cut my beard and my hair. So I'm clean shaven and skin heavy. I'll tell you whatever you die. You know, back pay, what you do. Oh, yeah. So he is, ain't lied. I will be so much like Disney behind. Yeah, big guy. Police baby, you want to get a big? Yeah, I told the police I don't want to get one because you get one. And I was like, dang. Yeah, it should be back there. Also, they were talking about my beard. Well, yeah, they'll cut the hair and leave big spots of the hair. The lady's walking through Miss Home. She's the daughter of one of the other ladies that works there. They boy wants a shot, so I'm gonna give him a shot. Down to the minute again. You gotta hold it down. No, I said I went through it. Oh, you didn't come? It's loud in the dorm. I think you should be able to tell the difference when I go in the dorm because it's loud. But it's all good. I don't know if you can hear all the outside stuff. But do pull the hair out on my head because they left it flat. And they're just being lazy, cutting hair and leaving spots. You got all of it? Yeah? You get all of it? Look, shake your hands down. Alright. Yeah, it looks a lot. But it's all good, man. It'll grow back. But it'll go back up there if I don't pull out the hairs that are too long. It's all good. I didn't want to get it cut. That's what I told the guard. I said, nah, I don't want to get it cut. And he was like, you got to get it cut.
1 minute remaining.
All right, 1 minute remaining. I'm going to call you back in a little bit. Is that cool?
Yeah.
All right, love you. God bless you.
God bless you. Peace.
Show how fans' playful practices both reflect current values and shape how we relate to video games and ourselves. They developed the concept of what they call the fangirl gaze to show how communities of fangirls can be regarded as oppositional, subversive, and transformative in terms of societal expectations and gender, play, and sex. Okay, you get the idea. Now you're probably wondering how Ashley became a doctor. How did she become a doctor? Well, sociology, right? Sociology is how she climbed the teaching ladder after achieving her degree, and guess where she achieved it? At Arizona State University. She earned her PhD in sociology overseas at the University of Manchester, and then she became a teacher. She's access to preschool kids. What we learned from her bio is that, quote, previously Dr. Guajardo was faculty at Brunel University in London, and then the University of Utah. Been there for almost 10 years, last 10 years. She won awards for innovative and inclusive teaching at both institutions. Since 2017, she's hosted a weekly educational Twitch stream on games user research methods. She's also held several leadership positions in industry and academia facing professional organizations. She was vice president of the Global Game Jam Conference, co-director of IGDA's Games User Research Special Interest Group. I'd like to see who funds the IGDA. And currently serves as the president of the Digital Games Research Association. I would like to see who funds that. If I know about the feds, this is how they move money. Give me an association, 501c3, you'll get money in there. Anyway, as I told you, she's the author of many books, but also the author of Sexuality in Role-Playing Games, dozens of book chapters, journal articles on fandom, sexuality, particularly video.
It's just crazy, man.
One person is doing it as a character and one person is doing it as themselves.
Okay. I would like to again stress the point that Dr. Ashley has spent the last 10 years working as a professor in Utah, okay, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, encouraging her students and her gamers to join her on her Discord, to follow her Twitch, her streamer account. And I'm wondering, how big can this community of gamers that are into this be throughout the state of Utah? I'm wondering, have we identified everybody on this Discord chat? I'm wondering, is this a coincidence? How big can this community be? And similar to Dr. Amara has left the building. She's no longer at Utah. Ashley and her husband they've now gone to New York. He's accepted. Now he's going to be the chief medical examiner in New York, and she's going to be teaching at NYU. We should pull up her LinkedIn, by the way. We should pull up just to show, not barred from being around kids, actually encourages it. Now she's the assistant arts professor at NYU full-time. So they up and left. Associate professor, I guess she left ahead of her husband. I don't think that's right because he didn't leave until after, obviously, he did the medical examiner's office, and they are married. But assistant professor, University of Utah. She's just been around students for a very long time. So again, I'll ask the question, how big can this particular gaming, furry, create a character that is outside of yourself, join me on Discord, Twitch community in Utah be? Has she ever come across Lance Twigs? That'd be a question that I would ask. I just feel like that's a question that I would like to know the answer to across her 10-year career in Utah, and also being on the board and working with these outside organizations and associations, studying these people and encouraging this lifestyle. I'll leave it at that. Because I'm just jaw on the floor with all of this. So Charlie effectively had a lesbian, because Dr. Amaro was dating a woman, and Deidre Amaro, and I don't...
You have a call at no expense to you from
Joshua Blocker.
an inmate at Bullock. This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Three-way calls are not allowed per ADOC Administrative Regulation 4.
Yo,
Could lead.
let's see, how many hours have we been broadcasting? 3 hours and 17 minutes. Huh. So last night when I got to 9 hours, it quit. Yo. What up?
I'm trying to look at my thing. I'm trying to figure out the money on the phone. I just put 100, but I had, I apologize, most of it. I had, trying to find the slip, and I think I found it. Let me see if I can add it up. I might not. Yeah, 490. Okay, so I have 490 minus 200, so that makes 290. And I spent 180, so I have 180 off of it, so I still have 100. Yeah, so that would be cool.
Okay.
So I'll get 100 on the phone tomorrow morning. Yeah, that's good. I haven't looked at it and make sure. But I maxed out the hygiene, and it's all good. So I'm straight. I was counting it. And it's nice and warm out here.
Yo.
Hey. I will. Again, I will, man. Just give me a little bit. I want 3 weeks. I think it's going forward. Because I'm going to get mad. I'll talk to him in 3 weeks. In like a week. No, I don't want to talk about it right now. I'd rather talk about good stuff. That's quite the, I know he's going out there, he's going out there, he's and put it in. The birds didn't eat much of the bread. Every time that they're gone. So I don't know. We got it, everything's gonna be safe. I'm gonna do it. I just don't want to do it right now. Another week? Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty scary, man. Let's see. In the bathroom, they was out there singing on the singing music. Yeah. It's all good. And we're watching David yesterday, and that 5 years old, and the other thing is 5 years or more than 5 years, and the rest of Carol by Apostle how many millions of years it's been here. That's crazy, man. I hate that evolution stuff. And they teach kids that and stuff, and it's wrong. And I need the Bible in the school. That's all they do from Nigeria. I said, the Gideon Bible, and then I wanted to give the Bible to the children. And they said that if he didn't do that, he loved the Gideon Bible. And I was like, cool. And I was like, someone needs to give our Bible to the children and teach them. So he was like, yeah. And he listened to all of the stuff I had said, and it was pretty cool. Oh, and I talked to that one dude. I can't see what he did. But yeah, there was the president, right-handed man, I forgot his name. But I texted him. I texted him the whole name that I do. And I love it. You guys feeling it here. Just right. And give a love hand to me. And then I saw that freaking thing on the TV of the transgender people, and they had the rainbow with their flag, and they showed the love hand. And I was like, that's not love, that's evil, nasty. And I remember that from the nation. And this lady and this man were cheering with their coffee cups to beat Trump in the election. And I was like, y'all beat Trump. And what's the Tesla dude's name? The dude who owns Tesla. I forgot. But I texted him a bunch of stuff, and he tried to give me a Tesla and like $200,000. He said, I'm really trying to give it to you. And they were like, FedEx said $50 shipping and handling. And I'm like, I didn't understand a box full of money? I didn't understand. And I didn't think they send cash in the FedEx. So it was weird. And some of people trying to scam me. But I got through it. You still there? Hey, Jim. Jim. You still there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Sorry, I had to walk away from the car for a second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, ready?
Yeah, I talked to the tech dude. Yeah, really smart dude. He said to have a really high IQ. And I texted him on the internet, and he tried to give me a Tesla and $200,000, they said. But the shipping and handling was $50. And it was FedEx that they said to send it to me, so I might have had a bunch of money, but it wasn't meant to happen that way.
Sometimes it's better to be broke than to be rich. Sometimes.
Yeah.
They doing some crazy stuff out here right now. Trying to turn all the children into tranny animals.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It's tough.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Skateboard going in.
I do my nose when I get out. Thanks to have women about them all. You know, way dance off like down a window like John Wick stuff. But there hasn't been that much of that trans stuff on the TV lately. There's a whole bunch from Biden that's president. So, I guess I know that I should live it better. Oh, you're saying in the middle guys. Come on. That's yeah, right. Things good. They won't have 2 o'clock for a little while. And that'll be the last thing of the night. Yeah, he said he doesn't like rock and roll either. I said a lot of rock and roll is either. He was like, yeah, I don't like rock and roll either. And I got a Java song on my cabinet, and I listen to it like 10 times a day.
Word up.
Yeah, hold on, man. So, you know, that's gonna be cool, man. Yeah, clean, everything we talk. I got it back. I got some calls on that. I'm like, clean, look at it. But at the other thing, they had, well, I ain't even trying to talk too much about it, but they had, synthetic, and, they were smoking. Nine out, and everybody nine out in the dorm. It was wild. Yeah, they don't got that here. It's a good one. It's cool I could talk to the counselor, and I can't wait to get a good group. This is my last set of groups, so hopefully I get a good setup this last 3 weeks. You hear it, bro?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call you back in 1 minute.
Alright, love you. God bless you.
Love you, God bless you. Peace.
Peace.
Dr. Andrew as Andrew Guajardo, I guess. I don't know what he's married to. He's got to be remotely into this. Too many coincidences. Moving on from that, interesting little tidbit for you. Remember how Frank Turek described them receiving scrubs from the hospital? And I've always found that to be remarkably suspicious. You don't just get surgical scrubs at an ER because you're covered in blood. Still, by the way, nobody knows why or how he got that blood on him, because if Brian Harpole is to be believed, he was doing all of the work while Rick Cutler was holding him, while Frank was praying in the back. So we asked the question, how could these stories be so different, where Frank says he did CPR and Brian says he didn't? Did Frank just write himself into the story because he needed to explain why he took off all of his clothes to the hospital and was wearing scrubs? Because it would be pretty weird if you did that if you were not, in fact, covered in blood. There'd have to be another reason that you did that if you were not, in fact, covered in blood. Like I said, Brian doesn't recall Frank doing CPR. Frank says Brian was distracted and just didn't realize what he had done for the last 30 seconds. He just got distracted on this remarkably short car ride to the office and didn't see him lay Charlie down flat and start doing mouth-to-mouth CPR. Okay. We had all sort of wondered aloud, what exactly happened to their clothes then, right? Brian's, I cut Charlie, I took the shower. What happened to the clothes? Well, I will say Frank Turek's name was not explicitly mentioned, but I did hear that the feds, the FBI, took the clothes from certain members of Charlie's security team down to their boxer briefs, took their clothes. Down to their boxer briefs, the FBI took their clothing. So how are we to digest that? Well, in a normal scenario, we would think, oh, great. They obviously did that in an effort to collect evidence. That's what they should be doing, bagging the clothing and sending it to be stored for further examination or in case it comes out. Maybe further testing, maybe it'll come up in throughout the course of the court cases. But this is not a normal situation. These feds were not doing anything normal, right? We know this because we learned that the feds immediately had the car towed, sent away, wanted it cleaned and resold. They didn't take it and go, oh, let's keep this for evidence. They said, get rid of the car. So I don't think that they said, get rid of the car, but let's keep Brian Harpo's and Rick Cutler's boxers for evidence. In my mind, they likely took their clothes and had them destroyed. That's in my mind. I don't know that for certain. It's an unknowable thing unless you are Tyler Robinson's defense team and you can demand access to that sort of information, which I would if I was on Tyler Robinson's defense. Down to the boxers. The feds took it. You see, I'm a person who actually, just to be clear, so that I'm on record, I want the judge to come back in September and say that there is enough evidence to move the case forward, that the influencers were convincing. Me and Turning Point in that regard, we're kind of rooting for the same thing, but for different reasons. I personally just want to see how long they can keep this farce going. I want more information to become available to the public. I want to see them do that thing that's going to happen more, like, I don't know. My body cam just went out at the exact moment when I found the screwdriver. There's going to be a lot of that. I want the story to become increasingly more cartoonish, for the influencers to become more radical, because I think it's needed for the world to awaken to what exactly it is that rules over us. I also want to mention a little bit more about this hospital. Another very interesting tip that we received, and I believe this is a potentially explosive lead. And in the interest of protecting the source, I'm going to remove the narrative and just tell you the facts regarding what allegedly took place. Now, many of us have noted how odd it is that there were no eyewitnesses to the extremely erratic, chaotic, and utterly improbable ER scene that was depicted by Brian Harpole, where are the witnesses? Where are the witnesses, we wonder, to this middle-aged man jumping on a stretcher which he treated himself to. Treat yourself, take a stretcher on your own if you feel you're important enough, and took out some scissors, who knows where he got those from, maybe from his bag, jumped onto the gunshot wound victim, cut a Freedom t-shirt in half to prep for a defibrillator that nobody mentioned to you, while going back and forth with the surgical team about what drugs to give to Charlie. That clip can never be played enough, by the way. It's so far beyond ludicrous that we should take a listen to it again.
We get to the hospital. Actually, we make it to the hospital through the traffic. We've got full wound pack in. We get out and we carry in to the door. Once we make it into the door, we see a gurney on the left-hand side. We put him on a gurney and then I wheel him into a room. I start giving the patient information to the staff there. I end up getting on top of him and cutting the shirt that he had on.
James P. says, meet outside. Call when arrived.
I could get to him so that I didn't articulate this to them, but I wanted to get that stuff off so they could put a defibrillator on him. And so, and then start talking about pushing drugs. And so I was back and forth with them on drugs and defibrillator. And so then, once you get that shirt cut off and moved out of the way, there's enough of medical professionals in there. And so I just want to get out of their way. And so got out of their way and walked out of the room and stood outside the room and held guard on the outside door of the room so nobody else could come in there.
Okay, so that's a man who fell asleep watching Dr. House. He just pictured himself as Dr. House. None of that was real life. But I love the part where he's like, and then I excused myself. Like I could have stayed in longer, obviously, but nobody asked me to leave. I just was like, okay, let's run to the drugs. I need 2 grams. I need 2 milligrams of this. I need 4 milligrams of this. Hey, bring in this. Who's got the tea? Okay. right, there's enough of you guys. I'll see myself out, and I'm gonna guard the door. None of that takes place in a real emergency room setting. We just know that that doesn't take place in a real emergency room setting. I am so tired of having to play stupid and interested in these narratives that they keep spinning that are coming from TV. Okay? He is not in charge of deciding what medicine to give, to administer to a patient that you've rushed in and said has a gunshot wound. There would actually be more security protocol. You should be thinking, did a husband shoot his wife? You know, you don't just trust people. Now he's got a pair of scissors. You just would be like, you need to see yourself out. Thank you. Not this guy. Anyway, back to our question. Where are the witnesses to the events that took place that day at Timpanogos Hospital? Where are they? That's
yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. Yes, yes, Lord.
House. Well, listen to this. I am told that at some point in the 10 o'clock a.m. hour on September 10th, so to be clear, and this is crucial, over 2 hours before Charlie was shot, the Timpanogos hospital staff directed everyone who was in the emergency room into a different wing of the hospital. People were not sure what was going on. The staff was directed to move everyone in the emergency room to a different wing of the hospital. Then after some time, at approximately 11:30 a.m., patients were informed that they would be transferred aboard shuttles to Intermountain Hospital. That's Utah Valley Hospital. And that's what happened. All of the emergency room patients and all of their files were then transferred to Intermountain. So there's effectively no trail outside of hospital cameras, which have been conveniently seized by Kash Patel's office, of these patients ever having been at Timpanogos Hospital. Now, there are a few things I'd like to say here. First, there's always a trail. There's always a trail. Somebody somewhere drove that shuttle bus, booked the shuttle bus, saw the shuttle bus arriving at Intermountain Hospital, was working at Intermountain Hospital when a shuttle bus stopped and people emerged and files mysteriously then were transferred. And if you are that somebody, that one body, please email us. By the way, I just want to mention, if you were one of those patients, you probably should also contact a lawyer, but you can't pull that off without something. There's also some techie people, maybe the Google satellite imagery, this shuttle, somebody's going to look up shuttle companies. Was there a weird trip that day? Let's get on that. More tips at CandiceOwens.com, because if we are able to prove that this took place beyond a shadow of a doubt with paperwork, then I would say foreknowledge of Charlie's assassination can no longer be disputed. So again, please email us more tips at CandiceOwens.com. Now, I can tell you I trust very much that this information is accurate. And I would now like to remind you guys of another fact, which I think supplies some credence to this claim. A story which we broke way back in October of last year, on October 28th, to be specific. We couldn't figure out why, but we were like, Charlie has a hospital file that was at Utah Valley Hospital. We were so confused by this. Somebody had leaked this to us. People who worked there were certain that he was being treated at Utah Valley, at Intermountain, because not only did he have a file there, but they were specifically instructing people not to touch or open that file. Do you remember that?
What? has to. We all knew that Candace was gonna be against us. Son of David, take compassion on me. 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 Son of David,
Rules assisting them may be subject to discipline. If an inmate in a dock asks you to send money outside of approved channels, such as payments to any mobile app, it could lead to an investigation or criminal charges against both you and
Son of David, take compassion on us. 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 Yo.
I'm sitting on the rack, sitting in here with Malone and Ty, waiting for the pill call. And they got the door open and it's getting dark out there. So it's going to be cool to go out there when it's dark. Big deal out there. Yeah. Yeah. We got that fired up. I'm smoking a little bit of a cigarette. Yeah, right, come on. Yeah. There's a door about 5 days. The Buffalo World was built good. Nah. The world was built good. I was my cigarette smoking in 40 seconds. Buffalo World was that's all I did. It's crazy. Yeah. You still there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Just driving.
Yeah. I'm smoking a cigarette. That's all good. They got these meat crackers that are lemon cream. That's pretty good. I've had those before. I'm really a fan of sweet too much, but I just had some jalapeno pepper feet, and they were good. I'm gonna go outside in the dark. It's gonna be cool. It's all good. I like it out here. It's still hot though, huh?
Yeah, it's not too hot here. Right now. It's only 78. So it's not very hot.
It's cool. I was going to my cigarette. Yeah, I've been checking how much battery time his phone's got. It's like 36.
Still good.
He wants to think about it. That's what they call it. Think about it on the cigarette. The Snyder's Pepper pieces are awesome. I like them. They're good. You can buy a big bag of them at Walmart. They got hot buffalo Snyder's Pepper pieces. They're good too.
Dope.
Making burritos too. So, I mean, TikTok. Making burritos. Prison burritos. That's really cool. Nice out here and getting back. And in my bill, when I got the Navy, I had the ankle monitor on, and I went to the hood, because I wanted to get some weed, and I got this black hair weed, and I smoked it, and then I smoked it 2 weekends in a row, and then something said, don't go out there and smoke this weekend. And I said, okay. And then something said, don't go out there next weekend. And I didn't go next week. And then don't go out there the next weekend. And I didn't go out again. And then don't go out there the next weekend. And then I didn't go out there. And then when I was moving to Mobile, they drug tested me and I passed. And it was cool. And out in Mobile at that home, and they said so good, like shrimp fettuccine, tacos, all that stuff, and it was good. But it was good when I had my food stamp. I did buy people 12 packs, but I told the lady at the union at the parole office, and she got my food stamp turned off. And then I was just stuck. It was messed up. I mean, the gas sent me $30 for the donation that was taken off. And I was loving that. I went and bought coffee, and they didn't want to go to the grocery store, but they do bought at the gas station. They bought a little bit of coffee, and like a jug of coffee, and some cigarettes, stuff like that. And it was cool.
Right on.
And I told her, I remember when we were at swimming pool and I let Allison touch the bottom 20 times. And she was like, man, that was a real long time ago, Jack. And I was like, yeah, I still remember though. And she was like, well, I was like, oh, how's Allison? And then she changed the subject. So she moved away from Papa and Grandma because they argued. And that's when she said she moved to California. So it's all good.
Right.
I told Dad to call Patrick. He's like, oh, Patrick hates me. I was like, dang. That was wild. I remember talking on the phone in the county. It was cool. And I only had a minute. I had like 3 minutes. And I talked to you for like 3 minutes. And now I got
Nope. See. Yay, yay.
Yeah, talking to my brother. Yeah, Malone chilling. They're drinking a shot of coffee. Yeah. They're making jokes. That's cool. I'm thinking, but yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Because I do like 183 on my score. So today,
Alright, let's roll.
We did this episode. Do we have that file? Okay, they're gonna pull it up in a second. You let me know, Sky, when you have it. So we were completely bewildered. We were going, did they even go to Timpanogos? We don't have any witnesses at Timpanogos. We were asking the question, did they go to, did Charlie actually secretly go to Utah Valley Hospital? We had specifically mentioned that the Timpanogos hospital system, they use a system called Epic, did not speak to Utah Valley's Intermountain Health System, so it made entirely no sense that Charlie's file would appear there, but it was there. And there was no way this person could have made it up because it had Charlie's personal details, even his home address back in Illinois, which was not available to the public, and we never got an answer on this. We were just like, why would Charlie's file be appearing where he is not? I actually was inclined to think that Charlie was actually brought there. But now I'm going, well, if what this source, and I trust this source, is telling us is accurate, then we may have our answer. All emergency room files on September 10th, which included Charlie's, were transferred out, electronic files were transferred out to Utah Valley. And that is a massive scandal. A massive scandal if we can get a hard evidence that proves that. And I'm going to show you that document now, by the way, because you probably don't remember this, but yes, there it was. Charles J. Kirk had the name there, and we had more information that we just wiped because we wanted to protect the person who had given us this, but it did have also his, beyond his birthday, it also had his address, and other people were also in the system. So we're looking at Utah Valley's system, and Charlie was a patient on September 10th. Anyway, there is more, and that I could tell you, but I think it would identify a source, so I would rather not do that. All right, you guys, we should definitely take a break. I think we're about 30 minutes into this. We'll be right back. All right, you guys, our great nation turned 250 this year. We represent 2.5 centuries of possibility, growth, and some of the greatest minds in human history. What will the next 250 years look like? The next generation of Americans could be the most impactful, but first they must be given their chance at life. That's why I'm making this critical request today, in a special gift of $250 to Preborn to honor our country's milestone anniversary and to celebrate our great future ahead. Your gift will help provide me.
It's crazy.
Fox debt. Right now, they're offering a free IRS investigative call to find out exactly what you owe and what options you have to fix it. So call 866-686-1651 or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. I see someone already mentioning in the chat. Great idea. Where are the flock cameras? Surely we would be able to catch that shuttle on there. Yes, we should be able to do what's it called, a gamma request in the state of Utah. Somebody's going to catch this shuttle. I just know that that's just very precise and specific. And like I said, I trust the source. So go Max, people. Speaking of which, yesterday we received so many emails from surgeons and doctors and people that are in the medical field, because I did not even bother to traverse and give my medical opinion, because I'm not the people things I need to notice. Similar to the t-shirt, people going, that's a t-shirt on the ground, that's a t-shirt, it turns into plastic. Well, people who work in the medical industry were deeply bothered by Charlie's medical exam, the little bit that was published by the prosecution in their filing yesterday. And I just wanted to read you a couple of these emails that we received. This person wrote, "Dear Candace, so much gratitude for your razor-sharp investigation and intuition. I am a board-certified anesthesiologist with 25 years of clinical experience, and I have a solid grasp of anatomy. I agree with you and John Gray that the exploding Mike theory is the best explanation of what we could grasp from the limited footage available. Briefly, number one, given the eruption of blood and or the tissue emanating from Charlie's neck, it is clear that the large vessels of the neck, the left carotid artery and the jugular vein, were transected. This kind of extrusion is more consistent with an exit wound. However, because large blood vessels were involved, we cannot rule out the possibility that a bullet entering his left neck would have resulted in what we saw. Two, if Charlie was shot from the rear and the bullet exited the left neck, it would most certainly do what was observed. However, there is no evidence that he was shot from behind. Three, if Charlie was hit from the front, momentum from the bullet would have sent his torso backwards. That is not what we saw. Four, a shaped charge in the Rode microphone would have sent a projectile from his R anterior chest upward and leftward, likely exiting from his left neck or entering his cervical spine. The projectile would have almost certainly damaged both lungs and possibly his heart. In other words, there would have been pulmonary hemorrhaging and possibly hemorrhaging around the heart as well. The exploding Mike is thus the best fit from what we could see and what the coroner reported. The bullet fragments, however, are a mystery. I suspect what was found was not bullet fragments, but the casing of the shaped charge, which would have served as the projectile." I did want to say this, that piece right there about, I suspect, which go up in that email, that could have actually been from the shaped charge. I was asking my team that. I was going, why is the base assumption in this report, like when they sent these tiny little fragments, 3 or 4 of which were unusable, pardon me, the ATF testified, I think that they received 5 fragments, 4 were unusable, and 1 was big enough for them to use. Why is the base assumption that you're looking at a bullet? So it's like telling somebody the answer, like, hey, this is a bullet fragment, when we know that it's the same metal. It could have the same jacketing if you use a shaped charge. I was interested in that, and it's something that, he is suspecting that what was found was not bullet fragments, but the casing of the shaped charge, which would have served as a projectile. I totally agree with that. He continues, no ambulance with resuscitative equipment or trained personnel immediately available. No defibrillators, no access to IV drugs. He certainly sustained a neck injury, and his neck should have been stabilized before moving him. I think it wasn't stabilized because they were hiding what was on his shirt. It's my opinion. Given his injuries to the big blood vessels, he would have gone into hypovolemic shock, massive blood loss within minutes, and would have required cardiac resuscitation, which meant that chest compressions would have been immediately required to restore circulation. None of that was initiated at the scene and would have been nearly impossible to perform in the back of an SUV. In my estimation, he was murdered from a shaped charge on his R chest, and his security team did their best in a highly rehearsed fashion to get him the hell out of there before anybody could see what happened. I'm just going to stop that and say, this is somebody else's opinion. It is not mine. I am just... We'll stop there. But yeah, you get the point. And I do believe that there is so much evidence there, and that's what happened. that he got hit by a shaped charge, and I think that there was no gun on the rooftop. There was a person who was told to run, and so that they could blame another decoy. Everybody's looking at Losey, and we are being lied to. We all agree that's why you're here, right? This next person said that they're a transplant coordinator. Previously a scrub nurse in the OR for years, and I worked at a level 1 trauma center. I have scrubbed in on more gunshot wounds than I could ever count. I've never seen thoracic trauma or hemorrhaging, for that matter, in a gunshot wound to the head or neck. There would have to have been a blunt force trauma to the chest, which would make a lot of sense if his microphone exploded under his shirt. Also, I was yelling at the TV when I was watching their podcast the other day.
Karen H says, leave at door, leave on black table on porch.
To reach 40 degrees in a morgue cooler. The timeline would only support about 3 hours in the morgue, depending on how much time Erica spent with him when she arrived, and that's if his body was ever taken to the morgue. Nothing about the case makes any sense, and it's infuriating. I thank God for all of your hard work. Go Max. Justice for Charlie. That was interesting too. I told you the speed of the autopsy is incredible. We were looking this up, and it is true. The protocol is to bring the body down to 40 degrees in the morgue. Usually, obviously, these things do not happen by morning time. You're prepared to be shipped, especially in a case this big. Why wouldn't you want to do the most thorough autopsy of all time? And that was entry on his neck. I heard a podcaster, Project Constitution, say that Charlie was also wearing a Rode transmitter at his waist. If this had a shaped charge, the trajectory would make sense for entering the low neck and hitting his cervical spine. Team Road Mike. After everything that I've seen, I am Team Road Mike. So we will see. Anyway, I will take a really quick break here, and we will come back with some of your comments and thoughts. All right, you guys, a recent industry survey found that Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. You deserve 5-star wireless service, and now Pure Talk has an invitation for you. Switch to Pure Talk today, and you can get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plans, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. There's no contract necessary, and this is just an insanely good offer to switch to a top-rated company.
Sorry.
Your team saves the average family of 4 over $1,000 a year. Now's a great time.
This doesn't go through. I thought this went through.
For the first 3 months on any plan. So head to puretalk.com/Owens to claim this offer. And that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. I also want to remind you guys about American financing, because it is no secret that everything is starting to feel a lot more expensive. And those daily essentials are ending up on a
Well, interesting. I don't know. They didn't do the 911 call this week. Wonder why. Well, they have to lay the whole story out. So the 911 call's got something to do with all this. Pretty dope. Good storytelling.
sell you more than you need.
Good storytelling. Really, that's what it's all about. It's all about storytelling. All about storytelling.
Actually produce no evidence. They just keep saying gunshot, 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 and you go, okay, well, I saw a person running on the roof, so he must have been the person who shot it. And actually, when we went back and we had showed you that guy who recorded and said the only person to capture was on campus who captured before the sound, I now refer to it as a sound because they kept telling us gunshot, went off, he says that he sees someone up on the roof.
At first, when they said I was going to have to sell y'all on the gunshot, for Charlie Kirk, I thought, how we going to do that? Because the guy ain't got no gun. But they found the gun, but it wasn't ever shot nobody, so it's hard to sell this thing. I don't know. First, when they said I was going to have to sell y'all on the gunshot, for Charlie Kirk, I thought, how we going to do that? First, when they said I was going to... What happened? Sell y'all on the gunshot, for Charlie Kirk. I thought, how we gonna do that? Because the guy ain't got no gun. But then they found the gun, but it wasn't ever shot nobody, so it's hard to sell it. First, when they said I was gonna have to sell y'all on the gunshot.
In a long time, remember late night drives, singing off key to our song. Swore you had my back, guess I heard the lyrics wrong. Now the camera's flash, but the light just
right there. He doesn't say. It's remarkable. He recalled in detail the military moves and saw him getting into position. What he did not say, however, was that he saw a man with a gun get into that position. So if he observed a person military crawling, which has been proven true, and he saw this person get down and into a position and then whipped out his phone to record it, don't you think the first thing he would have said was, I just saw somebody with a gun on the roof? Wait, listen to what he actually says. Again, this is recorded seconds before the sound of an explosive went off. Take a listen.
Get right up. Yeah. You think he'd already be placed? You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying? He just ran from over, where's my finger? Well, from over there, ran in. And now he's right there. saying?
Then he stops recording, and then he hears a bang, and then he's going, oh, and then news is saying Charlie Kirk was shot with a gun from someone on Losey Center, and he's thinking, oh, I saw the person who shot him on Losey Center. I'm going to take this to the police station and report this. But the idea that there was ever a gun on that rooftop of Losey Center, that's narrative. That's not a fact. And I do not believe that there was a gun. Least of all do I believe that it was Tyler Robinson's gun, which has dust on the barrel and his prints as the most degraded that was on that rooftop. You might have gotten me if you said it was a handgun, because then we wouldn't be expecting to see it. But a German 98 Mauser, it's completely ridiculous. I just wanted to remind you of that. This is what they keep doing, that same influencer overwhelm campaign. It's constantly telling you not to believe your own eyes. We will fill in the blanks and tell you what you see. And that's why they were so angry this week when we dropped that video. Because people got to see with their own eyes and go, wow, where did Tyler Robinson learn those moves? Somebody pointed out just the bravery it takes to just jump off the rooftop that you haven't tried doing that before. Have you measured the, like, I mean, have you ever been out with your friends and just tried to jump off of a cliff into water below? Like, how much effort, you're like terrified, look below a couple times. This person just sprints, has it, lands, keeps going. Where did he learn that? What was in that Chick-fil-A sandwich? One of the greatest mysteries. What did he order at Chick-fil-A? Anyway, top comments from last episode. GI6791 writes, the fact that he'll take the time to mock you, referring to Andrew Colvett, won't take the time to answer your questions. Well, it says it all. What says it all also is just how angry they are. How angry. You're telling us that you're Charlie's best friends. You know everything about this guy. You see that and you don't go, wow, that's really weird. I'm starting to think that there may have been some more people involved. I want some more answers. Hey, Candace, thank you so much for releasing that footage. I really didn't know what to think when you were saying that somebody said there was military movement, but this changes the game. No, they're angry. How dare you? Here's, we scrolled through 367 hours of your podcast. Here are the words you mispronounced, so nobody should listen to you or watch that video. What? Are you good? Are you sober? Chrissy writes, no footage of anyone pulling a gun out of their pants, but lots of evidence of Turning Point USA pulling another narrative out of their butts. Yeah, and they're going to keep doing that. They're going to keep doing that. By the way, I think my favorite comment came from A-Ray4544 regarding the ridiculousness of telling us that we don't have a right to ask a question of where's Charlie Kirk buried. This user wrote, we can be mailed private love letters that Charlie wrote to Erica that he expected no one to see.
So cold.
As a fundraiser material, yet we can't know if he's cremated, yes or no. Sure, Jan. Like, that's it. That's they.
So the narrative is to keep saying that I saw the man shoot the man, Charlie Kirk. I seen that man, Tyler, what's his name, shoot him. And then y'all just have to believe it. And y'all gonna get it in y'all's mind. You'll be able to see it yourself because there ain't no video. So the narrative is to keep saying that. So the narrative is to keep saying that I saw the man, Tyler shoot the man, Charlie, and I saw it in 4K, and he got up and he ran and he laid down, and then all of a sudden it was the time when he shot him, and then he shot him, and I saw it in 4K. And y'all just gonna start seeing it in y'all's mind. Y'all's mind's gonna start seeing it. You'll be like, I see it in 4K, I see it in 4K, because, you know, you ain't never gonna see that video, because there ain't one, so. So the narrative is to keep saying that I saw the man, Tyler shoot the man, Charlie, and I saw it in 4K, and he got up and he ran and he laid down, and then all of a sudden it was the time when he shot him, and then he shot him, and I saw it in 4K, and y'all just gonna start seeing it in y'all's mind. Your mind's gonna start seeing it. You're like, I see it in 4K, I see it in 4K, because you know you ain't never gonna see that video, because there ain't one. So the narrative is to keep saying that.
Ridiculous. How dare you ask that question? Can I have anything? Yeah, how about keep the love letters? To you.
Keep the love letters. Alright, doing another comedy video right now. I don't know why.
It's like, you're amazing, I love you, and she shares it. Erica, you're the best person. Erica, you're so smart. And then she shares it as if she's sharing Charlie, but she's actually saying, look at how much.
So this video is to my handlers. Larry Ellison, you could answer the question. So the narrative is to say we're not going to show anybody where Charlie is buried, but we will show you the love letters. I've been to acting school. Y'all need me to come in there and teach y'all better narratives, because y'all's narratives suck. Y'all need to get like a couple of improv groups up in there and do that. Just walk through the narratives with the improv group. Tell them, I think this narrative's good. Let them go through the narrative with the improv group, and then you can see what will conspire from the narrative, because so far these narratives, I mean, I like the narrative where we're going to trick everybody's brain to think they seen something they didn't see. I like that narrative. That's good. But these other narratives are getting ridiculous, so something's got to give. So this video is to my handlers. Larry Ellison, you can answer the question. So the narrative is to say we're not going to show anybody where Charlie is buried, but we will show you the love letters. I've been to acting school. Y'all need me to come in there and teach y'all better narratives, because y'all's narratives suck. Y'all need to get like a couple of improv groups up in there and do that. Just walk through the narratives with the improv group. Tell them, I think this narrative's good. Let them go through the narrative with the improv group, and then you can see what will conspire from the narrative. Because so far, these narratives, I mean, I like the narrative where we're going to trick everybody's brain to think they seen something they didn't see. I like that narrative. That's good. But these other narratives are getting ridiculous. So this video is to my handlers.
In a lonely town, remember late night drives, singing off key to our song. You swore you had my back.
Sorry.
Charlie thought I was amazing, and you guys should think I'm amazing too. And I also reflected on even that moment, and I did not think this at the time, because I was just in the stage of grief. And like I said, in that moment, I feel like at Memorial, I needed something from Erica. I was just like, oh, we're all going to be fighting together. But when you reflect on that moment, which they sold to us, and which many of us, myself included, believe was this demonstration of the deepest and truest kind of Christianity, because she said, I forgive him. In retrospect, what Erica was doing was so evil. She was actually saying, I convict him. I convict Tyler Robinson, not forgive. I convict. She didn't have any idea that he had done it. We had him. She hadn't seen any evidence that herself. Maybe the assumption was that she did, that she went to UVU when they showed her. No. She got on that stage. She put on a performance.
New message from Eric G. Notifying Uber. My order was stolen by the first courier. He never verified delivery or give a pic for delivery.
That is the reality. Anyway, some comments that you guys have for us on today's episode. Renee writes, Charlie was killed soon after I lost my husband. I reached out to his first wife, and your show bonded us. Today is her birthday. We both always stay home so I don't see her. Please wish Suzanne a happy birthday. We love you and all your hard work for Charlie. God bless you and your family. Happy birthday to Suzanne. And thank you for that comment. True Detective writes, in the words of the late Prince, and honey, I say, little dread, Colvette baby, you lied too fast. Oh, little dread fast. Now the 80s have turned against turning points. Yeah, there's where I think we're all kind of just wondering how long they're going to keep it up for. How long is this going to go on? It's just demanding people get arrested. That's the stage you're at. You're like late stage crazy. People who know the truth and are sharing the truth, arrest them. Raid their homes. Okay. I am relentless writes, these people undoubtedly suffer anxiety. I'm not sure who specifically you're speaking about, maybe Turning Point USA there. Mal writes, I've heard you say a few times that God only gives what we can handle, but that isn't true. God will always give us more than we can handle, because then we will need to turn to him for his help. He wants us to come to him. Blessings to you. Christ is king. No, I think but the point is like, it's more than you can handle, then you can handle it, right? And if you get through it, man, you're stronger. You get strengthened by it. So even if at the time you're in it and you don't think that it is helping, and you're on your knees just being like, please stop. That was how I felt. Like, I just remember the trip to Russia was where I was going, okay, I'm having, this is my breaking point. There was so much that was going on in my life in just this, you know, the Charlie assassination, obviously, at the end of last year, followed by me then having to contend with the fight, with realizing that they were all fighting me because I wasn't kind of.
Okay. Yes, this is crazy. Let's see. Let's do another one. Right. What are we gonna say? Oh, that's my headset. It's crazy. Okay, so. Some people say, well, how come America don't want to touch her husband's killing? Well,
If you're in a black and white, that means you gotta be on your turn left. So I'm up on 4B. That's the top bump. Yeah, it's Miss Parker. She's really cool. Yeah, black and white.
All right, let's roll.
And I get it, and I do it every hour. And I'll get one more. And then Friday night, it was the phone beyond the 12. That's cool. I remember talking on the wall phone before I got the good headphones. And now I got to get a headphone. Beep, beep, beep. Because I'm working DoorDash, which I like.
Right on.
You gonna do a TikTok soon?
I did 4 so far today. That's my my quota. I have to do that many. If you want to grow, you got to do 4 a day. So I did 4.
Yeah.
I might do some more. You never know. But right now, at least I got my quota.
Yeah, you got some quota 4. That's freaking awesome.
Yep. And they're pretty funny.
It must ain't clear the cow yet.
Yeah. Y'all got to go. Can't sit here all night. Don't do it. Y'all got to go now. Come on. Come on, let's go. There you go. Good job.
Yeah, tires rolling and try to top for that. I got a little piece of a cigarette and I got one in the pocket. Trying to find a wood. Hey, Mississippi, I need a light. Yeah, man, it feels good. I feel really good and happy and content. And I will be content in every circumstance. You are Jireh. You are enough. That's my favorite song.
Right on.
Yeah, you got to keep going. You want to get the good. Good. The folks that live in the from this side I got one to do. Yeah, I get it checked now. It is bad here. I'm stuck with something. Straight in here, smoking a butt and a piece of paper. Like he smoked like regular paper with cigarette butts in it. But I share. I'm sharing my coffee and I'm sharing my cigarette, and I like that because I didn't have nothing that people share with me. But I gotta be tight with my coffee, so I'm being tight with my coffee. I still get some out, but I got some. I'll make it to tomorrow morning. And Will might give me one more bag, so I'll be straight. I don't know if he really wants, but it's all good. But Appleseed, we got another yellow pack, so I can probably get that. And then that's Keith, and it's the doctor of 100% Colombian. Keith's got the tablet, the hot sauce, the coffee. Keith is running. And at the county, they had this mountaintop. Like, remaining. Alright, 1 minute remaining, bro.
Alright, love ya.
Love you, God bless you.
Okay, talk to you soon. Peace.
Alright, peace.
God bless you, love you. What up?
Man, we're on a fire. I brought 5 RCOCs now.
For real dope. You and
Every day.
What's his name too?
He's wrote leads, but 4 of them are Ramones. And we got the pay worked out. Did I tell you it was a problem, right? Because they said that she had to wait for her money and she's a canvasser.
Yeah.
So let me tell you what, we prayed about it and God kept me up about it. Now, so I prayed twice for her. And then she said she prayed too. And then I prayed again this morning before I talked to Emerson. I said, I've got to get the money straight or she can't work with me. Because I can't afford to pay her the way Emerson pays. Because he pays the money up front for canvassers, remember?
Yeah.
But I got to wait on the money, so that's a conflict. There's no way I can do that. So here's what he said. She's got to wait on her money, no problem. I can't believe he did this. But he said, why are you doing this? I said, well, she's the best canvasser you got, hands down. She's actually better than me. I believe that. I mean, not like, because of her tenacity. Now, I canvassed at the door as good as her, but dude, I watched her today get 2 leads like it was nothing. And let me tell you, one of them took 15 minutes. She talked to them for 15 minutes. She was talking to the neighbor. The other neighbor walked up, and when they got done, he wanted an inspection. I mean, she's now whatever. God, this is crazy. She's tenacious. That's the word that describes her. So anyway,
What did Emerson say about that?
So I was telling her, I said, this deal is good. He said, he looked at me funny, and he said, yeah, I know she's good. No, I said, I don't think you really know how good she is, but look at the numbers. And he said, yeah, but she did this. I said, so what? She does stuff. Who does it? I said, but she's making you money. Let's just keep her out of the office. She can work through me. And me and her, she respects the whole pastor part, you know, and so she respects the God part. Even though she is still mean, she's way less mean than anybody else. She is. So she's really much meaner to everybody else. But she has a very sweet side. And so, but she is crazy. You know, it's just her things that she does is so odd. It's you know. But I said, let's get back to the money. She's putting letters on every door. And then going back and talking to the people about the letter. And they're all signing up. It's insane. And so he said, I know. He goes, no, listen. So he says, what do you want, Tommy? You haven't told me what you wanted. I said, I need to keep her. And we're going to lose her. And that's stupid because she's number 1 on the board. And she got fired and she's still number 1 on the board.
Jesus! Have mercy, Jesus!
She's number 1 on the board and she's fired. I mean, imagine if
Then what did he say? What did he say?
He just looked at me.
Yeah.
He goes, I know. I said, no, you don't really know. Because if you really know, you got to figure it out. So what do you want, Tommy? I said, we need to figure out the money. He goes, well, I'll help you with that. I said, well, right now, it's pretty simple. You're telling me I got to pay her on pay, and you know I can't do that. You know I can't pay her $450 and $450 and $300 a week. Okay, for the leads. Because 2 of them might not even go through, and then we just spent all that money. I said, so, he goes, I tell you what, God gave it to him. So he was sitting there. He didn't talk for a minute. He told me how much he liked me, and then if I go swimming, he's going to go swimming with me. I got really scared. So I'm like, okay, all right. So what do we got to do? So God spoke to him. He said, I got it. Here's what we're going to. You tell Ramona. She will, stays with you and pays, like a canvasser. I will pay if she needs it, and she don't have no money yet. I'll pay her rent and her car note every month. I'm like, what? Did you just say that? Her rent's $1,350. Her car note is.
I don't understand none of this, Chuck. I don't understand it.
That's God. If I have to, I'll make her car payment. Say that's $650 or $750, right? Somewhere around there. So that's $2,000. So he's saying that he'll pay it. Now, that'll come back out of her money, but she'll never have to worry about it. So he's going to pay it for her, and then it'll come out of the end, because she's going to be making so much money, it ain't going to make a difference. But if we ever have to wait on money, he's going to take care of her.
Okay.
He said, I'll take care of her. I'll make the payments. He said, now that's amazing. As he said, he goes, I don't do that for nobody. I'll do it for Ramona. And that made her start crying.
That made her cry.
Yeah, that made her cry. You can tell she was teared up.
Oh my gosh, that's hilarious.
So now, it's like she never left. If everybody in the company that hated her knew all this was going on, they'd be really PO'd. But God has an answer. See, when you humble yourself, she has humbled herself and went to work for me. And for Emerson, even though she was bad. Look, and here's the weirdest thing. She even went to the Department of Labor and filed a complaint against him. And he knows it. And he still did it. That's God. Me and her prayed.
Dang.
So, and then we prayed for Mr. Holt tonight, who had cancer. So God keeps sending more people. Now, here's what's going on with her. She likes to date guys a little younger than herself. That's stupid. But that's what she does. And she's like, as far as me, you know what I mean? She looks at me as like an older brother, but she's light speak because she talks about really dirty stuff. And that's not a brother. It could be, but that's kind of Alabama-ish, you know what I'm saying? And so, I'm just saying, Jim, that we are getting all better than we ever have. It's kind of weird. I kind of feel good about her. Like now, because she got the baptism has changed her, brother. She is something else. I mean, she can be a little bit tough and manipulating, but the proof is in the pudding. Look at her. Here's what she wrote me. You too, because I said, good job tonight. She said, each other, you can tell Emerson we pray for him. She said, we inspire each other. So she's saying, she's speaking blessings over me and over her, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
She basically, we inspire each other when we're together. And we're always together. Then she tried to cut down on the talking and tell me that, Tommy, you talk about, I said, well, you talk more than I do. To be honest with you, I most of the time I don't get a word in. And then you hang up. That's kind of what I do. But she's a lot worse than me. So, but yeah, and I told her, listen, nobody really wanted to work with you, but look at what you're doing. So I said, you just don't even realize what a blessing you are. She's a blessing, man. She truly is. If you can get anybody, what is that? A stallion? Until it's broken, you can't really ride it. You know what I mean? You can't use it. So she's like a stallion that needed direction. If she could get her focus and being nice and like a stallion.
What about the other guy? Did he go with y'all today?
He went all them leagues yesterday. And now he's being humble. He wants to ride with me tomorrow. Work with me tomorrow. It's his last day. And he's like, I'm nervous, Tommy. So I'm kind of like a pastor to him. I've been praying with him every time I can.
Yeah.
So now he's looking at me like a pastor and a father.
I like it. That's cool.
So God has taken two people. One's fired, the other was quit, and I've outperformed everybody all week. And I did that with just Ramona. What's his name? It's just cream on the top. But let me tell you, the only lead he got, I got for it. So God wanted me to bless him like that. So the guy was pulling around the cul-de-sac. really rich, kind of big house. I'm talking about probably a $2 million house. And he said, what's up, man? I said, I need to look at your roof for my guys in your driveway right now. I'm knocking on the door, but it only took a minute. We're drilling all the roofs. Would you like your roof drawn? And it won't take but a minute. So I done the pitch before the guy even got in the driveway. Big boy wrote it up. That was so I helped him get started. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
God allowed me to bless him. So we've been blessing each other. So it's been kind of unique. And now Ramona's helping him. Now that he's not working with us, Ramona.
Say, hey, I'm preaching this weekend. Come hear me preach. That's Larry.
I figured I was going to. Someone doesn't want these women to hear me preach because when they start to see me. And so, anyway, I'll go back to the bad thing. Brandon, of course, did die last night.
Yeah.
And he'd been dead for probably 24 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on the couch. And Jimmy's kind of been trying to help him. And me and you didn't know me and Jimmy was talking about it. He'd been calling me about it. They want to be around the drugs. They want to be around it makes Brandon feel like he's something up for some weird reason. It makes you feel wanted or connected. I don't know why, but it just does. And now he's gone. But we just said the other night.
So do you know what happened?
Yeah, I mean, he had drug paraphernalia in his pocket.
So he had.
I mean, we know it's a 99% chance it was drugs.
Yeah, he got some fentanyl, and he wasn't
Or
used to
either
it.
meth. I think it was a meth pipe. So I think it was meth. I think that God just took him home. It was time. When he rejected Jimmy, rejected the church, he rejected everything when he got out. All those things he was supposed to do. Here's what Jimmy just told me. And he said, how do you get your cousin in the church? I said, I really don't know, brother. He's so wild spirit. And by the way, so we spoke it. They said, Lord Jesus. And Jimmy said, Lord Jesus, he's condemning himself. I said, he's already decided he's not going to be part of the church. And I said, God bless my cousin, but he's never been different. Every time he's tried to be different, it lasts like a few days. And then he's right back in the thing. He just, for whatever reason, and then he gets manipulating. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm cleaned up, knowing he's really, I mean, he had a meth pipe and a meth torch fall out of his pocket in church.
Dang.
Yeah, in our church.
Yeah, I remember it now.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's never been no different, but I love him. But yeah, so all my family, a lot of my cousins, Shane's calling me, other people calling me, so but his mom,
Yeah. Yep. Gotcha.
They have a position that you can help work from there and help people, and it pays $150,000 a year.
Right.
Seriously. So we should think about doing it.
Cool.
But for now, she's working with me. She's having so much fun with me. But yeah, we pray for Mr. Holt tonight. He had cancer. It's the pastor's son. His uncle was a pastor, Baptist, and you know he told me something unique, and the Lord showed me. And I was talking about baptism. He goes, "Yeah, I'm the guy who used to heat the water up." So you know he loves church. He loved people. He took care of people. He'd make sure the baptism pool was warm and people could get in there and get baptized. So he's a caring dude. You know what I mean? Very professional dude. But the Lord did send to him to let him know that he's already healed in the name of Jesus. And that he doesn't have to worry about anything. He's trying to think where we're going to be there. What is open? I think he basically locked her down on me. He said, if she's going to work here, it's got to be underneath you. You've got to pay her. I'll write the checks in your name. And y'all keep doing what you're doing. So no more bouncing around, all the different dudes, you know, and her sleeping with people there and all that. That stopped.
Wow.
So now, she is not sleeping with nobody. I asked her directly. I said, are you still being, because it could hurt us. We're supposed to be working for Jesus.
It's crazy, man.
That's crazy, isn't it?
This is crazy.
They weren't even cussing no more. She accidentally said the F word today on the phone, and she got real quiet. I said, it's okay, don't worry about it. You're going to have a slip up. So she feels bad about cussing now.
Dope.
Yeah, so I'm just blown away, dude. And so she's a character. Now I still think that she's cold-hearted. That's the next part God's got to get. She's told her she was very kind about it. Department of Labor, listen to this. To get her mother down here and her aunt help. They're both really sick. And somehow through that, she knows how to get them fixed. The Department of Labor is like amazing now. And Ramona just digs and digs and digs. Like she goes to the Department of Labor and she digs and takes classes. She's taking classes every morning now. She's kind of amazing like that.
So
I'm like,
let me ask you something.
yeah, I love, listen, I ain't gonna lie, man. She's done turned into marriage mature. I even told her tonight, I said, look, you know, lost weight, you're looking good. Don't be going out with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. God has a special person for you, whoever that is. You need to, don't be trying to do it yourself and sleeping with them, because then you're ruining everything. You're being promiscuous. I haven't given her that scripture yet, Jim, but the next thing God told me to do was give her that scripture. You know, the one I told you about the harlot?
Yeah.
But I want to do it in a loving way. I want to say, look, this is what, if you ever want to know where God wants you to be, it's the opposite of this. So instead of saying this is who you are, I want to say, I'm giving you this because you are such a good person. This is what God doesn't want. If you do the opposite, you're amazing. So I want to read it back.
That's good.
Well, God, yeah, you got to do the reverse thing with her, because if you give it to her to say it's her.
So let me tell you something real quick. So when I was learning to act, and I had a director, so I got with a group. There was this. Here's how I got into it. This director that was really good. He was sad. And so I said, what's wrong? He said, I changed my group from sketch to improv. And I don't think my people are going to come. And I said, well, that's all right. I'll do it with you. I'll join your group. And so then this guy was teaching me to act. But, you know, I didn't know anything. And I just thought I did, you know. But what he did was, instead of telling me I suck, he would laugh, and then he would say, Zap, you are a great actor. You're great at what you're doing. But, you know, this part is the part we got to fix. But I want to tell you, you're fantastic. You're amazing. And that's why I will put up with you. But you gotta fix this other thing. You gotta fix this other thing.
And basically, that's what I've always learned when I've done sales training. You never down people, because I noticed when they would train, and because selling is kind of acting. Really, you gotta be an actor. You gotta put on a show, right? So they're like, always be positive. And then if you need to fix somebody, hide it behind, this is what you don't want to do. And then William was good at that too. William would go, this is what, I'm not saying you're doing this, Tommy, but this is what you don't want to do. So, are they closed? A1 Wing closed early?
Yeah, they probably closed 10.
Oh, man.
Across the street, be open. American Deli may be open. Sometimes they close at 11.
Well, I wanted the chicken fried rice, man.
Let's see.
House of Lou open? House of Lou may be open until 11. Let's see.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Papa John's open. So maybe I'll go get, maybe God don't want me to have that.
Well, it don't matter. You can't get it.
Yeah. I definitely can't get House of Lou this close. So I guess Papa John's is it. I guess I want to sit here and order Papa John's thing. They got wings here, right?
Yeah, Papa John's got wings, yeah.
Yeah, they got really good wings. Yeah, I remember that now.
That's what you get.
That's what I want to do. And I forgot they got another place across the other way next to Starbucks. They got a place over there. Is that American Deli?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Oh, they got two of them. They got another one down the street. What is that?
One of them's gonna be open. Something's open.
And Chick-fil-A is closed.
I'm going to American Deli right now.
I'm actually going to go to Papa John to get some wings. I'm going to order them right now. All right, brother. I'll call you back in a minute.
Whoa. Okay, God bless you. Peace.
All right, I'll call you back. All right, bye-bye.
Bye. One of those is the moon.
Cartel, so to speak.
Just like a regular
and
life.
I just then had to process that parts of my life were a lie, that Charlie's life was a lie, and that I was going to have to go to battle with all of these people. That's enough to completely break you. Then I actually broke my foot, like actually on Friday the 13th, around the same time that like I found out that I was.
I'll be right back. Wow, this is wild. Wild stuff. Oh my gosh. Where are we going? Where are we going? We're going that way. Okay.
Had a cancer scare, by the way, just to be clear. It's way past it. Everything's totally fine. But it was just one of those appointments that then turned into a second appointment and some later testing, which always then just takes too long to come back from the lab. And I was just like, I can't take anymore. And we're sitting here waiting for these results to come back. It was for thyroid. So it's also a very survivable cancer. But, and then we're going to Russia. I'm like, okay, I can get away, totally get away. Then, the president of the United States tweets by face. It's like most vile person of the year for no reason. We were not talking about Trump on the show, so that seemed totally sideways and crazy. And then I get to Russia, and my security number literally almost dies. And I just remember at this point being like, okay, God, far be it from me, to say anything, but this feels passive aggressive. This is starting to feel, what did I do? Let's talk or whatever. And then you reflect on it, you get through it, and you realize like everything happens for a reason. You can take on much more than you think you can take on. And at those moments, it's like you're just being strengthened. Like it's like going to a gym, and this is a terrible, obviously, analogy, but you're so sore and everything hurts, but it makes you stronger. Like doing those exercises makes you stronger. And now I just, everything so that there are no questions left. And then I share a video and they're like, lock her up. You just can't make this stuff up. So quite literally, just before we were going to go live today, Ashley, my producer, made a shocking discovery about the medical examiner who performed Charlie's autopsy. And I'm currently pretty unwell over it because I just can't take this anymore. Everything is just so obviously wrong. Fastest autopsy ever. Just in the middle of the night, a couple of hours, he's done. Who did this? Who performed this? Now we've got the chief medical examiner resigning. The person who signed off on it, though, is one that we are going to be speaking about, Dr. Andrew Guajardo. And there's more because we also received a pretty explosive tip regarding the clothing of Charlie's security team and where that went. You remember the clothing they were wearing in the car en route to the hospital. They were covered in blood. The amazing Mikey McCoy got them scrubs. Well, we have an idea what may have happened to the clothing thereafter. And we are going to stick with the hospital theme today because we've all been wondering where the heck all of the hospital witnesses are. Like, this is an ER, sir. Where the doctors, nurses, other patients, it's almost as though no one was there but Turning Point USA. How could that be? We've come across a source, and the story that we've been told is incredible, and if true, it very much implies foreknowledge of Charlie's assassination. So let's get right into it. Welcome back to Candace. I don't even know where to begin, so we're just going to start, okay? His name is Dr. Andrew Guajardo. He is from New York. He moved to Utah in 2018 and was working as an assistant at the medical examiner's office. In 2024, when our chief medical examiner, Dr. Deidre Amaro, began to rule the roost, she decided to select him as her deputy. So he was promoted in 2024 when she got there to the role of deputy chief examiner. Okay. So Charlie Kirk, we were told, things are kind of shifting now, but we were really told that he was murdered by a trans furry kid on a rooftop, a gamer. I do want to say there's still no proof of him being trans or into trans furries beyond the influencers that were immediately sent out to tell us this was a left versus right war, that there was an LGBTQ narrative here. We were also told that friends, his fellow gamers on Discord. Here are some of those messages that he tells them that he's speaking to people, Jug Barnaby, arena, a girl in there, a guy in there, and he says, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you for everything. It's just such an odd thing to do, to just keep confessing, right? Lance Twiggs, Tyler Robinson's alleged boyfriend, has indicated in his interview that Tyler was very into gaming. Not politics, he said, gaming. So we have a storyline which involves trans furry gamers, to be specific. Now, of course, the majority of the public
I just did prayer call. I read Psalms 26.
Dope.
And it was good.
Hallelujah. It's dope.
Yeah. Having a good night. And I got some help. So I'll be straight. I'm gonna add up my store and see how many items. I got really nice pens. I got a cookie pen, it's got blue, and I got a black ink joy. That's my favorite one, the black ink joy. And I got my journal. Whoa. And I was gonna read you some of my journal. Let's see. I got time today. Alright. Let's see. This is from the city. Right now that's one. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I got a whole bunch now, and I was thinking, I told the doctor that I can make Adderall and Roxy and Xanax, and I felt really good when I was there. And I love the Holy Spirit and God and the Archangel. I introduce it to these purpose and the good intent loyal to the I am in God perfect dark matter black electric light and energy oil. Here you go. And Jim Jr. and AJ my nephew and all they love. I introduce it perfect dark matter black magical electric light and energy magic perfect diligent meticulous perfect each tenth of a millisecond, perfect to God. I am Yin Yard I and the Holy Spirit and Yin Selena Me Gomez, dark matter pink, and God's yellow dark matter, and God's blue, pink, green, purple, dark matter, electric light and energy works, and the archangels and their black dark matter, electric light and energy works. Perfect for great grandpa Gray and James Oliver Wilson and all that he loves, and Donald Wilford asked you perfect, and for Bobo, Coco. That's when I thought that Coco had a son named Bobo, but he didn't. She only had cats. They didn't make her the hand signal gorilla. And I wrote a whole bunch. And I was in the one man cell in the SU. That's when you're waiting on going to Citizens Hospital, and I was in there, and someone said, "Oh, he's not feeling good because he doesn't have his syrup," and I think they gave me Tussinex in my stomach, and I felt good, and it was yellow, and I didn't know that it was yellow, but I saw yellow going in my stomach, and I said when I got healed that I wasn't worried about all that, but I still want it now, and it's all prescribed, so, I mean not prescribed, but it's all legal, so it'll be cool. And I wrote a lot about all kind of stuff. It's a whole book. You can buy them at Walmart. The black, well, they got different colors, but it's a black notebook, and I filled it up with stuff. Like I wrote in my journal every day. Oh, here we go, Ruby Nell Wilford. Let's see. I feel good, good, good. I am happy, happy, happy. I got my dough. I am geek. Gonna stay high forever. Love God and Jesus Christ. We got many things to say to James R. Wilson and his mama. I got some cash. James R. Wilson, I love you. I am high, feeling good. Loving God. He came here to earth and he loves me. I have always been on fire, and everyone knows it's same as you do. I need my dope. Do you want some? Okay, let's get out. I love you and Ruby Wilson, Ruby Nell Wilson. We will help each other perfectly, meticulous perfect. We love each other, and to get happiness right, we must accomplish being fully happy. As of now, we work for God. We love that God is King of all. I am, and then it's a whole bunch, it's a whole notebook. It's pretty awesome. I write in my journal something now. I got it. It's one of those notepads that you got to flip the page over. It's not a book. It's a little flip notepad. And I write in it sometimes, but like everything has changed a lot since I've been in H3. I haven't done my normal stuff, but I'm going to get back to it. It's all good. And I'm chilling. I had a cigarette and I had some coffee, and I'm feeling good. My fetuses are messing up, but I think there's soda at the bottom, so they got like a crack in it. So, but there's soda, so I don't think the crack is going to mess it up. But I can get the steak buddies and then get the shoes when I get out. I'll get some of those blueberries. They were cool. And I didn't know if I told you, but when I got out of prison in 2016, I was at a mental health group home because I needed to get my check started back. And I had these Nike slides. They were like cushion Nike, like really good slides. And we had coffee every morning. And then I made some coffee one time, and I put a lot of coffee in it. And the guy said, "You made it too strong. It don't taste good." And he had been there longer than me, so he told them that I couldn't make coffee no more. But we still had some coffee in the morning, and you could have Kool-Aid. They wouldn't let you buy coffee. And so they put the check, and they were going to get my check and put it in Mama's name. And so when they put it in Mama's name, the check finally came, and I got my back pay and everything, and they put it in Mama's name. And then I went with them to McDonald's, and so I got a drink and walked out, and then walked to mom's house, and we had the money, and she was on the phone with him, and she was like, "Here he is. He came in. It's all good. He came in," and they were like, "Okay, that's cool. We were just checking on him," and I balled out. And the dude said he'd give me a peanut butter sandwich tonight. And I already had a bologna sandwich with hot sauce. It was good. Sandwich cost. And they gave him 2 sandwiches. Hey, what kind of sandwiches are they? Yeah. Yeah. It's all good. I'm glad I talked to you. I feel really good about talking. And I'm glad I did first call. I'm doing something for God every night. Beep, beep.
Beeping around town. Beeping around town. It's crazy. Whoa, crazy. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is dope. Okay, see. Okay. Outstanding. I'm coming. Listen.
Do cosplayers, modders, fan artists, fan fiction authors, and TikTok content creators build communities for marginalized and underserved fans of games and play like a fangirl? Christine and Ashley and Tanya, these authors, are going to look at the collective efforts of such fans to create meaningful and arousing connections to the video game worlds, to characters, and to one another. Using pleasure as a lens, they show how fans' playful practices both reflect current cultural values and shape how we relate to video games and ourselves. They develop the concept of what they call the fangirl gaze to show how communities of fangirls can be regarded as oppositional, subversive, and transformative in terms of societal expectations and gender, play, and sex. Okay, you get the idea. Now you're probably wondering how Ashley became a doctor. How did she become a doctor? Well, sociology, right? Sociology is how she climbed the teaching ladder. After achieving her degree, and guess where she achieved it? At Arizona State University. She then earned her PhD in sociology overseas at the University of Manchester, and then she became a teacher. She's access to preschool kids. What we learned from her bio is that, quote, previously Dr. Guajardo was faculty at Brunel University in London, and then the University of Utah. Been there for almost 10 years, last 10 years. She won awards for innovative and inclusive teaching at both institutions. Since 2017, she's hosted a weekly educational Twitch stream on games user research methods. She's also held several leadership positions in industry and academia facing professional organizations. She was vice president of the Global Game Jam Conference, co-director of IGDA's Games User Research Special Interest Group. I'd like to see who funds the IGDA. And currently serves as the president of the Digital Games Research Association. I would like to see who funds that. If I know about the feds, this is how they move money. Give me an association, a 501c3, we'll get money in there. Anyway, as I told you, she's the author of many books, but also the author of Sexuality in Role-Playing Games, dozens of book chapters, journal articles on fandom, sexuality, particularly video games, tabletop role-playing games, and she's currently working on a book which explores how fantasy can shape your sexual desire. But the biggest thing that I want to underscore is just how deeply submerged she is in gamer culture, how deeply tied she is to the gamer community. And for the last 10 years, she's been in Utah. She works and explains the philosophy of how gamers can engage with characters, create characters outside of themselves. That is her expertise. She encourages and explains how people effectively can sort of separate from their real life persona. And that, by the way, is what a furry is. It's not like it's the LGBTQIA thing. I had to look this up. I'm going to read this to you because I was like, I don't even know what a furry is. It says, the term furry describes a diverse community of fans, writers, gamers, and role players. Most furries create themselves an animal character called their fursona, with whom they identify and can function as an avatar within the community. So this is not me, this is my avatar that is separate from me. So you guys remember when Lance was testifying and he said at the preliminary hearing that he goes by Luna? And for some reason I felt like it was going to be some anime. I was like, what? I don't think he's trans. I think this is going to be some gamer thing. I suspect that is what Luna is. It's a gaming character that he engages with outside of Lance Twigs. Okay? Here is how Dr. Ashley might explain how that engagement works. Take a listen.
So erotic roleplay is different from cybersex in the sense that in erotic roleplay, you have this roleplay component, meaning that people are not, at least explicitly, playing as themselves. They are not seeking out sexual interaction in a game or in a chat room or otherwise as the human being that they are in their day-to-day life. They are playing the role of a character, perhaps in a fantasy world, perhaps from a popular franchise like Star Wars, or just their own original character, but they are playing this character that is different from them, with different wants, needs, hopes, and dreams, and they're engaging with erotic content. So cybersex, on the other hand, would be when people want to engage with sexual content online, or, you know, if it's phone sex, then it's through the phone, but that would be as themselves. So in terms of practice, what are we actually talking about? Well, the two are very similar, because at the end of the day, you're still using a keyboard to type out your erotic thoughts and feelings and emotions. The difference being that one person is doing it as a character and one person is doing it as themselves.
Okay. I would like to again stress the point that Dr. Ashley has spent the last 10 years working as a professor in Utah, okay, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City, encouraging her students and her gamers to join her on her Discord, to follow her Twitch, her streamer account. And I'm wondering, how big can this community of gamers that are into this be throughout the state of Utah? I'm wondering, have we identified everybody on this Discord chat? I'm wondering, is this a coincidence? How big can this community be? And similar to Dr. Amara has left the building. She's no longer at Utah. Ashley and her husband have both, they've now gone.
Samya J says, meet at door 100A.
Examiner in New York, and she's going to be teaching at NYU. We should pull up her LinkedIn, by the way. We should pull up just to show, like, not barred from being around kids, actually encourages it. Now she's the assistant arts professor at NYU full-time. So they up and left. Associate professor, I guess she left ahead of her husband. I don't think that's right, because he didn't leave until after, obviously, he did the medical examiner's office, and they are married. But assistant professor, University of Utah. She's just been around students for a very long time. So again, I'll ask the question, how big can this particular gaming furry create a character?
All right, American Deli, right?
Yep.
Awesome, brother.
Thank you so much.
Let's get your name right there.
Thank you.
Everything's great. Thank you.
Join me on Discord, Twitch community in Utah. B, has she ever come across Lance Twigs? That'd be a question that I would ask. I just feel like that's a question that I would like to know the answer to across her 10-year career in Utah. and also being on the board and working with these outside organizations and associations, studying these people and encouraging this lifestyle. I'll leave it at that. Because I am just jaw on the floor with all of this. So Charlie effectively had a lesbian, because Dr. Amaro was dating a woman, and Deidre Amaro, and I don't know what to describe Dr. Andrew as. Andrew Guajardo, I guess. I don't know what he's married to. He's got to be remotely into this. Too many coincidences.
I do not understand what you said.
Moving on from that, interesting little tidbit for you.
What
Remember
did
how
you
Frank
say?
Turek described that, and also being on the board and working with these outside organizations and associations, studying these people and encouraging this lifestyle. I'll leave it at that. Because I am just jaw on the floor with all of this. So Charlie effectively had a lesbian, because Dr. Amaro was dating a woman, and Deidre Amaro, and I don't know what to describe Dr. Andrew as. Andrew Guajardo, I guess. I don't know what he's married to. He's got to be remotely into this. Too many coincidences.
I don't understand what you said.
Moving on from that, interesting little tidbit for you. Remember how Frank Turek described them receiving scrubs from the hospital? And I've always found that to be remarkably suspicious. You don't just get surgical scrubs at an ER because you're covered in blood. Still, by the way, nobody knows why or how he got that blood on him, because if Brian Harpole is to be believed, he was doing all of the work while Rick Cutler was holding him, while Frank was praying in the back. So we asked the question, how could these stories be so different, where Frank says he did CPR and Brian says he didn't? Did Frank just write himself into the story because he needed to explain why he took off all of his clothes to the hospital and was wearing scrubs? Because it would be pretty weird if you did that if you were not, in fact, covered in blood. There'd have to be another reason that you did that if you were not, in fact, covered in blood. Like I said, Brian doesn't recall Frank doing CPR. Frank says Brian was distracted and just didn't realize what he had done for the last 30 seconds. He just got distracted on this remarkably short car ride to the office and didn't see him lay Charlie down flat and start doing mouth-to-mouth CPR. Okay. But I'd wondered, we had all sort of wondered aloud, what exactly happened to their clothes then, right? Brian's, I cut Charlie, I took the shower. What happened to the clothes? Well, I will say Frank Turek's name was not explicitly mentioned, but I did hear that the feds, the FBI, took the clothes from certain members of Charlie's security team down to their boxer briefs, took their clothes. Down to their boxer briefs, the FBI took their clothing. So how are we to digest that? Well, in a normal scenario, we would think, oh, great. They obviously did that in an effort to collect evidence. That's what they should be doing, bagging the clothing and sending it to be stored for further examination or in case it comes out. Maybe further testing, maybe it'll come up in throughout the course of the court cases. But this is not a normal situation. These feds were not doing anything normal, right? We know this because we learned that the feds immediately had the car towed, sent away, wanted it cleaned and resold. They didn't take it and go, oh, let's keep the evidence and get rid of the car. So I don't think that they said, get rid of the car, but let's keep Brian Harpole's or Rick Cutler's boxers for evidence. In my mind, they likely took their clothes and had them destroyed. That's in my mind. I don't know that for certain. It's an unknowable thing unless you are Tyler Robinson's defense team and you can demand access to that sort of information, which I would if I was on Tyler Robinson's defense. Down to the boxers. The feds took it. You see, I'm a person who actually, just to be clear, so that I'm on record, I want the judge to come back in September and say that there is enough evidence to move the case forward, that the influencers were convincing. Me and Turning Point in that regard, we're kind of rooting for the same thing, but for different reasons. I personally just want to see how long they can keep this farce going. I want more information to become available to the public. I want to see them do that thing that's going to happen more, like, I don't know. My body cam just went out at the exact moment when I found the screwdriver. There's going to be a lot of that. I want the story to become increasingly more cartoonish, for the influencers to become more radical, because I think it's needed for the world to awaken to what exactly it is that rules over us. I also want to mention a little bit more about this hospital. Another very interesting tip that we received, and I believe this is a potentially explosive lead. And in the interest of protecting the source, I'm going to remove the narrative and just tell you the facts regarding what allegedly took place. Now, many of us have noted how odd it is that there were no eyewitnesses to the extremely erratic, chaotic, and utterly improbable ER scene that was depicted by Brian Harpole, where are the witnesses? Where are the witnesses, we wonder, to this middle-aged man jumping on a stretcher, which he treated himself to. Treat yourself, take a stretcher on your own if you feel you're important enough, then took out some scissors, who knows where he got those from, maybe from his bag, jumped onto the gunshot wound victim, cut a Freedom t-shirt in half to prep for a defibrillator that nobody mentioned to you, while going back and forth with the surgical team about what drugs to give to Charlie. That clip can never be played enough, by the way. So far beyond ludicrous that we should take a listen to it again.
We get to the hospital. Actually, we make it to the hospital through the traffic. We've got full wound pack in. We get out and we carry in to the door. Once we make it into the door, when we see a gurney on the left-hand side, we put him on a gurney and then I wheel him into a room. I start giving the patient information to the staff there. I end up getting on top of him and cutting the shirt that he had on off, that white Freedom shirt. And so I cut it off so they could get to him, so that I didn't articulate to them, but I wanted to get that stuff off so they could put a defibrillator on him. And so, and then started talking about pushing drugs. And so I was back and forth with them on drugs and defibrillator. And so then, once you get that shirt cut off and moved out of the way, there's enough of medical professionals in there. And so I just want to get out of their way. And so I got out of their way and walked out of the room and stood outside the room and held guard on the outside door of the room so nobody else could come in there.
Okay, so that's a man who fell asleep watching Dr. House reruns. Okay, that's just that. It's just like he just pictured. None of that was real life. But I love the part where he's like, and then I excused myself. Like I could have stayed in longer, obviously, but nobody asked me to leave. I just was like, okay, let's run through the drugs. I need 2 grams. I need 2 milligrams of this. I need 4 milligrams of this. Hey, bring in this. Who's got the tea? Okay. All right, that's enough for you guys. I'll see myself out, and I'm gonna guard the door. None of that takes place in a real emergency room setting. We just know that that doesn't take place in a real emergency room setting. I am so tired of having to play stupid and interested in these narratives that they keep spinning that are coming from TV. Okay? He is not in charge of deciding what medicine to give, to administer to a patient that you've rushed in and said has a gunshot wound. There would actually be more security protocol. You should be thinking, did a husband shoot his wife? You know, you don't just trust people. Now he's got a pair of scissors. You just would be like, you need to see yourself out. Thank you. Not this guy. Anyway, back to our question. Where are the witnesses to the events that took place that day at Timpanogos Hospital? Where are they? That's a scene. Didn't they see him doing that? Didn't they see Dr. Harpole House? Well, listen to this. I am told that at some point in the 10 o'clock a.m. hour on September 10th, so to be clear, and this is crucial, over 2 hours before Charlie was shot, the Timpanogos hospital staff directed everyone who was in the emergency room into a different wing of the hospital. People were not sure what was going on. The staff was directed to move everyone in the emergency room to a different wing of the hospital. Then after some time, at approximately 11:30 a.m., patients were informed that they would be transferred aboard shuttles to Intermountain Hospital. That's Utah Valley Hospital. And that's what happened. All of the emergency room patients and all of their files were then transferred to Intermountain. So there's effectively no trail outside of hospital cameras, which have been conveniently seized by Kash Patel's office, of these patients ever having been at Timpanogos Hospital. Now, there are a few things I'd like to say here. First, there's always a trail. There's always a trail. Somebody somewhere drove that shuttle bus, booked the shuttle bus, saw the shuttle bus arriving at Intermountain Hospital, was working at Intermountain Hospital when a shuttle bus stopped and people emerged and files mysteriously then were transferred. And if you are that somebody, that one body, please email us. By the way, I just want to mention, if you were one of those patients, you probably should also contact a lawyer, but you can't pull that off without something. There's also some techie people, maybe the Google satellite imagery, this shuttle, somebody's going to look up shuttle companies. Was there a weird trip that day? Let's get on that. More tips at CandaceOwens.com, because if we are able to prove that this took place beyond a shadow of a doubt with paperwork, then I would say foreknowledge of Charlie's assassination can no longer be disputed. So again, please email us more tips at CandaceOwens.com. Now, I can tell you I trust very much that this information is accurate. And I would now like to remind you guys of another fact, which I think supplies some credence to this claim. A story which we broke way back in October of last year, on October 28th, to be specific. We couldn't figure out why, but we were like, Charlie has a hospital file that was at Utah Valley Hospital. We were so confused by this. Somebody had leaked this to us. People who worked there were certain that he was being treated at Utah Valley, at Intermountain, because not only did he have a file there, but they were specifically instructing people not to touch or open that file. Do you remember that? I'm going to show you that file again. October 28th, we did this episode. Do we have that file? Okay, they're going to pull it up in a second. You'll just let me know, Sky, when you have it. So we were completely bewildered. We were going, did they even go to Timpanogos? We don't have any witnesses at Timpanogos. We were asking the question, did they go to, did Charlie actually secretly go to Utah Valley Hospital? We had specifically mentioned that the Timpanogos hospital system, they use a system called Epic, did not speak to Utah Valley's Intermountain Health System, so it made it entirely no sense that Charlie's file would appear there, but it was there, and there was no way this person could have made it up because it had Charlie's personal details, even his like home address back in Illinois, which was not available to the public, and we never got an answer on this. We were just like, why would Charlie's file be appearing where he is not? I actually was inclined to think that Charlie was actually brought there. But now I'm going, well, if what this source, and I trust this source, is telling us is accurate, then we may have our answer. All emergency room files on September 10th, which included Charlie's, were transferred out, electronic files were transferred out to Utah Valley. And that is a massive scandal. A massive scandal if we can get a hard evidence that proves that. And I'm going to show you that document now, by the way, because you probably don't remember this, but yes, we broke the story. There he was. It said Charles J. Kirk, and it had him in there, and we had more information that we just wiped because we wanted to protect the person who had given us this, but it did have also his, beyond his birthday, it also had his address, and other people were also in the system. So we're looking at Utah Valley's system, and Charlie was a patient on September 10th. Anyway, there is more and that I could tell you, but I think it would identify a source, so I would rather not do that. All right, guys, we should definitely take a break. I think we're about 30 minutes into this. We'll be right back. All right, you guys, our great nation turned 250 this year. We represent 2.5 centuries of possibility, growth, and some of the greatest minds in human history. What will the next 250 years look like? The next generation of Americans could be the most impactful. First, they must be given their chance at life. That's why I'm making this critical request today. Give a special gift of $250 to Preborn to honor our country's milestone anniversary and to celebrate our great future ahead. Your gift will help provide 8 ultrasounds. Preborn is helping today's mothers choose life by providing these free ultrasounds so that they can meet their baby for the first time. Help new mothers realize that they can give their baby life and that motherhood is indeed possible. Celebrate America's birthday with your $250 gift to Preborn today. To donate, simply dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. Again, that's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace, preborn.com/Candace. I also want to remind you guys about Tax Network USA, because plenty of people owe back taxes. Maybe that's you. Maybe you have years of unfiled returns, or maybe you file every year and still can't get ahead because the balance keeps growing. Maybe you withdrew money from a 401k or an IRA and suddenly got hit with a tax bill that you never expected. Whatever caused the problem, one thing is certain: the IRS penalties and interest keep adding up every single month. If you don't have a plan now, you could end up owing even more next tax season. Before the IRS starts sending more letters, garnishing wages, or freezing your bank account, call Tax Network USA. They have been helping taxpayers nationwide for more than 15 years, resolving back taxes, unfiled returns, and serious IRS problems. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. Right now, they're offering a free IRS investigative call to find out exactly what you owe and what options you have to fix it. So call 866-686-1651. or visit tnusa.com/Candace. Again, that's tnusa.com/Candace. I see someone already mentioned in the chat the idea. Where are the flock cameras? Surely we would be able to catch that shuttle on there. Yes, we should be able to. This flock camera plus in Utah. Somebody's going to catch the shuttle. I just know that that's just very precise and specific. And like I said, I trust the source. So go Max, people. Speaking of which, yesterday we received so many emails from surgeons and doctors and people that are in the medical field, because I did not even bother to traverse and give my medical opinion because I'm not informed. I trust people who work in these industries to tell me things I need to notice. Similar to the t-shirt. People go, that's a t-shirt on the ground, that's a t-shirt, it turns into plastic. Well, people who work in the medical industry were deeply bothered by Charlie's medical exam, the little bit that was published by the prosecution in their filing yesterday. And I just wanted to read you a couple of these emails that we received. This person wrote, "Dear Candace, so much gratitude for your razor-sharp investigation and intuition. I am a board-certified anesthesiologist with 25 years of clinical experience, and I have a solid grasp of anatomy. I agree with you and John Bray that the exploding mic theory is the best explanation of what we could grasp from the limited footage available. Briefly, number one, given the eruption of blood and or of a tissue emanating from Charlie's neck, it is clear that the large vessels of the neck, the left carotid artery and the jugular vein, were transected. This kind of extrusion is more consistent with the exit wound. However, because large blood vessels were involved, we cannot rule out the possibility that a bullet entering his left neck would have resulted in what we saw. Two, if Charlie was shot from the rear and the bullet exited the left neck, it would most certainly do what was observed. However, there is no evidence that he was shot from behind. Three, if Charlie was hit from the front, the momentum from the bullet would have sent his torso backwards. That is not what we saw. Four, a shaped charge in the Rode microphone would have sent a projectile from his R anterior chest upward and leftward, likely exiting from his left neck or entering his cervical spine. The projectile would have almost certainly damaged both lungs and possibly his heart. In other words, it would have been pulmonary hemorrhaging and possibly hemorrhaging around the heart as well. The exploding mic is thus the best fit from what we could see and what the coroner reported. The bullet fragments, however, are a mystery. I suspect what was found was not bullet fragments, but the casing of the shaped charge, which would have served as the projectile. I did want to say this, that piece right there about, I suspect, which is go up in that email, that could have actually been from the shaped charge. I was asking my team that. I was going, why is the base assumption in this report, like when they send these tiny little fragments, 3 or 4 of which were unusable, pardon me, the ATF testified, I think that they received 5 fragments, 4 were unusable, and 1 was big enough for them to use. Why is the base assumption that you're looking at a bullet? So it's like telling somebody the answer, like, hey, this is a bullet fragment, when we know that it's the same metal. It could have the same jacketing if you use a shaped charge. I was interested in that, and it's something that, he is suspecting that what was found was not bullet fragments, but the casing of the shaped charge, which would have served as a projectile. I totally agree with that. He continues, no ambulance with resuscitative equipment or trained personnel immediately available, no defibrillators, no access to IV drugs. He certainly sustained a neck injury and his neck should have been stabilized before moving him. I think it wasn't stabilized because they were hiding what was on his shirt. It's my opinion. Given his injuries to the big blood vessels, he would have gone into hypovolemic shock, massive blood loss within minutes, and would have required cardiac resuscitation at the scene and would have been nearly impossible to perform in the twin SUV. In my estimation, he was murdered from a shaped charge on his R chest, and his security team did their best in a highly rehearsed fashion to get him the hell out of there before anybody could see what happened. I'm just going to stop that and say, this is somebody else's opinion. It is not mine. We'll stop there. But yeah, you get the point. And I do believe that there is so much evidence there, and that's what happened. That he got hit by a shaped charge. And I think that there was no gun on the rooftop. There was a person who was told to run, and so that they could blame another decoy. Everybody's looking at Losey, and we are being lied to. We all agree. That's why you're here, right? This next person said that they're a transplant coordinator. Previously a scrub in the OR for years, and I worked at a level 1 trauma center. I have scrubbed in on more gunshot wounds than I could ever count. I've never seen thoracic trauma or hemorrhaging, for that matter, in a gunshot wound to the head or neck. There would have to have been a blunt force trauma to the chest, which would make a lot of sense if his microphone exploded under his shirt. Also, I was yelling at the TV when I was watching Barron's podcast the other day regarding the autopsy. It takes at least 8 hours for your deep core body temperature to reach 40 degrees in a morgue cooler. The timeline would only support about 40 hours in the morgue, depending on how much time Erica spent with him when she arrived, and that's if his body was ever taken to the morgue. Nothing about the case makes any sense, and it's infuriating. I thank God for all of your hard work. Go Max. Justice for Charlie. That was interesting too. I told you the speed of the autopsy is incredible. We were looking this up, and it is true. The protocol is to bring the body down to 40 degrees in the morgue. Usually, obviously, these things do not happen by morning time. You're prepared to be shipped, especially in a case this big. Why wouldn't you want to do the most thorough autopsy of all time? And that wasn't the circumstance here. It was rushed, but we did look up, even though it's not normal, doesn't follow normal protocol, it certainly isn't illegal to just instantly dive into doing an autopsy. The body, it's capable of doing that within, I think, what was it, 12 hours? 12 hours before they start to get decomposition. We were looking that up, so the body wouldn't have decomposed, but it's just not what they usually do. Everything was extraordinary. Like, they just rushed it. And when you do the timeline of how quickly that all had to happen, it's insane. Why? Why would you want that rushed? Why would you want that rushed? I think we all know why you would want that rushed. I'm going to read one more of these comments, actually, from doctors that were writing on YouTube. One writes, I am a surgeon. Based on the medical examiner's report, the trajectory from the roof is not possible. Charlie was hit in the low neck. The medical examiner's report said much of his cervical spine was traumatically gone, and that the left side of C2 to C7 was obliterated. To have affected up to C2, it would have had to have been an upward trajectory from the point of entry on his neck. I heard a podcaster, Project Constitution, say that Charlie was also wearing a Rode transmitter at his left waist. If this had a shaped charge, the trajectory would make sense for entering the low neck and hitting his cervical spine. Tend to agree with you. I'm Team Road Mike. After everything that I've seen, I am Team Road Mike. So we will see. Anyway, I will take a really quick break here, and we will come back with some of your comments and thoughts. All right, you guys, a recent industry survey found that Pure Talk was the only wireless company to receive 5 stars in every category: coverage, support, value, and data. You deserve 5-star wireless service, and now Pure Talk has an invitation for you. Switch to Pure Talk today, and you can get any plan, including their top shelf unlimited data plans, for just $15 a month for your first 3 months. There's no contract necessary, and this is just an insanely good offer to switch to a top-rated company. Pure Talk's dedicated U.S. customer service team is a huge part of why they have 5 stars for support. Their team saves the average family of 4 over $1,000 a year. And now's a great time to choose Pure Talk because you'll pay just $15 a month for your first 3 months on any plan. So head to puretalk.com/Owens to claim this offer. Again, that's puretalk.com/Owens to start saving today. I also want to remind you guys about American Financing, because it is no secret that everything is starting to...
Okay, that's a lot of information. I didn't take it all in. Did something, but I didn't take it all in. I think you ought to get ready. My heart is on fire. Is that wheel that's turning? Yeah. You wanna dance to this? Listen to it real quick. My heart is on fire, rock and roll song. Work. Oh, I see why now. Okay, fix it.
$2,100. That's 3 months of groceries.
like a wheel that's turning. My love is like a wheel that's turning. Rock and roll song.
My love is like a wheel that's turning. Rock and roll song.
That's it. I like it. Ba-na, 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 ba-na. Cool song. Yeah, I wanna dance to that. Excuse me. Ba-na, ba-na, ba-bum. Ba-na, 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 ba-bum. Ba-na, ba-bum, ba-bum.
Lummy T says, meet in lobby. Please drop off at North Tower entrance. Coming.
Hello. You got some sauced up stuff?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
See if there's a
Have
code.
good day.
You too. God bless you. Yeah, we're good. Thank you.
It's making me crazy. I'll try to keep it together. What I say may not happen the same way. Now with me forever. My heart is on fire. My soul's like a wheel that's turning. My love is alive. My love is alive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. My love is alive. My love is alive. Inside my mind, acting in love, she shared on me. Hold on now to that feeling. Let it fall, yeah, yeah. My heart is on fire. My soul's like a wheel that's turning. My love is alive. My love is alive. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Sorry. I would like to put something on, but I'm not able to. So it says 218, 218, 218, 218, 218. Yo-ho, yo-yo-ho. Chillin'. Videoing. Let me push, mute.
Man, I'm driving around town.
Right on. On the south side, where you used to live. 218. Exit 218. Was it? I don't know. You know.
Yeah, it was.
Right.
I have my own place. You ain't have no roommate. You ain't have no girlfriend.
Yep.
It was sweet.
It was easy, huh?
Huh?
It was easy. Easy living.
Yeah, easier than this.
I was just listening to the song, My Soul is Alive. You know that song?
What is it?
It's called My Soul is Alive.
No.
It goes like this. My heart is on fire. My heart's like a wheel that's turning. My heart is on fire. My soul is alive. It's alive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it's got a real funky ass beat. Like, it's got a hardcore, like hip hop beat. It's from like probably like 1978 or 76 or something like that.
Okay.
And that dude was old then. He was like my age.
Sounded pretty good.
Oh, I can kill it. I love that song. It was sick. I might send it. You probably heard it before though. It's just like.
I ain't never heard it. I don't know what the hell you can say.
I need to make the TikTok with that. Yep. Remember you told me I needed to sing on TikTok randomly like that? Everybody was laughing their ass off. And I did.
Are you doing that?
I've been doing it a little, but I need to do it more. I need to do it like once a day. I need to find some funky ass song like that. Just roll on it. Roll it.
Well, think about it. Somebody else sings a song that nobody sings.
Yeah. It's true.
There's some shit, you know, or like if you sang that song by Aerosmith or Van Halen, what is it? Ramble On?
Yeah.
What's that?
Ramble on, sing my song. That was Led Zeppelin.
Okay, so let's say you sing that song. Everybody sings that song. I mean, everybody knows that song.
Right.
Some people sing that song, but it's not a song that people sing. You come out singing, you know?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
So I'm finna do it.
Just saw a rat across the street. Louisiana is a different place, man. They got wildlife. I was motherfucking Stuart Little just running across the street. You don't see that in Atlanta. You don't see a fucking rat just running across the street in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood.
I mean,
That's
I do.
crazy.
I do because I'm riding around all night. So, like tonight,
okay.
All I seen was a pit bull tonight.
That's funny.
Yeah, but like last night I seen deer, I seen foxes. I haven't seen a fox in a minute. The weirdest thing I've ever seen was a half fox, half coyote. That was the weirdest looking, scraggliest, weirdest looking dog. He had like long hair and short hair at the same time.
Could just be a coyote with rabies, brother.
And he had hair like, his color was the color of a Sasquatch. No, I'm just kidding. Not for real.
Sound like Razor Ramon.
No, his color was the color of a red fox, and he had a tail like a fox.
He was a ginger Chewbacca?
Pretty much. Chewbacca. Yeah, that's good. So you just getting off work?
Nah, I got off a little earlier. I was at this house. This sales rep, he was trying to get this job in. And it was so hard to get it in. It's like, bro, I've been here for 6 hours, man. I've been here for 8 hours. And for 2 hours, they were changing the ticket for me. I did a whole day at your house. Fuck you, man.
You effed me.
Nah, he paid me $50.
Still wet.
So, you know, probably, as long as I'm getting prostituted out, it's all that matters. As long as you're paying.
Yeah. As long as I'm a hoe and not a slut.
Gotta be either one of them. Why would a dude want you to fuck his wife? Is he gay?
You gotta,
Yeah, I'm gay.
you're watching too much porn, bro.
I can't, no, man. I gotta tell you something that happened to me.
Oh yeah, remember I'm recording this, just to let you know.
I was at the gas station, right?
Yeah.
And this guy talks to me like a sales rep. You know, hey man, that's a cool truck. Yeah, man. Crazy, I used to have this truck in black. He caught on fire. He's like, no way. Caught on fire? Yeah. Oh, how to catch on fire? Oh, shit. Okay, long story, but so we're chopping it up. He's like, yeah, man. I'm big, man. I used to have a fucking something 76. And I used to ride in that car all the time. And I caught on fire. I said, know what? Yeah, man, but lately I've been driving in this sunset with my beautiful wife, Taylor. Whatever the fuck her name was, I forget. And I was like, oh, yo, that's dope. I was like, that's what's up, man. You know, one day I'll be you, bro. He's like, yeah, maybe. Maybe. Right? Older dude.
Oh my gosh! Dang! What? Well, let me tell you what I think's going on. Because I think it's spiritual. You said no. I don't blame you there, yeah. But you know I'm going to tell you anyway, right? I said, you know I'm going to tell you anyway, right? Oh, man. Come on, man. Let me just tell you what happened, okay? Come on, man. Let me tell you why. That sounds so weird. Anyway, no, I was going to say, because basically, they got a bunch of demons, and they want you to take them. You see what I'm saying? They got a bunch of demons, bro. They're acting normal, but They ain't normal. Imagine what they really act like when they just let their whole self get to be their self.
Yeah,
They
I
want
was
you to
more thinking about.
spread. They want you to get that demon so they can spread it to you. Whatever.
Yeah,
it
but I
ain't
was.
good.
Yeah, I was more thinking about like what the fuck? How'd you get ready for something like that? You know?
Yeah, I don't know, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how like you're about to break and you're like, hey everybody, let's clean up a little bit. You know, we're about to break. Or some bitch knows you're coming over and you're about to fuck and then she gets ready. I wonder, but you ever had some shit where it's just you and Tina and you guys are excited, like when you're younger and you guys are kind of giggling and go, oh shit, this is crazy, Tina. We're out here, we're on the beach. You know, or some stupid shit, like I wonder what the fuck that is. What's up, bro?
Yeah, that's wild.
Isn't that weird?
It could have
That's
been,
what
I don't know. That's the only thing I can think is demon spreading, really, because
I'm sorry.
I don't think it's got nothing to do with like Illuminati or anything.
Yeah, it was tempting, I'm not gonna lie. But honestly, I realized I don't think I could, you know, go.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah.
I think I could do it.
Lots of temptations in this world, well, I'll tell you.
Nah, I just don't think I could. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm just saying, I'm glad you didn't take it.
Yeah.
I'm glad you didn't take that temptation.
It's gay. You know?
That's for real, because he's going to want to watch, ain't he?
Yeah.
That's a whole different thing there. That's another whole weird level. One thing of doing one thing, but a whole nother thing there. That's weird. Yeah, Plus, they might, you never know what might happen because they might put something in your drink. You might be gone for 3 days. Freak off time.
Yeah. Oh, I thought about all that. Then I was like, oh, I guess I wouldn't do it. I thought for sure I would. Like in my mind, I was like, oh, yo, maybe I would. But no. No. You know, like for real, I thought, yo, I would do some crazy shit like that. I can do that. You know? Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, I've watched a video or two with that being in the title, and I was like, no way, that's interesting. But, you know, at the same time, in real life, that's some weird shit, bro. How does that even happen? That's crazy. Hey, I'll see y'all tonight. That's fucking weird. Hey, y'all too? The fuck?
See y'all tonight. Can't wait to be with y'all. What?
If it was 2 girls, I could for sure. But the dude next to me was like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. I gotta play with you too, bro?
That's crazy.
That's weird. That's
There's
That's hilarious, son. Gotta admit, that's a good skit.
Oh my gosh, that would be funny. Sketch. Real.
You know. What's up, brother? Yo. We out here, man. How's the day? Good day? Oh, it's okay.
Ah, that's wild. That dude, salesman, Jim.
Nah, for real.
He did the lean in and
Hey, what kind of music you be listening to? Black Cafe. Black Cafe? Black Cafe. Is that like house music? House music. Oh, Black Coffee. The fucking, yeah, he's fire. That's what's up, brother. That's what's up. Hey, is there like clubs out here that play that music? Where? Alright, brother. Respect. Yo.
yeah.
Man, I swear I haven't really been eating food, bro. The last couple of days. Really eating Doritos.
You're on a Dorito fast.
Yeah, Doritos and cereal. Man, I need to get gas, but I'm gonna get gas tomorrow.
Yeah.
Maybe I should get gas.
Sometimes it goes up while you're sleeping.
Huh?
Sometimes the price goes up while you're sleeping.
Sometimes it goes down, man. How about
Not
that?
recently. Not much recently.
I really need a Rillo, man. I should get a Rillo.
Get some gas in a
My
Rillo.
roommate should have a Rillo.
Might as well get gas for getting a Rillo.
Yeah.
Get you a drink for
You're right.
tomorrow. I'm in Cop Town. Oh my gosh, there's cops everywhere.
You got any gas?
Little tiny bit, but it's not. There's no smell in here. Nothing.
He said it's not detectable, officer. Yeah. What do you think has more calories and fat and stuff? A big bag of Doritos or 2 double cheeseburgers from McDonald's?
2 double cheeseburgers is better for you.
You think so?
Yeah, because it has protein. So it doesn't have really bad carbohydrates. It's not terrible. It's not really that good, you know, as far as healthy. I wouldn't call it healthy, but at the same time, it's better for you than a bag of Doritos. There's really nothing in Doritos healthy at all. There's no protein, nothing. So it's just empty calories.
But calories go away.
I mean, they can't turn into fat. You don't need it. It's better.
So basically what's gonna happen is I'm gonna do a damn, what's the word? I'm gonna be motherfucking this is like a meal suppressant. What's up? My bad. Hey, can I get a pack of Green Games? And oh, yeah, I'll take those. Hey, can I get 10 on 9? Oh, give me 20 on 9. My bad.
Yeah, I'm doing a live stream. I'm 6 hours, 56 minutes, and 34 seconds. Yeah, I've been videoing for that long. It's like a live meet video, except for it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I texted you earlier.
Sometimes I get the musical Tourette's. My heart is on fire. Sometimes I get the musical Tourette's. My heart is on fire. My love is like a wheel that's turning. My heart is on fire. Let it burn. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Sometimes I get the musical Tourette's. My heart is on fire. My love is like a wheel that's turned.
Yeah, I texted you earlier.
My phone's on do not. My heart is on fire. My soul's like a wheel that's turning. My love is alive. My love is alive. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Let's do it.
This is terrible. Am I supposed to?
My soul is on fire. My heart's like a wheel. My love is alive. My love is alive. Let's do it.
It ain't good.
Continue for 2 miles.
Let's just go. Let's wait 2 miles.
There are police reported ahead. Turn right toward Georgia 155 South-South. Then you'll take your first right toward Georgia 155 South-South. Turn right toward Georgia 155 South-South. Then you'll take your first left toward Georgia 155 South-South.
Go right now.
Immediately turn right onto Georgia 155 South-South. Turn right toward Georgia 155 South-South. Then you'll take your first left toward Georgia 155 South-South.
Let's see what he says this time.
Well,
Hey. What up?
well,
Hey. Did you listen to it?
that was yeah, it was pretty funky.
Yeah, I thought you'd like it. You never
I
heard
like
it
it.
Turn right onto Georgia 155 South South.
Man, I like man, yeah, that thing, man. I like the guitar solo in it, man.
Oh, yeah. I like the intro. I like the whole song. The intro.
I like the bongos.
I don't remember no bongos. Is there bongos?
When that girl started singing and then she cried at the end, man, that was.
Wow, man.
Hey, I like the beginning.
Yeah, the intros fly.
In half a mile, use the right lane to take the I-75 North ramp.
Because the intro is like, it throws you off because, you know, it doesn't sound anything like the song. But it sounds good and interesting. But then when the song hits, it's like, whoa, this is different. And then it's got a little hip-hop, you know, boom, bap. I don't even know how to do that beat. Yo.
What?
Yo.
Use the right lane to take the I-75 North ramp.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yo.
Continue on I-75 North for 11 miles.
Yeah, I thought you would like it.
Yeah, it's funky. I don't like when he starts singing and shit. But I like that when I like the hook, but I don't like when they do the breakdown. You know? I don't like that part.
Yeah, the break is not as good as the song.
Yeah.
But the guitar is dope. I don't know, I like it a lot. I like this song a lot. The hooks fly. And the singing, I like the singing part. I can't quite understand what the hell he's saying. I can't understand. Huh?
That's not me neither.
The last line's easier to understand than the first. The first one I can't understand.
What do you mean?
So the last line, he says, basically let your passion build up and then let it flow, let it flow.
Okay.
And the last line, it's not a lot of words because the words don't come real fast. They go slow. Yeah. Get some gas. Which one do I want to go to?
So my friend is from Indonesia. And his mom is really Indonesian. She don't even speak English.
Wow. Just wow.
Yeah, man. His dad's Indonesian too. I'm just playing. His dad is white.
Oh. So he went over there and got him one. Brought her back.
Yeah, man, that motherfucker took advantage of that sweet little Asian lady. She don't look like she sucked a dick in her life, man.
Oh
He
my
took
God.
advantage of her.
He did.
Did
Did he really?
I think he did.
Don't tell your friend. I don't know how he'd take it. He might not take it real well. Yeah. I'll be back. Thanks for the like, Emily. I got one like. It took 7.5 hours to get it. Oh, wow. Emily said she's about to go to Malaysia. Dope, Emily. I'm about to go in QT. I'm finna go in QT and get some gas, but I'm leaving the phone here. I'll be back. Yep, I see that. That's one of the things that's going around. Judgment comes to the house of God first. So that's the thing first. That's one of the things. Ran into the other dude. I bless everybody in that place.
Donna. I'm getting up out of here is what I'm finna do though. Unless God said you had to stay, then I'd have to stay, but I don't think I have to stay, so I'm getting up out of here today right now. In fact, going back to Atlanta. Hey. Hey dog.
Yeah. I will meet you guys, brother.
Hey, God bless you. Peace.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you start making adult.
All right, well, let's start off with this. Alex Jones, who was once a staunch supporter for Donald Trump. He supported him in 2016, 2020, also in 2024. He had a brief stint where he supported Ron DeSantis instead of Donald Trump, but he's been a big supporter of Donald Trump. He is now calling for Trump to be removed using the 25th Amendment. Watch this.
The big issue is how to stop Trump. And we have to have Congress go for the war powers. They've 3 times tried to vote war powers. They're supposed to authorize a war. This is a war. They're getting the draft ready. If this isn't a war, nothing's a war. I mean, this is absolutely out of control. And so I'm calling for it right now. 25th Amendment, impeachment, whatever needs to happen to get this front and center, to get control of our country. It's impeachable alone that the president supporting the NDAA. I agree with Tucker Carlson and all of the people that voted for this. The mergers with the foreign military. It actually says in Section 219, clear as day. Need to be in Nuremberg-style trials. I mean, this is unbelievable. And if you think it's crazy now, imagine what's coming with this. They want us in a total war so they can censor and take our freedoms and nationalize everything and push us aside with AI, total liability, immunity and protection. This is a disaster. We are facing tyranny, but the public's awakening. We've got to come together and transcend left and right. And we have to say no to an expanded war that will definitely destroy the economy, kill a bunch of our troops. They're preparing a massive ground invasion.
So I guess now Alex Jones is part of the woke right. That's what some people are calling it. People like Tucker Carlson and Thomas Massey and Candace Owens. And I guess you could just lump Alex Jones right in there too. They've just all collectively lost their minds at the same time. What are they all drinking? Something insane that they would actually go against Donald Trump and the war machine that is controlled completely by Israel, doing Israel's bidding. Oh no, what is it that has caused these people to go nuts? But Alex Jones is calling for his impeachment. He goes further and he explains it even more.
But you add this type of craziness, it just smells of nuclear war and death to have this guy in charge of all this. As Tucker said yesterday, he's really not in charge. And, you know, I said 25th Amendment, and when he said kill the whole culture of Iran, blowing crater, that meant nukes. I said to be serious about that 25th Amendment. At this point, he has half-baked all this. It's a total disaster. And I just want to completely divide myself from Trump 100%, no matter what he does now, no matter how much good done this stuff. This war is too dangerous. This is all too evil. And I just say 25th Amendment, but that's me on record. I want to be 100% clear in front of God and everybody that I'm not with this demon-possessed thing or whatever he's become.
The problem is with the 25th Amendment, you're going to need an act of Congress in order to get the 25th Amendment through, in order to actually do it. The process of the 25th Amendment, specifically Section 4, provides a constitutional process for removing a president if the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office. So it is designed for incapacity, not as a substitute for impeachment or for disagreements over policy. So you have to basically say the person is, it's been used a couple of times when presidents have had to go under anesthesia for surgery, so they were totally incapacitated, so they were temporarily removed from office, or if you think they've lost their minds, but, which, you know, of course you can argue all the time, but really if the person is showing that they're of sound mind and that they're able to make decisions, then no, you cannot just 25th Amendment them. The way that it would work is that the vice president and cabinet, the majority of the cabinet, would have to
send a written declaration stating that the president is unable to discharge the powers and duties of the office. And then at that moment, the vice president immediately becomes the acting president. But of course, the president can contest it. So if the president believes that they are capable, then they send their own written declaration to the same congressional leaders stating that there's no inability that exists. And then the president resumes power unless the vice president and cabinet respond within 4 days by reaffirming that the president is unable. And then Congress decides. So if there is a dispute, Congress must then within 48 hours, and they have up to 21 days to decide, they've got to decide for themselves. So to keep the president from resuming power in order to truly 25th Amendment him out of the place, both the House and the Senate must be a 2/3 vote. So there's got to be a 2/3 majority of the House and the Senate that say, yes, the president is unable to perform their duties. And if either chamber falls short of that 2/3 majority, the president regains their powers immediately. So what counts as unable? That's a good question because the Constitution actually doesn't define that. So that has never really been challenged. It hasn't really been tested. Most constitutional scholars, however, view say things like a severe stroke. Okay, that makes sense. A coma, advanced dementia, or Alzheimer's, something that's advanced profound cognitive impairment. They'd have to have serious mental incapacity or other medical conditions that make the president incapable of governing. So it's got to be something that really makes it to where they are not capable of making decisions anymore. Probably a stroke. That would be, I think, the most likely use case of the 25th Amendment, besides what we've already seen is when a president goes under anesthesia, which is very brief. But besides that, I would think that a severe stroke or being, an attempted assassination, let's say if the bullet actually got Trump in the head, but he didn't die, and it made him, his brain not function properly. Those are the types of things that I think the 25th Amendment really would actually be in use for. So, but this, so
I wonder if he was, shown to be demon possessed, because that's what I think happened to him. I think he got what they call soul scout. So I think he got soul scout. President Trump, I think he got soul scout. So what if they came with that? He got soul scout, and now a demon's living in his body, and his soul's in hell. We can exorcise him, but let's just remove him from office first, right?
So they're not going to be in hell. In fact, today, Republicans, once again, they voted, Senate Republicans, and I'm not sure if Democrats actually voted for this as well, but certainly this Republicans, they rejected a resolution to stop the war. They've done this now. This is the second time that they were presented with, hey, the American public does not want this war. 2/3 of the American public don't want this war. And the Senate was asked to stop the war, and what do? They vote for it. They say, no, we're not going to stop the war. Watch this.
That would be what they need to do. Yep. Then we'll vote them all out of office.
The war, watch this. 49 yays, 15 nays, and then it goes, this is the motion to discharge, Resolution 181, a joint resolution to direct, what was that?
Vote the yeas are 49, the nays are 50, the motion is not agreed to.
Okay. It was a joint resolution to direct the removal of the United States Armed Forces from hostilities within or against Iran. So it was to end the war and to bring our troops home and to not allow any other troops to be killed now that we're seeing a major escalation in this war. So they're not of any help. And you know that Congress is completely bought off by AIPAC. So they're not going to be removing Donald Trump. I don't even think that we could actually impeach the guy. But let's just go through our options as Americans who are watching our corrupted government, watching them do the bidding of a foreign Middle Eastern country. What can we possibly do? So let's go back over the 25th Amendment. Could we do that? No, not really. The 25th Amendment was written for presidential incapacity, so not allegations of corruption, foreign influence, or misconduct. Section 4 of the 25th Amendment allows the Vice President and the majority of the Cabinet to declare that the President is unable to discharge powers and duties of the office, if the President is in an incapacitated state. But we know that Donald Trump is likely not in an incapacitated state and is just going to be just fine, right? So we're not going to actually see the 25th Amendment. Sorry, one second here. I am being interrupted. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, let's go back to what our other options are. Okay, if we can't use the 25th Amendment, then what can we do? Well, we could do impeachment, right? So the answer is the Constitution provides several mechanisms, but which one applies depends on the nature of the alleged conduct. Primary constitutional remedy would be impeachment, assuming the issue is misconduct rather than incapacity. So if we believe that the President of the United States, it's not that he's incapable of making decisions, but we believe that he is compromised by a foreign government, which is what many of us believe at this point, is that he has been compromised by Miriam Adelson, by Jared Kushner, who's surrounding him, all of these people around him. We believe he's compromised. What can we do? Well, we can impeach him, and we could actually, we have treason, bribery, and other high crimes and misdemeanors is listed as grounds for impeachment. If a president were acting in the interest of a foreign government, accepting bribes, or otherwise betraying U.S. interests, those allegations could, depending on the facts and Congress's judgment, become the basis for impeachment. There would be a criminal investigation. That's another way to actually remove a president. So if we find that there's some sort of crime there, we could do that. Of course, there's the 25th Amendment, which cannot actually be used in order to remove them. There's another tool. It's congressional oversight. Congressional committees can hold hearings, subpoena documents and witnesses, and issue reports. Those investigations can ultimately lead to impeachment proceedings or legislative action. Finally, the electorate provides the ultimate constitutional check through elections. Voters can choose whether or not to re-elect a president. So those are kind of our mechanisms, constitutional mechanisms. Okay, so then you say, all right, well, impeachment would actually be the mechanism forward, not the 25th Amendment. But as I showed you, Republicans, Democrats, none of them are really apt to move forward with impeachment because of a war. They're all in bed with it. And we could even say they're even subverted by Israel as well. They've all been bought off by AIPAC. They've all been bribed, maybe even threatened. I would imagine many of them have been threatened. So if we assume something much bigger, what if the president and Congress, much of the federal government, have all been subverted by a foreign power and are no longer acting in the best interests of the United States? What can we do then? And many of us feel this is absolutely where we're at. That we could just forget about an impeachment proceeding for Trump. We could forget about them calling out the fact that they all have AIPAC handlers. We could forget about that. They have been completely subverted by a foreign government. Our nation is under siege. And if we assume that, then we are describing a situation in which ordinary constitutional checks have failed. And guess what? The Constitution does not contain a reset button for that scenario. But not all hope is lost. Don't just automatically jump to revolution, like armed revolution. There are other mechanisms. There are still several layers of the American system that could come into play. First, the courts. Federal judges, including Supreme Court justices, have life tenure and are institutionally independent of both Congress and the president. So if they remain independent, they can invalidate unlawful actions and enforce constitutional limits. So they could be the balance. When we say, hey, they're bringing us to war, that's not something they're allowed to do. I mean, this could maybe be challenged in the Supreme Court. Secondly, the states. The United States is a federal system. So we have governors, we have state legislatures, we have state courts, we have attorneys general, state law enforcement, all derive their authority from their own state constitutions. They do not simply answer to Washington. So states can challenge federal actions in court, refuse to implement unlawful directives, and continue operating their own government. So there could be an uprising of the states. So that would be something similar to what we saw during the Civil War, is mutiny of the states. And the states could just start refusing. People within the states could demand that their states refuse and refuse any sort of federal orders, like let's say to send our National Guards off to war, because that's what they would do, right? So what we would have to see is enough people from our states rising up to the state capitals, pressuring state lawmakers, pressuring the governor, and saying, you will not send our National Guard off to fight in this foreign war.
It's 2025 and it's estimated that 322 million men are dealing with ED, but 99% of people don't know the truth.
Because of P-O-R-N-E.
Other medications
No
by
P-O-R-N.
Now these medications...
That's why they got ED. It's because they got too much P-O-R-N. It's just the truth.
We also do have elections, right? So if elections remain free and fair, which is highly in question, then of course we could replace all of our public officials through elections. But if the elections themselves are compromised, then the country faces a much deeper constitutional crisis, which I think many of us think we're at that point. In fact, many people believe elections are rigged. Both sides believe elections are rigged. If you think about it, Democrats believe that Russians rigged the election for Donald Trump in 2016. Donald Trump believes that the elections in 2020 were rigged. Many of us are suspecting that Israel's been rigging elections throughout the states in order to get pro-Israel candidates in. And if, at minimum, they're just buying off.
That's what's happening.
And paying for elections. And so I think many of us feel like our election is exactly free and fair.
Cursed me when I said that's what's happening.
We, of course, still have the civil society and the independent press. The independent press is an absolute integral part of trying to change,
God bless the cabal
a
with wisdom, understanding,
revolution.
insight, integrity, justice, prudence, discretion, love, joy, instruction, guidance, providence, faith, grace, hope, mercy, charity, sympathy, compassion, awesomeness, wonderfulness, amazingness, endurance, diligence, perseverance, comprehension, clarity, discernment, peace, prosperity, creativity, comfort, truth, virtue, knowledge, wealth, health, might, strength, power, intellect, memory, perfect prosperity, and celestial inheritance. In the name of Yeshua, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I bless the cabal and I bless all the Satanists with all that. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I pray, amen. Because see, when you bless them, then their curse goes back to them. Because I felt them curse me in the back of my head. Like in the back of my, top of my neck. Cerebral cortex. Felt it right there. I felt it. A curse hit me. Like it hit Charlie Kirk. Hallelujah, Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. God bless them, Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth. That's what I'm talking about. What do we got here? We got 7 hours and 40 minutes into the broadcast.
On the brink of that. I do think we're on the brink of that. Now, no written constitution has a legal solution for this. Once every institution responsible for enforcing the Constitution has ceased to function independently, then at that point, history suggests outcomes depend on a combination of things, like political pressure, state governments, and how willing they're...
If the trucks stopped running tomorrow, the grocery shelves in your town would be bare in about 3 days, and most homes would have little left in the cupboard by the end of the week. That is not a thing to frighten you. It is a thing to quietly fix, the way the old people always had it fixed. Because there was a time when no family would have dreamed of keeping only 3 days of food in the house. The root cellar was full, the pantry was deep, and a great deal of what was in it would keep for years.
You know, I gotta tell you guys, I had ideas. I had a couple different ideas for tonight's show. And then while I was prepping and getting stuff done, my phone started going off. And everything
ready for the show to start.
Very interesting tip that we received, and I believe this is a potentially explosive lead. And in the interest of protecting the source, I'm going to remove the narrative and just tell you the facts regarding what allegedly took place. Now, many of us have noted how odd it is that there were no eyewitnesses to the extremely erratic, chaotic, and utterly improbable ER scene that was depicted by Brian Harpole, where are the witnesses? Where are the witnesses, we wonder, to this middle-aged man jumping on a stretcher which he treated himself to. Treat yourself, take a stretcher on your own if you feel you're important enough. Then took out some scissors, who knows where he got those from, maybe from his bag, jumped onto the gunshot wound victim, cut a Freedom t-shirt in half to prep for a defibrillator that nobody mentioned to you, while going back and forth with the surgical team about what drugs to give to Charlie. That clip can never be played enough, by the way. So far beyond ludicrous that we should take a listen to it again.
We get to the hospital. Actually, we make it to the hospital. Traffic. We've got full wound pack in. We get out.
You know, I just want to point out real quick, I'm sorry, but I have to agree with Candace there, but it's not just that clip. There are so many clips in that. I swear to God, I've probably watched that Brian Harpole, Sean Ryan interview about 7 times from start to finish. Not to mention the times that I covered the clips, you know, like different clips in between. And it's fascinating. It's one of a kind. I reached out to somebody trying to see if I could get Brian Harpole to talk to me, either on or off record, because I really want to talk to this guy. But apparently, because of his lawsuit with Candace Owens, his lips are sealed. You know, which I think is a tragedy. It's nowhere near the tragedy of Charlie Kirk getting assassinated, but I think it's a tragedy. I would love to talk to Brian Harpole. You know, who knows? Maybe one day when the lawsuit's settled and or thrown out or whatever happens with that, and the trial with Tyler Robinson is over. You know, a couple of years go by. You know, maybe Brian Harpole will come and sit down with me and have a conversation, whether on or off stream.
And we carry in to the door. Once we make it into the door, we see a gurney on the left-hand side. We put him on a gurney, and then I wheel him into a room. I start giving the patient information to the staff there. I end up getting on top of him and cutting the shirt that he had on off, that white Freedom shirt. And so I cut it off so they could get to him, so that I didn't articulate this to them, but I wanted to get that stuff off so they could put a defibrillator on him. And so, and then start talking.
You know, I am just fascinated with Brian Harpole's medical expertise. You know, because, and shout out to ADN, she made a great video talking about this with protocols and laws in the state of Utah. And the second those EMTs put those gloves on, and there's a victim of a gunshot, should have been able to.
So I do a character. His name is Brian Anderson. Now say, Brian Anderson, he says that what's his name? Brian Harpole, he is a great individual with superhuman strength. He knows better than everybody what to do in an operating room. So that's what I'm gonna say later on my Brian Anderson broadcast live on YouTube.
Defibrillator going. You know, he needs a defibrillator. He's telling them that they need to do an autopsy. Brian Harpole, if only he was more focused on the job that he had, you know, doing security, making sure Charlie was safe. That was his job. The guy's not a fucking EMT. Sorry for my language, but he's not an EMT. He's not a doctor. I don't know, where did he get off? You know, and you know what I gotta say, he makes for a great interview. He's a great person to interview. He's great to listen to talk.
Hey, you Superman, he's running around just wheeling the cart and catching everybody off guard and pulling out knives and ripping off shirts off of people that need to be healed in Jesus' name. That's my comedy character.
At your service.
You know, let's get that cut shirt off, the shirt cut off, and moved out of the way. You know, there's enough medical professionals in there, and so I just want to get out of their way. And so got out of their way and walked out of the room, and then stood outside the room and held guard on the outside door of the room so nobody else could come in there.
He's something else.
Okay, so that's a man who fell asleep watching Dr. House reruns. Okay, that's just that. It's just like it's just he just pictured himself as Dr. House. None of that was real life. But I love the part where he's like, and then I excused myself. Like I could have stayed in longer, obviously, but nobody asked me to leave. I just was like, okay, let's run through the drugs. I need 2 grams. I need 2 milligrams of this. I need 4 milligrams of this. Hey, bring in this. Who's got the tea? Okay, all right, that's enough for you guys. I'll see myself out, and I'm gonna guard the door. None of that takes place in a real emergency room setting. We just know that that doesn't take place in a real emergency room setting. I am so tired of having to play stupid and interested in these narratives that they keep spinning that are coming from TV. Okay? He is not in charge of deciding what medicine to give, to administer to a patient that you've rushed in and said has a gunshot wound. There would actually be more security protocol. You should be thinking, did a husband shoot his wife? You know, you don't just trust people. Now he's got a pair of scissors. You just would be like, you need to see yourself out. Thank you. Not this guy. Anyway, back to our question. Where are the witnesses to the events that took place that day at Timpanogos Hospital? Where are they? That's a scene. Didn't they see him doing that? Didn't they see Dr. House, Dr. Harpole House? Well, listen to this. I am told that at some point in the 10 o'clock a.m. hour on September 10th, so to be clear, and this is crucial, over 2 hours before Charlie was shot, the Timpanogos hospital staff directed everyone who was in the emergency room into a different wing of the hospital. People were not sure what was
That's
going on.
because they knew that Brian Harpole was coming. They was like, oh my gosh, Brian Harpole's coming and everybody loves him. So we have to get these people out of here because otherwise they will rush the stage of Brian Harpole's stage. Whoa.
And that's what happened.
Yep, they rushed the stage.
Yo, that's so wild if that really happened. And how did that not get out sooner? How did that, like nobody spoke out? Nobody said, yeah, it was really weird that day. They shuttled off patients. First they moved people to a different wing, then they were shuttling them, transporting them to a different hospital. Like, you would think that type of anomaly.
Well, that has come out
It's like
before.
crazy.
I have heard that before.
To this case, or like 10 months later. Like, you would think that would have gotten out, that people would be talking about that would have stood out. Like, I'm not doubting it. You know, I definitely want to get more information on it. But that's just insane. If that really happened, then that is like just added to the list of shady things that happened that day. It's just insane. But hold on, there was another part here, Candace, that I wanted to cover real quick. And we're not just going to be covering clips from other content creators tonight. I dug deep and I found some footage from this medical examiner, Dr. Amaru, whatever her name is. We'll cover it because there are 2 clips that I have. One of her talking, and then one where they're referring to another case. And wait till we get to it because it is.
Oh, you have
it's
got
really
me
fascinating
now. I am
when
in.
you really think about when you cross-reference it. To
I've only
what
watched
they're
it once, but I am in now.
with what happened to Charlie and how timely everything was. You know, didn't they say they got that autopsy done right away? You know, they got him in,
Got it
done before midnight.
Fast forward it.
But let's keep going.
Fast forward.
They're not people that are sitting there on their PlayStation or computer all day playing games. They're people that are outside. They're people that are doing those types of activities consistently. Now, if you would have told me that Tyler Robinson was in the military, then maybe it makes it more believable. If you'd have told me that he was into those
Okay.
Hold on.
I don't think I'm gonna be able to last. Trying.
You can't be serious. It's not popping up. Let's see. There's no way. There's no way.
Andrew Fajardo is.
Yo, how? Like, that just makes this all feel like more of a psyop.
Yep.
If people involved now are like married to furries, it's like, yo, in Utah?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
I know
The Mormon Furby.
Get to this. Just wanted to pause it. Yo, this
The
is
Mormon
wild.
furry community is huge.
Oh, yo, what's with this whole furry thing anyway? Like, I don't get
Just
it. Like,
connecting to your inner animal.
Yeah, somebody's got to
And
be
you
fucking
can-
with Candace.
nobody
There's just no way. There's no way. There's no way.
The Mormon furry community.
Yo, like, come on.
Gotta give them
Come
credit.
on, look at this.
They're bigger than the
Are you
LDS
serious?
Mafia.
It's got to be a joke. It's got to be a joke.
No.
Tomorrow you're gonna have see it all over X.
Use the hashtag, furry. We're gonna read what this book's about before I tell you more about her, because this is.
When I wake up in lost place, I need the power of Old Spice.
Old Spice.
If a commission studying reparations in this city recommended cash reparations for people
Cash
impacted
Patel.
in New York City, would you support that recommendation?
First, I want to say that I stand by what I submitted.
Yes.
It's the truth. It's not a personal
is it?
assessment. And we often
was
think
that?
about slavery and the complicity in slavery as being exclusively to certain geographic areas of the country.
Right.
Here in New York City, we were very complicit. And so I look forward to whatever those findings are. I can't give you an answer in advance of them, but I can tell you that this is critically important because this is also what it looks like to acknowledge what history truly was.
All right, so New York City, Zoran Mondani is back at it. He got the millionaires and the billionaires panicking. Matter of fact, he got a lot of people panicking. The man came up with a database, a searchable database, because he wants everybody to know who they are. And he included other people who shouldn't have been on the database list. That's creepy in itself. Anyway, in this video, we got to get into how Zoran Mondani is basically doubling and tripling down on his bad ideas. He is looking to be basically, I think he's going to win a Grammy at the way in which he's failing New York City and the people who live in that area. Matter of fact, the socialists are winning. They're actually winning. They're beating Democrats at every corner of the game. Let's start here.
Actually, I had to see it a second time because the first time I couldn't believe what I was watching. And I'll tell you, it took a moment to digest what I was watching. What really upset me about the video was the fact that it put me in harm's way. You know, he seems to have forgotten that the CEO of another American company was assassinated just blocks from where I live in New York. And to put any citizen in harm's way is just inappropriate for one of our political leaders. I have no long-standing fights or issues or dynamics between Mondani and me. Turn me into a political puppet was just in poor taste, really poor taste. The tax itself is a tax that discriminates against a narrow group of people is also disconcerting.
Ken Griffin yesterday was speaking about calling your video again. He called it creepy and weird. And he said that, again, that you targeting him has just been very unfair. And he said that he's going to be doubling down his investments in Florida rather than New York City. And so I just wanted to get your take. What sort of conversations have you had with him since that video? Have you spoken with him? And what sort of concerns are you having when it comes to potential job losses? Are you looking at ways to, I guess, build up? And your economic development commissioner, have you thought about who you're going to appoint yet? Thank you.
So I'll first just start by saying that I want all New Yorkers to succeed. That includes business owners and entrepreneurs who create good-paying jobs, who make this city the economic engine not just of our state, but frankly of our country. And that also includes Ken Griffin, who is a major employer in New York City. That does not negate the fact, however, that our tax system is fundamentally broken. It rewards extreme wealth while working people are pushed to the brink. It is a status quo that is unsustainable, that is unjust, and if we want the city to be one that working people can actually afford to live in, then we need meaningful tax reform that includes the wealthiest New Yorkers paying their fair share.
Commie did what now? Mom, Donnie published the names and addresses of over 960,000 New Yorkers in a searchable database meant to target those that could fall under his new pied-à-terre tax, except that was only meant to be 30,000 addresses. So he doxed hundreds of thousands of New Yorkers, including Anna Wintour, Woody Allen, Cynthia Nixon. This is harassment, intimidation, privacy invasion. It's provoking class warfare. And by the way, this is an idiotic policy. All it's going to do is accelerate capital flight. It's going to tank the high-end real estate market, which is going to depress property values more broadly. It's going to reduce the related jobs and
it ain't gonna do nothing.
The spending. And then it's going to send the businesses to red states like Florida.
It ain't gonna do nothing like that.
Texas, which
Because, you know,
it's already happening.
You're not going to get the same experience anywhere else, and so those people will pay for that experience. They don't care they're rich. It doesn't matter if they have to pay more taxes. They don't care. Nothing. The only reason they don't pay taxes is because they're allowed to not pay taxes. They still get taxed for a Rolex. They don't mind buying that. Just to be real, they don't care about the money. They don't want to pay the taxes because they want us to do it. They want to steal from us because they're the mafia. They're the LDS mafia. And the other mafias.
Pied-à-terre, what that's referring to is since this guy put a searchable database online on the city's website, all you gotta do, put in an address or a name and it'll pop up. That's not safe.
Of course that's not safe. You know what happened to that CEO of the healthcare company? I believe it was United Healthcare. A freaking Mangione maniac, left-wing terrorist, domestic terrorist for sure, went up and assassinated the CEO. And like I say, how is this a good idea? I swear, some people are going to be looking at this as potential.
Hey, Mike. Hey, Bob. Fresh never sleeps. Rain or shine, fresh never sleeps.
AAA car batteries are so fresh, they're backed by a nationwide 3-year free replacement warranty. Our AAA mobile car battery service will install your new battery on site. You can also get one at AAA-approved auto repair centers or your local Napa store.
Charlie Kirk's funeral came and went, but one question never really left us. Where is Charlie Kirk's body? Erica Kirk hasn't confirmed where Charlie Kirk was laid to rest, not publicly at least, but sometimes the story isn't what people tell you, it's what they refuse to answer. Because for months, one question just kept coming back up. Was Charlie Kirk buried? Was he cremated? Or was it something else entirely? And before anyone else says, well, you know, maybe Erica Kirk and the family just want privacy. Okay, obviously, that's their right. But we know Erica Kirk has spoken into every mic available to her since Charlie's death. She has spoken on every stage she could find, reading just last week from his personal diary entries to thousands of people.
I love reading my husband's journals. And something that I love when I read in his journal, it was actually a few days ago. It said, look up.
And she's continued to share deeply personal moments from their life together, including even moments after he passed when she was visiting his casket. So it's fair to ask this one question that has remained so conspicuously unanswered. And today we're going to follow a trail laid out by a whistleblower who stepped forward with information we haven't heard before. Information that sends the story in a whole different direction. A direction that almost nobody saw coming. And of course, this direction, this trail, if you will, leads us straight to Peter Thiel and the bizarre world of billionaire conservative bro preservation. Because once you start following this timeline and you look at the hospital decisions and the conflicting reports and the flight records and the people who appeared at the scene, the details surrounding what happened after Charlie's death, all of these things together, you end up in a place that sounds way more like a science fiction moment than anything we've really heard before. And so there's this little known company in Scottsdale with a specialized recovery team And then we look at some aircraft movements that have fueled endless speculation and a series of decisions. When we take them all together, have people asking whether we've been looking at the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death all wrong. I'm going to take you through the exact timeline. I'm going to show you why this theory has spread so quickly online and what evidence people point to support it. And the one detail that could change the way you look at this entire story. We just need to follow the actual logistics instead of whatever the heck is coming out of Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA's mouth. So real quick, if you're new here, I'm Lauren Pretra, Willa Pretra and I, we do this every day, network-free, independent, bootstrapped, out of pure principle and as a measure to keep you safe because unfortunately, Stephen Miller is on the loose. If you ever hear a little in the night, Stephen Miller, it's hot, he's molting, he's eating his little insecty skin, but he's still hungry and he's feral and he's scurrying around in the night. And the only way to stay safe is subscribing, following us wherever you get your podcast, leaving us a comment, 6 words or more, leaving us a 5-star rating wherever you listen or watch, and hyping this video, sharing it with a friend. All of these actions really piss him off. And when he gets pissed off, he can't really scurry as fast. And it's going to create a protective barrier between you and your home and Stephen, the little bitch Miller. Okay? It all starts with the Scottsdale connection. A former employee leaked some damning details, and we've also gotten access to the operational protocols for a company called Alcor. Alcor operates in a cryogenic preservation facility. That aircraft belongs to a relative of a prominent local politician, allegedly. And it left Provo late on September 10 and landed in Phoenix at 2 in the morning. Either aircraft could have transported a mobile preservation unit, but private medical jets, private PJs do not normally make midnight cargo runs if it's a traditional funeral. And then we have Erica's behavior. So these logistical steps may explain Erica's behavior in a different light. Why she's been so calm and so razzle-dazzle at the memorial events, the t-shirt cannon gun, all of it. She released even like that highly produced video showing herself standing over the casket with Charlie's hands visible. She told reporters she wanted a place to visit him with her family. At the Alcor facility, you can easily schedule family visits, and that is in Scottsdale. Erica was also photographed near the Scottsdale airport on the morning the flight returned. And this is where it gets real sci-fi. The transhumanist beliefs part. So the entire operation here reflects like a very deep commitment to what's known as transhumanism. Wealthy, conservative billionaires often, not that Charlie Kirk was a billionaire, to be specific here, wealthy conservatives, billionaires, and then maybe others, often discuss preserving.
I got to turn being a movie fan
consciousness, or eventually conquering death. Make heaven crowded, heaven cella, Jesus cella. Kids will meet him again.
Saw me dance.
All these weird things kind of start
I was
to
dancing to that song right there. Something inside me making me crazy.
Religious freedom and traditional values. Erica Kirk took it in a whole new megachurch direction, from what we can gather. But like his final arrangements might suggest he actually placed his faith in experimental cryogenics. Did somebody else make that decision for him? Did he make that decision? We do not know who officially executed this plan, or if this plan was officially executed. But these receipts, things kind of point to directly to him potentially being in a refrigerated tank in Arizona. We don't know. I want to know what you guys think. Do you think Charlie Kirk is frozen in a tank? Do you think that's what, like, could this explain the bizarro behavior? Could this explain why no public records could find anything on a burial site, on a plot of land? I know some of y'all thought he was buried on a golf course, Trump style. I want to know what other evidence you've seen that could support this. This is a weird one, but I don't think this is the last we're going to be hearing about it. So let me know in the comments. I want to hear from you. I want to hear from the Charlie Kirk stans, the haters, all of it. And we'll be back with more.
My wife just found out her Chase card gives her complimentary Dash Pass. I can't get her to stop ordering household essentials. Oh, there's another one now. Okay, babe, why are you so obsessed with this?
Because it's complimentary Dash Pass and $0 delivery fees. Do you realize how much money we're saving? Up to $10 a month just on Dash Pass. And then $10 off grocery, retail, and more every month or quarter. We've saved so much time and money. I was able to sit down and didn't even know what to do with myself today. Can you believe that?
She makes a good point.
Activate Dash Pass. Order now.
Oh.
The power is not just within the knowledge, but with the words and letters themselves. The knowledge of how to utilize these is the power of the secret societies.
Okay. How did that get? I don't even know how that started. That's fine.
Let's go. Michael Tech, the best sports on the market.
All right, here we go. 8 hours and 30 minutes. That's dope. Killing
it. Inspector Scott, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
So there's a lot of crazy things going on right now. Ukraine, Zelensky just announced that, yes, they did strike an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. And just recently, he had an interview with Laura Loomer, who, those who are not aware, is an influencer here in the United States who also somehow got a press pass in the Pentagon and is very close to the Trump administration. I want everyone to hear what he said here. I think this is really important and should give everybody pause.
If Iran, from the first year of the war, gave new technology to Russia, it was Shahed drones. They gave thousands of these drones first year. Then they gave licenses. What did they do? Did they attack us? I think yes. So they already did it.
The war was already underway, effectively. They were attacking.
We have to be cautious. We have to do everything not to open new front in any way, but we have to be honest. Iranians and North Koreans already attacked us. Yes, I hope that they will not increase these attacks, but we have to be ready for everything. Just to be ready and to know that we can't trust these people, because at the very, very beginning, without any messages, any kind of escalation from our side, Iranians gave weapons.
So, Scott, I want to get your take on that again. That's one of the interviews that he had. He also had another one with Laura Loomer, so he's been making the rounds. This claim that Zelensky made that Iran and North Korea attacked Ukraine. Where is he getting that from? And I want to get your opinion about this claim that he's throwing out there now.
Well, what he's saying is that Iran, through the provision of Shahed drone technology to Russia, is an active participant in the conflict. North Korea, by dispatching several thousand troops to Russia, and if you remember, they were only used on Russian territory to actually throw back Ukrainian invaders in the Kursk Oblast. That makes Korea an active participant in the conflict. It's absurd in the extreme. First of all, we need to point out that there's no state of war between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine hasn't declared war against Russia. Russia hasn't declared war against Ukraine. So there is no formal state of hostilities that would, traditionally, invoke the concept of, active participant in the conflict through the provision of military support. If there are open hostilities, one can make that argument. Russia and Ukraine are allowed to have, economic relations, diplomatic relations, and military-to-military relations. There's nothing that prohibits this. And Ukraine did provide Russia with drone technology. There's no doubt about that. Russia is producing, or was producing, the Shahed 136 drone under license. Russia has since that time extensively modified these drones so that the drones being used against Ukraine today are so far removed from the original Shahed as to be unrecognizable. In fact, some of them are physically unrecognizable when you get to the Jared 4 and above, these jet-powered drones. They're completely new missile. But at the time when Russia, go ahead.
Just to interrupt real quick. You mean Iran provided that? Not
yes,
Ukraine. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Iran provided it. Yeah. So that's the case. Now, if Zelensky wants to make this the definition of active participating in conflict, so be it. With North Korea, it's more difficult to make this case because the North Korean soldiers were on Russian soil. defending Russian soil from a Ukrainian invasion. So, again, if that's the definition he wants, so be it. But understand, Zelensky, what you're doing is opening yourself up, because therefore every nation that provides you with military support is an active participant in the conflict, and therefore Russia has every right to be watching, to be aware, and to strike if needed. So Zelensky just made the case, and I think Europe should maybe call him up and say, what are you saying there, pal? What exactly are you trying to say? Because if you're saying that you have a right to strike an Iranian ship in the Caspian Sea because of some military-to-military activity between Russia and Iran, you put us all at risk.
Hello. Let me see. Okay, you got the Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. How are you?
All right.
What'd you say the code was?
3560.
3560. Awesomeness. Thank you, and God bless you. 3560. Okay, God bless you. Thank you. I think I used to do their pest control. I think I used to do that pest control.
Global war. And to expand this to global proportions and tell the United States we have the same enemies. North Korea, Iran are our joint enemies. You have to support me more, without understanding that the mere fact that the United States would provide the support that Zelensky is asking would, in accordance with the definition put out by Zelensky himself, make the United States an active participant in the conflict, worthy of a legitimate military retaliation by Russia.
So you're saying that basically that Russia could use that same sentiment and apply that to the U.S. or any of the other NATO countries. You talked about a global war, and this has been my fear, Scott. The numbers are showing obviously that the majority of Americans are against the war in Iran. Great. The numbers show the majority of Americans are no longer supporting Israel. Great. However, where I get concerned is that the majority of Americans still do support Ukraine. And I wonder if this is going to be the next strategy, right? Like, in order to usher in support against the Iran war, which could develop into this global war that he's talking about here, they may try to use Ukraine as that beacon that is going to guide this sentiment for this war, and say, well, Iran is sending stuff to Russia, and therefore that's why we fired upon them, and they're gonna, strike us at any moment, so we have to protect ourselves. And I'm afraid that is going to be the narrative, that if you support Ukraine, that you must indeed support the war against Iran, because now Iran is a threat to Ukraine.
I mean, Sammy, your logic is impeccable, and it's clearly you can make these inferences. There's a problem, though. How do you match rhetoric with reality? Because when you speak of a broader war, I'll just ask some fundamental questions. What weapons is the United States going to be using? Because the last time I checked, we stopped bombing Iran because we ran out of weapons. That's why we're not bombing Iran today. We don't have any more weapons. What weapons are we going to use to defend ourselves against not just the Iranian missiles? We can't defend ourselves against anymore because we don't have any more interceptors. But now you want to get Iran to hit Ukraine with missiles that Ukraine can't defend itself against? You want to invite North Korea into this conflict? They'll rain death and destruction down on South Korea and Japan, who can't defend themselves because there are no missile defense systems available. This is the problem. We're not dealing with reality here. See, all of the rhetoric that you're talking about right now is asking you to delink yourself from reality, to stop critical thinking, and to buy into a narrative that feeds into an ongoing information operation. There's not going to be a global war, because there can't be a global war, because neither the United States, Europe, nor Ukraine has the capacity to wage a global war. But what's needed is to create the perception of this risk and to echo it back into Russia, reverse it, because now the question is, what is Putin doing? This is a global war. Shouldn't Putin be taking more action? I mean, it's brilliant what Ukraine just did. Think about what Zelensky just did. Iran provided weapons. We must now stand firm. Now, he's not going to do a damn thing because there's nothing he can do. But the message that he's sending is, I'm a strong leader. I'm talking about retaliation. What about you, Vlad? What are you doing? What are you doing when the German drones strike your cities? What are you doing when the American missiles strike your cities? What are you doing when France sends technology to help strike your cities? You're doing nothing, Vladimir. You're weak. You're weak, Vlad. And then that resonates back into Russia, and Russia starts questioning the validity of leadership. This is what's going on. It's called mental warfare. It's being waged actively against Russia. And the goal and objective is to get the Russian population to drop their support for Vladimir Putin on the eve of September 20th Duma elections. This is the same pattern that played out in 2011 when the United States was trying to crook the books on the Duma election in December 2011 to get United and therefore foil the effort to swap out Vladimir Putin, who was then the prime minister, with Medvedev, who was the president. That could only work if United Russia had control of the parliament and therefore could nominate the prime minister, which would be Medvedev. So the West actively worked. The Biden,
Baby, did you have an accident today?
Nothing. It's scarier than the daycare bag.
We used to have to throw out our clothes, but we found Downy Rinse. Downy Rinse helps remove stubborn odors in just one wash.
Spy versus spy. Or what's something else where they're like, against each other? This is Officer Tatum. We have Valhalla covering something. We have Officer Tatum covering the exact same thing. Do you think that they came to the same conclusions? I will let you be the judge. Check this out.
And the fact that how bad it makes all of the good police officers, all the young men and women who are out.
Tom and Jerry. Valhalla and Officer Tatum are Tom and Jerry in this situation. I don't see many times where they cover the exact same thing. I love it. I want to see how this goes.
Tom and Jerry. I love it too.
Sad situation of somebody in a car. They're driving very, very slow. They're in an intersection, and a ICE officer walks up to the car. The guy's still coming very slow. He decides that this person is trying to run him over, takes a shot right through the windshield, gets the guy. Guy's done right away. So yes, another one happened. So let's hear Valhalla on it, and then we'll hear Officer Tatum on it.
They're doing their best to protect our communities. Now, actually break down what happened in this one.
Liars.
So here are the two men involved in the shooting, and the first thing, of course, that I noticed as someone who comes from a very professional military law enforcement training background is, well, this. And that, of course, is this. Yes, the professionalism, right? You can see by this gentleman, he looks like he's about 70 to 80 pounds overweight. I mean, looking like an utter bag of saggy t-shirt, not even tucked into his pants, and looking even worse from the back.
Looks like
what are these pants?
Officer Tatum.
Sagging down to his knees. I mean,
oh no, he doesn't do that. That's interesting.
Mess. Right,
a whole bunch of demon
shows up still looking like a bag of shit. Like, what are you wearing? Look at this baggy ass t-shirt, can't tuck it into your pants, just baggy jeans. He's got his body armor just loose and hanging off his body. And I think these are trivial. They're not trivial things, but this demonstrates somebody that can't keep themselves in shape, can't even tuck in their shirt into their pants. It demonstrates a massive lack of professionalism, and professionalism obviously.
New message from CHALANED. How you can leave it at the door downstairs, thank you.
Other footage that I haven't seen, but this seems to be.
CHALANED says, leave it door. 15, leave it red building door.
The car of the person who was unalived will slowly drive and try to turn around the intersection. You're going to see the ICE agent walk here up to the car, place shots into the window.
That's the only red building I see.
Yeah, we'll talk more about it here in a second. So here's the car. I want you guys to notice how slow this car is driving, because of course what they're going to try to tell you is he tried to run the ICE officer over. The car is moving at about 2 miles per hour at the moment. You can see there's no officer in danger, but you're now seeing the officer over here in the crosswalk. car slowly drives up. Here we go. So as you can see, here are the two officers. Important to note, right? This car, of course, is turning around very slowly in the intersection. And this is where the ICE officer is trying to claim that the driver is trying to run him over. And again, we watched him walk up to the front of the vehicle. And now we can see both officers here. You can see, okay, it's hard to see, but you can see he pulled his gun out and he has taken the shots into the car at that point. Now, obviously, the driver is most likely no longer alive. He walks up to the side of the door to try to open the door. Again, the car is probably now just going to be moving at about 2 miles an hour.
Cool. Leave it over here.
You can see how slow this car is moving as the second officer just slowly walks behind it.
That's what they said, this one right here. So leave at this door right here. Leave at this door right here, it said. Okay, do we have any more? We have more to do. What do we have? Easy Market. Cool. Oh yeah, that's the $25 one. Let's see. Probably already been picked up. Normally when they're that good, it's somebody already stole it and they just trying to get people to go check. So they offer you a whole bunch of money so that you want to go check. And then when you get there,
the officer trying to open the door.
There.
The problem most likely is again that person is probably no longer alive, as the car is just going to slowly turn in circles now. And then they slowly drive an SUV up to stop the moving vehicle. As you can see, he walks up, opens the door, the driver's already not alive. Now, I'm not going to show you the rest of the footage because it's basically them just pulling his lifeless body out of the car, and from what we understand, that they did that and shot him in the face with his wife and 3-year-old daughter in the car. The really important part of that footage is that it shows that car was never moving more than, what, 3 miles an hour, just creeping along in that intersection. And that officer is trying to say that, yes, they tried to run him over with the vehicle. Well, unfortunately, from that security footage, which we can see, there was at no point where either of those officers were in any danger whatsoever. This is going to bring to our first break point of MAGA. I also don't understand MAGA. Like, when did, you guys remember this? Don't tread on me. MAGA loves to use this. Do you understand, MAGA, what this signifies? This signifies the government not treading on the populace, right? So while you guys cuck for this type of behavior, the rest of us are very, very confused at what you're doing. Now, this brings us to the first thing that they keep saying, which is, well, if you don't want to die, don't try to run over cops. Well, I haven't seen any videos of that. And I can tell you right out the gate, first line of failures in training and failures in police work, police officers are specifically trained not to place themselves in the front of a vehicle because you never know if someone's going to decide to.
I want to see what Tatum says.
So the idea that is an excuse for why you need to place somebody in the face in their vehicle because they drove the car at you. Well, in proper police work, you would have never put yourself in a position to be run over from the front of the car to begin with. Again, as we're going to talk about here in a second, these ICE officers have basically no training. Now,
Now, you've heard it and you've seen it. And Officer Tatum, he's going to try and get you a little bit of this too. Does he have a liquor ad again? Okay, let's skim past his liquor ad really quick. Oh no, it's a different ad. Oh, okay, Ethos. Okay, cool. Let's see how Officer Tatum sees this whole thing. Okay. Anyway, let's go. Let's check it out. Let's check out the man himself, Officer Mama Tatum.
Officer Mama.
Just play the background. Let me talk. There's nothing there.
Play in the background, let me talk. Ain't nothing there. That's how he started it. Ain't nothing there. All right. Let him cook.
It looked like he almost get in an accident intersection. He's driving in circles. We don't know when he was shot. We can't tell.
You liar.
He's clearly going in circles in the intersection.
His face. Officer Tatum is crazy. He's insane. Oh my gosh. This is so, oh my God, Officer Tatum. I knew it would be vastly different. I didn't even watch Officer Tatum's video. I saw part of Nate's. I saw Officer Tatum did the same thing. And I'm like, I'm gonna watch this blind. It's gonna be something along the lines of, if he wasn't in the car going circles, he wouldn't have got it right to his face. Y'all stupid and y'all nut jobs for saying that he should be alive. Y'all crazy. He should be dead like Tyler Robinson should be dead and my friend Charlie should be alive. And that's what this is about. And I'm gonna call Candace. It's gonna be along the lines of that. I'm paraphrasing. Let's see.
So when people out here saying they shot him for no reason, you don't know. You can't see what he's doing. Clearly, the mother is not doing it. He's not stopping.
He's
dead. Cops dragging all on the car around in circles because you won't stop. That's what you get. I don't care if it was right or wrong. That you got what you was gonna get. Now we'll find out if the cops are gonna go to jail or not based on what they did, what was right and what was wrong. But I don't feel sorry for you. Officer doesn't know. Oh yeah, it's so hard. It's so hard. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the guy's dead. It's crazy. It's so crazy. Oh my gosh. Wow. He's something else, man. He's something else. Go ahead, Officer Tatum. Let him cook. Let him cook, man. Making soul food right now. Driving in circles with cops hanging out your car. At what point do you just stop and say, let me just take what's coming? You driving in circles, running over, trying to run over people, and you get shot. That's on you, bro. They ramming cop cars. Look, he just rammed that one.
Mama!
Then he got rammed. They rammed it again.
Mama! He driving around in circles, Mama!
I don't know who's
Boy,
right or
you
wrong.
know he ain't riding around in circles. He's dead, boy.
I can't see if it was legitimate use of force. I can't really see any of that. But what I will say is that you do see a person resisting. You do see a person driving while cops are trying to stop in circles. And so there's no maybe. Hey, listen. Maybe Nate was wrong. Maybe he's still alive at this point. You know. But there's no apparent, obvious deduction of findings from this because nobody really knows. I can't see anything. All right, let's go to the next clip. This is the bullet holes. Now, and 4. Wow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Whoa. Jeez. And the balance and fairness, some people say. Yeah, that's an interesting thing someone just brought up. They're like, turn on the audio and then maybe you'll hear the shots. Maybe there is no audio.
You know, because it looks like it's just a surveillance camera. That's obviously not a person filming it. So maybe there is no audio. It's just one of those cameras that just kind of films. But if there is audio and he didn't play it, then that was like an intentional move. But I feel like if there was audio and Valhalla played it, he would have played the audio because he would have been like, and there is the shots. You know?
What's up? It might be, huh? I'm pretty sure it's closed though at this point. 2 a.m. It's after 2. I never seen no Zaxby's that open that late, but yeah, we'll see. Probably, yeah, maybe 1 o'clock, but 3 a.m. I don't think Zaxby's open at 3 a.m. God bless you. God bless you. All right, peace.
Shattered, so bullet holes probably came through the side too. But you do see somebody shooting from the front of the car. That means somebody was in front of the car to be shooting from the front of the car. And I think that that's invaluable to evaluate. Now here's what the Trump administration is doing.
Evaluable to evaluate? Is that what he said? That's what he said, right? No, I'm just checking.
Now here's what the Trump administration is doing about it. Roll it.
And we're also keeping a close eye on what's happening in Biddeford, Maine. There are growing protests in the street after the second deadly shooting by ICE in a week. Now, a change from the top, ICE pausing most traffic stops as a method of apprehension for now, until agents get increased training on these kinds of stops. According to sources, we're going to dig into exactly what's going on around that. Today, Homeland Security saying that the officer who opened fire in Maine yesterday was, this is a quote from them, fearing for public safety. We know that there are investigations that are underway right now into exactly what happened.
These people got so much more things that they could be doing with their life than sit out there singing and with signs that they pre-made from the last shooting. These people are evil, man.
Why?
Officer Tatum. He sees some guy get shot. He sees a guy get shot, and he goes, "I don't feel sorry for you." And then he sees people protesting, and he's like, "These people are evil." He's crazy. He's a crazy person. Oh my God. Oh, and I know they're gonna make him governor of the place. They're gonna make him a congressman. I know they're gonna do it.
Oh yeah, because he did anything.
I know
they
they
say.
are. And these people with their signs, I know that sign is from the last time there was a shooting, which was also a perfectly executed good shooting. and you got the same sign going on. You evil, you a nutbag, you crazy. You probably listening to Candace Owens. You probably ain't never bought my bourbon before. You out of sorts, you out of pocket. Go on home, do something better. And don't get me wrong, I know all sides of this. I know a lot of those protesters. A lot of those protesters. Me and Jimmy Dore had a back and forth about it. Jimmy didn't believe me. It's been overly proven. A lot of those protesters, on either side, any protest, they're all raking it in. They're all raking it in. Anyway, they're like the human version of what we were talking about on X, what Candace discovered with people getting paid bounties and stuff like that. They're like the in real analog version of that. They head to those protests and it's like the same concept. Oh man, these people evil. Anyway,
some of them are evil intentionally. Some of them are doing evil vicariously through the stupidity that they listen to every day. But just so you guys know, they're not eliminating every traffic stop. They're only eliminating traffic stops unless it's probably a high-risk stop, which means they know the person committed a violent crime and they're going to stop them no matter what. And some of these other ones where they see a guy and there's ways around that. And I think that this should be a testament of how the administration is being fair. They're saying, hey, these things are happening, let's slow down and make sure that we're correct in what we're doing before we move forward. That doesn't sound like Gestapo to me. They don't sound like Hitler to me. They don't sound like a dictator to me. They don't sound like a king to me. Other than that, they'd be like, I don't kill as many people as we can, who cares? At least the administration is saying, look, let's make sure that we're trained. Maybe we need to get retrained. There's no reason for us to be shooting all these people. Maybe there's something that we can do on our end that's different. I'm home and speaking on it, bro.
Oh, I love it. Okay, so let's switch back to Nate. Let's see, different side of it. Let's see.
They talk about that so people understand how little training they actually get. Right?
I didn't even plan that. So now he was just talking about training. Now Nate's talking about training. Okay, let's see.
This is very important. I'll break it down for those of you who may not understand like durations of training in law enforcement, military, things like that. But let's take a look at this. As you see, ICE enforcement removal officers, deportation officers. This is what most people mean when they say ICE officer. And as you see here, the current academy is approximately 8 weeks. 42 to 47 training days. Now it's interesting, it was reduced to 47 training days because Donald Trump thought it would be cool because he's the 47th president. Right after they graduate,
That's stupid. That's probably true. Where is this section?
That cannot be true. That can't be true. That cannot be true. Well, we're thinking just because of the responsibility and how many arrests have to be made. We're just thinking probably, I don't know, 180 to 240 days of training. All of that sounds really good, okay? It sounds really nice. But you know which number I like better? Huh? I like 47. What do you guys think of that? 47 clean, 47 big, work-filled training days. You understand? 47. That's always the number I like to see, okay? What do you guys think of that? Let's hear everybody talk about this. Sir, that is just... it's just not going to get the job it's not going to get the job done, sir. Okay, but this... Hear me out. No, it's fine. Marco, calm down. Marco's going to punch you in the mouth. You know that, right? He's going to punch you in the mouth. Calm down, Marco. Easy, Pete. Easy. I'm the 47th president. Maybe you didn't realize. He probably didn't realize. I'm number 4 and 7. Maybe you didn't realize. Maybe you realize now. Okay. So what do you think about that idea now? Now that I've let you know our thought process behind it, what do you think now? Sir, this is going to be terrible. 47 days is just not enough time. I think I heard someone agree with me. I think I heard Am I right? Am I right? Huh? JD, you're laughing in the corner. JD's laughing in the corner. Am I right? I think I heard someone agree with me. Isn't that right? You know, Pete'll send a missile to your house. You know that, right? It'll do it and we'll blame it on the Iranians, okay? We learned that from Bibi. We'll blame it on the Iranians. Don't play games, okay? 47.
Why leaving eXp Realty was the best business decision that I ever made.
Meanwhile, I have what's called a HUD-VASH, which is rental assistance for veterans, like Section 8 for veterans. And that's, I can use that anywhere around the world, you know, or in the country, whatever. And so what I plan on doing is like every couple years, just getting up and saying, all right, young lady, let's go. And go live wherever for like a couple years.
Yeah.
And yeah, kind of travel around like that.
Are you still in Los Angeles?
Yes, I am.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, right now I'm living on the West Los Angeles VA campus.
Oh.
It is a like almost like 400-acre campus. And on one side, you know, they got like the main hospital and all the clinics there. I mean, it has everything. And then on this side here, they have like, it's the old buildings. Like, Dave, I'm living in the old nut house right now.
Oh.
Seriously, I'm living in the old nut house.
It's better than...
After World War II, this is where they used to send the veterans at for like PTSD treatment and shit.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I tell people, yeah, I live in the old nut house right now.
Oh, no.
Oh, get out of here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I'm just gonna mute this person.
There we go.
Yeah, it's just bullshit. These people come in here and stupid shit. They're stupid.
Get out of here with the bullshit and the fuckery. The bullshit.
You got it open? Yep. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks.
Well, average random.
I got a DoorDash for Cameron. Come in, go. Awesome.
To get free, you know, so yeah. That's what I mean when I say I'm living in the old nut house.
If I'm homeless, because I never was in the service. I'm thinking that the curtains didn't match the carpet.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
That don't match with any there you go, something natural there. Let's look at the cosmos for a moment.
Yeah, we'll look at that for a minute.
The cosmos here, you know.
By the way, Sean, I have to tell you, I identify as a male lesbian, just so you know.
I identify as a human citizen of Earth.
Very average random. They're gonna put you in there next. Okay, are you ready? We're gonna take you to the nut house. Very average random.
Yeah, average random. Yeah, I live on the West LA VA campus, and oh God, get that hell out of here with your bullshit and fuckery.
Bullshit fuckery, that's what it is. All day long.
Either that or I'll just do a mantra. Never try to understand.
Oh, there you hey, you got that down bad, brother. I like that. Good morning, Vietnam. Good morning, Vietnam. Yeah.
Whenever I encounter stupid, and I know there's no lack thereof. It could be a stupid individual, it could be a stupid corporate policy or whatever. Just the stupidity of somebody who doesn't know how to drive in traffic. Exactly.
Yeah, you realize I'm from New York, he's from Florida, so we don't understand gibberish.
Hey, that's okay. Nobody else can understand them. Yes, sir.
Fucking John Travolta.
That's what I'm talking about. People talk about you have an American accent. What the fuck is an American accent?
Welcome back.
You're from the Northeast. I'm from the South. I got a Southern accent. You got a Northeast, like Boston accent or some shit.
You sound like you're from, like he's from the South, he's from Florida.
You don't. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Yes, sir.
Yabba dabba do.
I apologize, fucking boy. I'm fucking, I ain't like.
Oh, good, man. Oh, good.
We'll get your prayer. We'll get your prayer. Pray about this.
Yeah. All the bullshit. All the bullshit.
What?
Hey, Captain, like, are you
Hold up.
Huh?
No.
Do you like man? Do you like?
Upstairs, I don't have a key fob. Yeah, look here.
No,
Okay.
I think, yeah. I don't know. Why everybody
All right. Whenever the fuck I decide to get up on this motherfucker live.
like men or women?
Why does everybody always gotta ask? Oh, he left.
Oh, I gotta get rid of him. I'm sorry, I'm moderating tomorrow.
Who made you a moderator? Did you make yourself a moderator?
Yes, I did.
How the hell did you do that?
Fuck off.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he lives in the VA. He lives in the VA hospital.
Disabled treatment. He had a speech impediment.
Nah, he's a good guy. That's a good guy right there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to pick up your grinder. Hey.
Oh, what are you talking about?
How's it going?
Who is this guy?
So we're listening to a live on TikTok. The name of the guy's live is Captain Blind. If you want to go on his live on TikTok.
I'm doing good. Just trying to stay above ground. Trying to stay above ground, brother. Trying to stay above ground.
Did you say stand your ground?
I said stay above ground.
Nah, I know you're from Florida. I think it's stand your ground.
No, stay above ground.
So who are you voting for?
Who am I?
You vote for? Oh man, this
Great.
65 years young, born in the good old days of 19.
Great.
I am.
You guys don't sound right.
No, what makes you say that?
Goodbye.
Oh, come on.
No, we can't have people that's not like her.
Grandma's profile.
Yeah, that's grandma. That's not right.
That's a Bima.
Yeah. They can't.
So I just want to say, thank you for being you.
Well, thank you for being you. Thank you for.
Let me compliment you because I don't do this much. I just want to thank you. We know each other over a year, and you've never unfriended me. You've never blocked me. You've never said a bad word about me, and I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, man.
Can I fucking talk? Sincerely, I just want to say you never said. I never heard you say a bad word about anybody.
Oh, I try not to. You know, there's no point in saying anything. No, I don't.
And if I don't see you for 2 weeks and you see me, you're like, hey, I haven't seen you. So.
Hey, you're a good guy, man.
I appreciate it because a lot of people don't listen. So I'm just kissing your ass right now. I'm licking your nipples and I'm
No. Don't need to do all that now. Don't need to do all that, brothers.
I'm doing it. Cause you've been.
What's your girlfriend from
She's at work right now. She's at work right now, and I'm in the best time of my life right now with her. Like,
that's awesome, man. That's awesome.
And I have heart surgery. I have echocardiogram on Monday.
Oh yeah.
And I'll probably have an operation they're gonna give me the operation that day, late by Tuesday, because my heart is fucked up.
Are you gonna have a pacemaker?
I don't know what I'm doing. All I know is I can't breathe, can't swim, I can't walk.
Oh no.
No, and you know what? You're one of the few people I tell. Because you know what? You actually listen. The rest of them oh, that's horrible. But you actually come back and say, how was your operation or whatever? You're one of the people that say. So I want to thank you for that, for caring.
Oh yeah, man, yeah.
If you had a vagina, I'd be all over you. You motherfucker, right?
All right, man. All right. Well, I hope whatever's going on.
By the way, my friend Tinkerbell's here.
Okay. We'll invite Tinkerbell up.
Can you bring him to being the other one? Don't give him gifts.
Yeah, we'll bring him up too,
Yeah, be quiet.
No, you ain't. You can go look at this nice picture I made you. I done sent it to Jackie.
By the way, Tinkerbell, me and my friend Captain Brian, I think you've met me.
Oh, how are you?
He's single and he lives in Florida. He lives in Florida, okay, whatever you want.
Does Tinkerbell live in Florida also?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, you're a very attractive lady. Look at your picture.
No, that ain't me. That's not me. I'm waiting for you.
That's Jim Beam's girlfriend, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
You like the picture, Jim Beam?
Jackie's gonna get mad. I love it. Jackie.
I got it here. I got proof that what I said.
Jackie likes it. I like it.
Okeechobee, Florida.
Oh, you live in Okeechobee?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know where that is. I used to hang out there.
How many miles away, Coleman?
I'm very far. Yeah, very far. It's a long way.
Wait, you're in Florida?
Yeah, I'm in Florida, but it's a long way from where I live. It's like over 300 and 400 miles. It's a long way.
I live at the bottom. Yeah.
You ever been to,
her boyfriend is she there wrong? And I don't know how old you are, Captain. She's 57.
Oh, I'm 47.
Oh, there you go. So,
yeah.
And she has her own house and shit like that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just telling you, if fucking Peter Pan doesn't work out, I recommend my friend.
Peter Pan? Who is Peter Pan?
My boyfriend.
Oh, Peter Pan.
Well,
somebody in where do you live in Florida?
Who's that? Who's that, Tinkerbell? Is that your boyfriend?
That's your boyfriend.
Wow, he's a good-looking guy. He has hair and everything.
But he's 35 years old and he lives in Egypt.
Oh, the dude lives in Egypt. Oh, gee. Oh, no.
Well, here is in Philippines. So don't talk about me.
I'm not talking about you.
No, I'm talking about you.
Oh.
Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Don't get crazy.
What's his name? Tinkerbell?
His name is Peter Pan.
Oh my goodness, Peter Pan. Wow. Peter Pan and Tinkerbell. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Beautiful. I got Tinkerbell and Captain Hood. Who's next? Who's next, man?
You could be Puck the Crocodile, or you could be Wendy or Peter.
I'll be the crocodile.
You could be
I'll be that little guy. I'll be that little guy on the ship. That little short guy.
Eater.
Yeah, Smee.
You could be Smeagol. This guy is a gentleman and he lives by you. You know, I've seen this guy do the fucking amazing things for people, like dates away. This guy is a fucking, he's a gentleman. I don't know how to say it.
Thank you.
I wasn't talking about you.
So what's going on in New York, man? What's going on with Jimmy?
It's 80 degrees and raining and beautiful weather.
There you go. That's nice. It's been raining here.
That's it.
It's been raining. I got some rain. Yeah, it's good. What part of Florida am I in? What?
Yes, what part of Florida are you in?
Near Tampa.
I know where Tampa's at.
Oh, everybody knows where Tampa is.
Yeah.
Everybody knows about that.
I have no idea where it is. The Buccaneers.
Yeah, the Buccaneers, you know, Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
That's it.
I used to work there. I used to work for the Buccaneers. I used to do.
What were you, quarterback?
Yeah, no, security. We're security there.
Oh, I thought you were on the team.
No, I wish. I got to walk, go and be part of the team and meet the team and meet the owners. Lots of time.
So what did you steal?
What did I steal?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I never stole nothing from there.
But guided me.
Man, we would go there and hang out.
You never stole anything like fucking like.
They give me free stuff.
Yeah, you know something about. Who's that picture of Brady guy?
Yeah, Tom Brady. Yeah.
I anything from him. I'm telling you.
No, one time I went to his house.
Yeah, do you have anything fucking Brady on?
No, I just went into his driveway. I drove up in his driveway and then I had to leave. I had to turn around and leave.
What'd you do?
I just went to his house and I was out sightseeing. And there was
security for him.
I did work security. I secured the door that he had, the gate that he entered.
Why didn't you steal everything?
Because I didn't want to. If you get in trouble, you do that.
I didn't want to. So we're listening to it live on TikTok.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to. You know,
guys,
I should have got his autograph.
Why? Oh, you didn't want to steal.
I didn't want to get caught, and I didn't want to steal. Of course not, either. I just, I don't know.
I just want to say, steal everything you can.
Yeah, there you go.
It's a little big and you're a little bit, but you know, like, unless you get caught, it didn't happen.
No.
How much could you have stolen? Like, how many souvenirs could you have stolen?
Oh, I could have got a lot. Yeah. I could have got some stuff. Could have got some footballs.
You could just put them in your closet.
I went into the locker room and everything. I went into the locker room many times. Yeah, many times. Yeah, it is what it is. I don't know. I got to be the
I'm never paying for that anymore. I'm fucking selling everything.
See my Captain Hook? Look at mine.
Oh my God. Oh, look at that. Really? That's your boyfriend?
Hey, can you put in the box? Like,
yeah,
she just talks about these fucking pictures. She makes pictures.
Oh, wow.
The Jermaine and Jackie. Mrs. Toyo.
That's nice. Oh, look at that. Look at Jim. Look at Jim with his girlfriend and Rose. Got a Rose.
Shit. You gotta send me that. That's what
I did.
No, did you send
I did. I did it to your phone.
Okay, that's cool. You look horrible.
Messenger.
Look at Jim.
Fucking on
Messenger.
I gotta go. I gotta
Not your DM.
I gotta go,
I did it both.
everybody. I gotta go,
I did it
everybody.
both.
kept him blind.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. So, I really wanted to, I wish that videos like this were available when I was looking at EXP, also when I was looking at Real. And today I'm just gonna give you a very, a 2.5 year honest assessment of why I genuinely believe that now that I've actually experienced Real's platform fully, I mean, I'm deeply invested in the model at this point, and why it has been the best business decision to leave EXP and join Real that I have ever personally made. 21 years in the business, and I'm going to go through the top 5 reasons. I'm going to break them down for you so that you know specifically if you're looking at these two models. Like if you're looking at cloud-based brokerages today, you're probably make a final decision. So let's jump in. So here are the top 5 reasons. I'm going to break each of these down individually. So number 1 is community. This idea of, we are bigger than me. We're going to be kind. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what that truly looks like, having experienced it now for 2.5 years. And, if you're looking at Real, then you know that we are a technology company. I am going to spend a few minutes on this because what we are doing sincerely and specifically with artificial intelligence is blowing my mind, and I think you're gonna appreciate what you see as well. The different verticals at Real. Anytime I have an opportunity to sit down with an agent and talk about Real, and this idea of having access to additional verticals, I really spend a few minutes with the stock acquisition program and the revenue share. opportunity as well, because I think a lot of agents miss this, whether it's mindset or maybe it's the time that they think they have to put into it. And I want to give you a couple of real world examples with that as well. And then lastly is business growth. What's happened to our business in the past 2.5 years, specifically our real estate business, but all of our business lines, our property management company and our cash offer company as well. So, all right. So what? This community, this was really.
Let's turn this off for a second. Oh, there's one here. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this is dope. All right, we'll get something going in just a minute. Hey.
Hey.
What up?
I have 3:30.
3:30? So only an hour, less than an hour.
Huh?
Less than an hour, 3:30.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm done.
3:30, 4:30, after 3:30. I'm ready to go. I'm tired.
Cool. Yeah. Okay, well,
So
cool,
I
man.
thought it'd be easier.
Cause I'm done. Done working right now. Then let's see. The GPS.
No, babe, I didn't just GMT. I'm tired. Yeah, 3:30.
Okay, well, I love you, and I'm fixing to head that way, basically. I'll go get us a drink, and then I'll head that way.
Head toward North Powers Ferry Road Northwest.
Okay, God bless you. Peace.
God bless you.
Bye. Thank you. See you in a few minutes. I'm glad, because I'm ready to chill, too. Ready to chill myself, you know what I'm saying?
What?
Turn right onto Dupree Northwest.
I'm glad we're gonna.
You can give me too.
No way. Said I'm glad. I'm ready myself. Not no deal me tell. Huh? Love ya.
You better come on with your wife.
Yeah.
You
No, for sure.
are
Yeah.
Oh, I mean.
Yeah. God bless you. See you in a few. I'm real close to there, actually.
At the next light, turn left.
All right, love you. Peace. Bye. Oh, it's a commercial. I thought I was watching a video. It's a commercial.
Why they wanted you to think Britney Spears was crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. I know this is going to be a wild ride. We're back here on the JDH channel, which I'll leave in the description for you guys. Let's jump right into it.
Britney Spears has been a household name since she was 10 years old, and she's in the top 5 conversation for the Queen of Pop. So you would think a pop star as famous as Britney would still be everywhere, putting out albums, still doing tours.
At the light, turn left onto Powers Ferry Road Northwest.
We all watched her fall apart. At least that's the story we've all been told. But it really all comes down to one night. One night in January of 2008 where everything changed.
Continue to follow some breaking news for you all morning. Police in Los Angeles have now confirmed Britney Spears has been taken from her house again by ambulance overnight.
Well, we have some breaking news for you out of Los Angeles this morning. Britney Spears has been rushed to the hospital.
Britney was taken out of her home on a gurney by paramedics.
Now that's the night that everybody pointed to as proof. The night Britney finally lost her mind. Except that's not what that night was. A few days later, somebody filed a court document to take control of her entire life. Her money, her body, her kids. And that document was built on something that was never even true. So this was never really about saving Britney Spears. It was about who needed the world to believe that she couldn't save herself, and in what way they were going to make that happen. So to understand what really happened, you got to go back a few years before that night. Back in 2004 when Britney tried to take control over her own career and her own wealth. She let go of the manager who'd been running her career since she was a teenager, and she moved her money into a trust for herself. Now, if you're the average person, that's just called getting your affairs in order. But Britney wasn't the average person. Her brand became its own industry. She had the managers, lawyers, handlers. There was a whole staff of people whose paychecks were coming out of a cut of what she earned. And the second she started...
Handlers. That's the key. Keep in mind, that's the key word right now. Is the handlers.
Handlers. Making her own moves. Every one of those people had a problem. See, it wasn't just about the money. It was about the control that they had over what she could do, what she could say. But right around the time Britney takes control over her own life, the headlines, they start
got her.
Countdown and meltdown. The trouble with Britney. Britney's cry for help. Now, forget the fact that she had 2 kids back to back and she was going through a divorce. The public
Dang.
That. But every
Her
single
husband
one of
was a
those
honey
take
pie.
headlines, they all came from the same place. Sources close to Britney, friends, people in her inner circle. So while you got people in her own inner circle throwing her under the bus, there's another group of people in the Britney business.
American mouthwash is a scam. Watch this, y'all.
You know what can be fun. Sit all alone.
$2,100. That's 3 months of groceries. $2,100.
John Ossoff stole our money. Come on, John.
Look at this.
Ain't had no money. Ain't had nothing money.
She's just trying to go to the bathroom. I mean, they damn near went in there with her, which would be illegal.
Dang.
Like, really think about that. Privacy out the door. Do you look yourself in the mirror and say to yourself, do you really want this level of fame right here?
Control us.
Vultures.
Open the rest.
Oh, there's snakes in here. Oh my lord.
By 2007, Britney can't leave her house without 100 photographers outside. 100 guys following her car, locking her in, camping outside her house. It's not just the story that they were after. It's the fact that those pictures were worth some real money. A normal shot of her just walking outside of a coffee shop, about $250. An exclusive photo, something that nobody else had, that could run $100,000. One agency, X17, they sold $2.5 million worth of Britney photos in a single year.
Damn.
And when she shaved her head, that one set of pictures was $500,000.
Wow.
She was something like 20% of the entire paparazzi business. A tabloid that put her on the cover sold about 1/3 more copies than one that didn't. Over a year and a half, she was on the cover 107 5 times. So if you think about what that does, if a regular photo of Brittany is worth $250 and a photo of Brittany falling apart is worth $500,000, what are 100 guys with cameras outside her house all day actually hoping to get? They needed her to break. A good day for Brittany was a bad day for them. And the guy that she hit with the umbrella that night when she snapped him, went after his car, he said it himself. He said that for her, it was the worst night of her life. But for him, he called it a good night. The money shot.
That night was not a good night for her. But it was a good night for us because it was a money shot.
Now, the paparazzi and the tabloids, they were just one piece of the puzzle. Because what happens next would send anybody over the edge. January 3rd, 2008. The way it got told for years was Brittany finally lost it. The breakdown everybody was waiting for and predicted since 2004. Here it was. The gurney, the ambulance, the whole thing. But what that night actually was a custody exchange. Her kids were supposed to go back to Kevin Federline and the handoff was happening at her house. One of her sons had already gone out to the bodyguard and Brittany asked for a few more minutes with the other one. So she took him into the bathroom, one of the only rooms where nobody was filming her, and she shut the door. So the 3-hour hostage situation that you read about was a mother not wanting to say goodbye to her son just yet. But that's not how it got reported. The story that went out was that she barricaded herself in, that she was refusing to give up her children, and she was a danger. Federline's people called the police, and by the time it was over, there was cops, ambulance, and a gurney, and Brittany got wheeled out of her own house in front of all the cameras. In her own book, she said she wasn't keeping her kids from anyone, she just wanted a few more minutes. And the bodyguard even told her that she had a few more minutes, and it cost her children. By the next afternoon, Kevin Federline had full custody, and her visitation was gone. And media footage became the proof. Look at how far gone she is. Look how badly she needs somebody to step in. But the part the public wasn't told was, while Brittany's falling apart and all these stories are being ran, a group of people around her are devising a plan to take control of everything. Now, it's true Brittany probably did need help, but not the help she was about to get. See, the people around her thought, since Brittany needs our help, we might as well make it worth our while. So Brittany lost her kids that night, and over the next few weeks, things got worse. There was also a guy named Sam Luffy who had been...
So the narrative is to keep saying that I saw the man, Tyler shoot the man, Charlie, and...
My boyfriend's back and you're gonna be in trouble. Layla, Layla, my boyfriend's back. He is coming, better cut out the double. Layla, Layla, my boyfriend's back. You've been spreading lies that I was untrue. Layla, Layla, my boyfriend's back. So look out now, 'cause he's coming after you. Layla, Layla, my boyfriend's back. Hey, he knows what you've been trying. And he knows that you're lying. He's been gone for such a long time. Layla, Layla, my boyfriend's back. Now he...
First, when they said I was gonna have to sell y'all a
Calling.
Oh, I miss that dog. Yeah, beagles are amazing. He's my second beagle. Beagles are fucking amazing.
So for man.
People, and that's how we have
Of course. Yeah, I'll be back.
I'm not trying to change your mind. I'm trying to explain mine. And I'm not, I know you're not trying to change my mind, you're explaining yours. And that's
Exactly. And that's totally fine. That's
a different way to live life.
that's a conversation that's not a debate. If we're talking about the earth is flat,
That should have
we
gotten
can have a debate about that. We can have a debate.
Yeah, I was bringing some chant music to that. Hallelujah.
Hello.
And all your lovers shall go into captivity. Surely then shalt thou be ashamed and confounded for all your wickedness. So these people were saying prosper. God has been trying to get their attention, but they would not listen.
Almost like an end time.
It is.
The way it's gonna work out that way when this goes down.
It says, thus says the Lord, write ye this man childless, a man that shall not prosper in his days, for no man of his seed shall prosper, sitting upon the throne of David and ruling anymore in Judah. And this was talking about King, I might say this wrong, Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah. So we know Josiah was a righteous judge. I think he messed up at the end. No, Josiah was a righteous king, but his son, he messed up. So God was trying to get his attention. Now we're back in 23.
Well, they didn't have no drinks in this one. They didn't have no drinks in the last one. So, but like over
Try to be innocent, these things we have not done. But you're not some
Brian Anderson, welcome in.
is past and gone. Well, I know my craven heart, you're not seeing your vicious eyes. I think
Haverford 89, Josh, welcome in.
you and I feel ashes like a little girl.
Gold into that, if that makes sense.
So that's just gonna be basically.
Dude, Ember, recognize what just happened. Lion just lit you up, buddy. Thank him at least.
Well, thank you, the lion. Well, the lion. I know you probably didn't hear. Thank you, anyways. Was that Skyrim? Who's playing Skyrim?
Hey, Lupasan will have some opposition for us. Why don't you come up, buddy? Sorry you got dropped last time. It wasn't my fault.
Hopefully I explained it in a way. But like I said, Free Thinker, now it's like it's the claim to say that you know that in the case of God that they know that it exists. I could also be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Let's get to Luke.
Hey, Ember.
I'm just playing you cool.
What, Cardinal?
Hey,
Pretty sure Luke got done dirty last time, guys. He got thrown out for no reason, in my opinion. But let's get Luke up.
Hold on 1 second, buddy. Loop's up. Ember, the lion was talking to I forget his name already. And you responded. It was
The car is a weapon. Exactly. It's extraordinarily irresponsible, in my personal opinion, to take out a vehicle on the road. Like, that's Dude, that must be terrible, yo. Because like driving, and especially with this modern technological age we live in, is such like a like a second nature thing. Like I'm getting my highway license like next week. Applying for my highway license next week. And It's rough. It's very debilitating not being able to drive. It is. It absolutely is. So I was walking everywhere, and I bet you don't live in a suburb like me where everything's in walking distance. Everything is probably within like 1 to 2 miles away from me. Really? Okay, you probably have it better than me. Everything's in 3 to 4 kilometers away from me. That's not bad, honestly. It's not bad. But as of late, like I had to pretty much give up everything that I was priding myself in and who I was as a person, and let all of that go, and be okay with who I am now, without clinging to external identities. So I threw myself into that forge, man. Good old Moloch shows up to collect the due. You better climb in the damn forge, and you either, you know. Shinji. Sorry, wrong reference. Well, I mean, you can either incinerate, give up, and be depressed and sad about it all the fucking time, or you can learn to accept and deal with the emotional wounds that rise to the surface, and work through those and grow internally. And that's what I chose to do. I'm choosing to choose to do. That's good, man. That's very inspiring. And this is why, and honestly, these are the reasons why I do readings. It's not to get like a nice, whoa, it's so accurate reaction. It's to actually get like a coherent conversation. It's a consultation, really. Yep, absolutely.
And like I know for a fact, even though I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna sit here and act like I paid attention to everything you said. I know for a fact that everything that you detailed in this conversation or in this recount basically had an alignment with what I read today.
Yes. Yes, it does. What do you say? I can't hear you.
Oh, what's up?
Would Tiger say something?
I'm not sure. Will you say something, Tucker? Oh, that's background noise.
I do want to add something. I don't want to interrupt. You guys are having your.
Go ahead. I love asking. I love people ask questions.
Well, it wasn't an ask. It was more of a. This thing. Basically, what he was saying, the stuff that he went through. I was gonna say that, you know, that kind of was a part of the plan, even though it wasn't something that was like, I mean, you know, but you gotta look at where it led you.
Yes.
To how you created your own systems to be able to, you know, create your own regulation, you know? Even if you had to go through the society's way of doing it, right? You got to a point where you formulated your own plan. And I think that was part of the reason why that experience had to happen. Because if it didn't happen that way, then you wouldn't have got to this path of creating your own, you know, so that you.
It's kind of these three levels of, there's actually three levels of the faith that one can attain to. So the first level, the 30 level Christian, I call these minimum wage Christians. And they're the kind of person who just goes, well, you know, I go to church, I just believe in Jesus, I just go to church, you know. And it's like jumping over the starting line and then they stay there. And they don't grow and mature in the deeper things of God. So they just experience like Passover only. Just basic salvation. I'm glad they believe, but man, there's a lot more to all of this than just that. So I call those participators in the kingdom of God. Your 60 level believer would relate to Pentecost. These types of believers are what we call spirit-filled believers. Okay, and they have a servant mentality. You know, they're out there evangelizing. They're doing God's work. They're pastors. They're out there. They're prayer warriors. They move and operate in the spiritual realm of the spiritual things of God. But they have a servant mentality. Now these are good Christians. Okay, they're out there doing the Lord's work. Okay, but there is a level beyond Pentecost. Empowerment.
Yeah.
There's a level beyond that because there's tabernacles and a high priest. Okay. So in the Holy of Holies, because you can be an outer court Christian, a Holy Room Christian, or a high priest like the Holy of Holies. Now, in the Holy of Holies is where you learn how to communicate directly with the Father, with God. It's about knowing, look, if Jesus was basic salvation, 30 level, Passover, and 60 level would be the Holy Spirit, then the Holy of Holies has to be about the Father. And those who truly know the Father, those are children of God, the true children of God.
Those are the ones who are led by the Holy Spirit.
Well, I mean, all three levels at some level led to the Holy Spirit. Even the ones in the deep. Huh?
Pause right there.
It's just different levels.
Right. There's different levels, but your level doesn't just stop. You stop at that level. You see what I'm saying? So
Right.
if you're led by the Holy Spirit is not just taking you halfway. He's going to lead you to
Right.
fullness. You have
Does Little John know about this? This setup got me over 700,000 views on one video.
And we know that he just picks sides and goes with them. He's devil's advocate.
I mean, he's known Dark Dawkins for a period of time, so that's not.
Well, he's also a God Creator fan, and who is a douchebag. So,
God Creator?
No, he's worthless. He's worthless. Come on, man, you know that too. You just like him because you control his lives. That's all.
Because he's a great entertainer?
Okay. That's fine too. You don't believe in that.
Entertainment is a valuable thing. He said he's worthless. I don't know about that. What do you have a beef with, though? I can imagine that you might have a valid beef, because there is some things he says that are like, whoa.
I've
is that what you're alluding to?
Lives plenty of times. I still follow him. He's, you know, but he is kind of worthless because he doesn't give meaning to anything. His beliefs that I am a god, I created God, yeah, come on, that's worthless. You know it is. You just follow him because you can control people there.
I think he's got a lot of good points that he makes, and the way he delivers it's completely unique. And he is the God Creator who creates God to help people. And we should all praise him.
You don't believe in God, so that you're gonna.
Oh, hail the God Creator! Oh, hail!
I like your
What
guys'
happened to
accent.
Luke? He didn't even say
You
he
guys have
came
nice
up twice.
accents. It's how you represent yourself within society, which is consists of men,
No,
women,
that's gender. That's gender.
I have to
non-binary.
drop out real quick, but I wanted to add on to the dictionary
One
thing.
second.
Wait, I just want to say that
Backflow is
Black boy and black.
Yes, you do. But technically, again, everybody has an accent, right? There's no.
What kind of accent does this have?
Where you can see everything.
Oh, hey, how's that guy? How's that guy? I saw it on the news here. How's that guy over there? That the bison got him.
Oh, the old man that wore the
Yeah.
65 guy. He's okay.
Yeah. The bison ran up in the air. He was actually live. He was actually live on Australian TV talking about it from his hospital.
They threw him up 10 feet in the air, yeah. I see that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
Yeah, one little thing.
Talk about being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
No. He should have never. People in Yellowstone Park, they have no idea. They just go up and think these really wild animals are gonna, adhere to what they're doing, and they don't have a clue. These people are clueless, and that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't. You can't just. It's like the kangaroo. You can't just go out in the, in the middle of,
right,
where you're not supposed to be. Stay on the path. Stay on the path, and just stay in your car, because these bison. There was a video of a buffalo just headbutting this SUV. It was a VW, and popped the tire with its horn.
Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah. They're dangerous.
Oh my God, that's crazy. Hey guys, have you seen on TikTok Neil the Seal in Australia?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, you have?
Yep.
Oh my God,
One of my
isn't he
favorites.
amazing?
Yeah.
Neil the Seal, he's actually in Tasmania, and he rules all of Tasmania. He is amazing what he does, and he does a lot of destruction, but he is amazing.
May I ask, is this an actual seal or is it a human?
Yeah, it's an actual seal. It's an actual seal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can Google it, or you can look at it on TikTok. But you can Google it. Neil the Seal. They called him Neil.
Yeah. Wow, that people
He's on
watching.
Facebook too.
Oh, really?
10 hours. And 15
Oh, I'm not
minutes.
on Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, so I don't know.
He's just a terror, or what does he do?
Oh no, he just plonks himself in the middle of the road. There's police, there's guards, everyone.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm 10 hours and 15 minutes into this broadcast.
Bollards. He goes in front of.
life. And
You love me.
family was
I don't even know who that is. But you a little bitch. Cause a real man, you serving little bitty community. Okay, real shit, you guys. Look at the pajama set, how beautiful that is. Listen, I'm gonna have to show y'all.
Good question, my G. I get asked that like 24/7.
get over.
Then, I don't know if this is around the
I've been using this same background for maybe a few months, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, burden.
Psychiatry.
It's the gift of the burden. It's the burden of the gift that once we really do get with the Lord and we baptized by the Holy Ghost and with fire and just changed and molded and willing to run with Him. And we want to run with Him, because a lot of times, I know for me, the reason I don't do any more of the other people's approval to like the opposite of what I really want to, So that's why I like to try to make sure because decision making can be a bit exhausting. So that's why it's nice to bring God into them,
Can I say one thing before I go? I'm a Jesus hater. I could care less about Jesus. And I will you have a fucked up day. I'm
sorry you feel that way, God. It's all good. Maybe someday you'll get to know Him because you'll perhaps see how much the world lies to us. Yeah, well, they're a hypocrite. That's what He is. He's a hypocrite. Well, at least He's got a firm stance, so maybe the good news with Him is that once He realizes that, or if He does, if He realizes one day that He's got it backwards, at least He'll know, what the answer is.
I've seen every episode at least twice.
Okay, so there's an episode of the Boondocks when the younger brother, is it Riley? I think his name is Riley. Okay, so the younger brother, he didn't get something that he wanted for And that's it right there. That just popped into my head. Like, that's what they do. Because they might have gotten or didn't get something that they wanted, or gotten something that they didn't want. You know, God didn't show up in the way that they wanted to, or something happened. So now there's just this vendetta against Jesus. Just like how Ronnie was just adamant about telling everybody Santa Claus didn't exist. They do the same thing with Jesus. They make whole entire lives that will stretch on for hours and hours about Jesus doesn't exist, and you know, and then they attack verbally, mentally, emotionally, you know, the believers in Christ. But that made me laugh. I just thought about that right now.
Yeah, I didn't know whose voice that was came off the mic. Can I ask about that young lady? I thought that was a young lady. Yes, I thought that we had somebody stepping up again because just the other person, you know, said it off the mic.
Oh, yeah.
Hey. Yes. Coming out? Okay, cool. See you in a second. Love you. God bless you.
God bless you.
Peace. Bye.
Child that thought like a child, they act like a child. And a lot of us as children, we don't know that the world doesn't revolve around us yet. So a lot of these folks, when they see folks that are cheerfully, you know, blessed and just enjoying oxygen and water and others and fellowship, they see people worshiping Jesus and they take it personally, because in a lot of ways worshiping Jesus, and Jesus even says it, is that those who are a friend of his are an enemy of the world. Well, if they think that the world revolves around them, they think that we are literally against them personally. And that's why it's important for folks to, you know, try different things, go for a walk, do some journaling, you know, and the first things they'll realize is that the world doesn't revolve around them. So then they can at least not take other people's way of life personally as a starting point, and then maybe eventually they can find the Lord. Plus, some of these folks literally have gotten away with lies that have like kind of benefited them, you know, in the physical world, in the financial world, and they haven't really admitted it yet, so they got kind of a dirty secret going, and that's why they get a little upset and they say some of the things that the one guy said a little bit before, you know. One of my favorite songs of all time is by Tupac. It's called Against the World, and it's such a cool song, man. So cool.
Amen. That Tupac hit hard. It goes so hard. Way back.
Seekers, and it's through Jesus. So that's part about the whole thing.
What's going on, Brian? Would you like to share something? Share a testimony?
I mean, yeah, I can. Let's see, one time I was in New York, and God told me, I was on the train. God told me to bless everybody on the train. And so I started blessing. It started getting fuller and fuller. And like, this is the first time he ever told me to do this, so it was a little bit different. Then this lady got on the train. I couldn't see her. And she was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck. And she was F you, everybody on the train. So I was blessing them. And she was cursing them. And finally the train started thinning out. And she was literally breathing down my neck while she was doing that. And I turned around to look at her, and she was still saying, F you, and she looked at me, and she said, but not you. And that's because I was blessing and cursing not, so the curse could not alight on me, but it could alight on the rest of them, because they was probably thinking the same thing she was thinking. So bless and curse not.
That's amazing. Makes sense too if it's a spiritual battle, you know, really does.
Say that one more time, brother.
You talking to me or the other brother?
Brian.
Okay, you want me to tell you the whole thing again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was in New York, and I was on a train, and God told me to bless everybody on the train. There's like 5 people. So I blessed them all. And then he said, now when new people come on, you bless them too. And then more people and more people. It got really crowded. And I was trying to keep up. And then this lady came on, and she started cursing everybody on the train. She was like, F you and the little kids and everything. But I could not see her, because she was right behind me, breathing on my neck. And then when the crowd started thinning out, I was able to turn around and look at her. And when I looked at her, she said, she was still in the process of F you, and she looked at me and she goes, but not you. And the reason why is a curse that is causeless cannot alight. And so at that point, because I was blessing everybody, then she could not curse me. Now here's the thing. So that's how it worked. But here's the thing that I learned. So if there's witches cursing you, you bless them. Because what happens is you, and send them what you want. You know, send them exactly what you want. If you want love, if you want peace, joy, love, peace, joy, wisdom, give them all that, whatever you want. Because they will reject it, because they're in a cursing mode and you're in a blessing mode. They will reject your blessing, and your curse will go back to them. The curse they sent you will bounce off you, go back to them, and the blessing you sent them will come back to you. And you will be blessed with what you wanted, because you gave them what you wanted. But want ain't good, to be honest. But if you do want wisdom, you know, want love and joy and peace, long-suffering, patience, endurance, diligence, perseverance. Want those things, and then, you know, you'll always be in the will of God then at that point. And you bless and curse not. Don't repay evil with evil or reviling with reviling, but instead bless. And then you will be blessed, because most of the time the people will not bless you, and so they can't receive the blessing. Even if they say they receive it, but if they don't bless you back and they still have a bad thought about you, then they can't receive it, to be honest.
All right. Okay. Amen.
I'm looking forward to giving that a shot. I'm going to try that next time I think of it. Thanks again for sharing that, Mariah.
No problem. Yeah, the witches are cursing me all the time. But if I can figure out which one I offended for them to curse me, because, you know, if you tell them about Jesus, you're probably going to offend them. And so if I can figure out, okay, I offended that one, they're probably cursing me, I bless them in the name of Jesus, then their curse goes back to them, and my blessing comes back to me. What? I walked out with Dave. That short guy walking with short guy.
Welcome in, Eric.
Huh? Right there. There's that guy.
No, the white dude.
I don't see nobody.
His name's Dave. Anyway, he's Debbie's best
real
friend.
quick.
Crystals?
Sure. You're stinking in that, Hannibal.
Am I? I wouldn't doubt it. Had a good night.
I mean, good night.
Like I've been running and dancing and handstanding, making videos. I just preached a sermon to these guys. It's Brian Anderson. They were like, "What? You just blew our mind, Brian. Who are you?"
This guy, Dave, he said, I see you walking by, you must have made a pit stop. I said, yeah. He said, because he stopped and doing something with the cup. And I called him up and he said, you must have made a pit stop. I see you walk by. I said, I didn't see you. I was looking away back there. He said, I sit down having a little break and then I said, time to go. So he talked to Debbie. He said, responsibility. I stopped him in the car and people get in the car. It's hot. He said, you walk there. And he said, feels good out here tonight. And I said, yeah. And then we got in the dark and it was real good here. Imagine it feel like it's there, 12 hours would be nothing. So, yeah.
Hospital bed, unable to leave. That's when it happened.
Charlie didn't want to see her.
Her father walks into an LA court.
What time you on it? 3:30 or 4:30? I said 3:30. 4:30? I said 3:30.
Yeah, I can't do another lunch. I gotta go home. Get some sleep.
We put you down at 4:30? No. I'll do it 3:30. It's like everybody else is tonight. I'm tired.
Yeah, you got enough money.
10 hours.
Yeah. How was it looking when you left?
Still a hot mess. Let me tell you what they're doing. They're trying to clean up the cage. So they're bringing stuff for us to do over to where we at. And we got piles of tables over there. Oh, yeah.
Crazy.
Whatever.
Where were you when I needed you? You could not be mine. Don't keep me hanging on so long. Hey, you know you're not that strong. Yeah. Not our love. Our love ain't in jeopardy.
Our love's in jeopardy.
No, it is not. Our love is in perfect submission with Jesus Christ.
How did I make $993 and 35 cents?
And the doctor
I should have made more than that.
medical doctor
Didn't take a day off.
No.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, but I still had
Still had 40 hours.
You won't believe
Yeah.
this moving happened. It's almost too good to be true. Imagine getting your long distance move for just $17.48.
Not sure, but I got everything paid.
I made exactly $1,000.
Jesus.
Exactly 1,000.
Exactly.
I made $993.
60 cents.
I made $993.
This drink is awesome right here. We getting the crystals, so we get a Coke.
Huh? What is this? Why is... Oh.
Hallelujah, Lord Jesus.
I only made $1,000. I don't get it.
What'd you make total? 1,400? 1,500?
I think they might make my check my check.
Yeah, check it out. Well,
himself $16 a month, plus a cut of the Vegas money. And see, this is the stuff the press didn't want to talk about. So for 13 years, this held up. The albums, the tours, the residency. The headlines started to tell everybody that she was thriving, so the plan was working. But here's who finally broke everything wide open. It wasn't a journalist. It was two comedians. Rex Barker and Barbara Brick started a show called
Say what?
The longer they looked at her posts, the more something off. The captions, the videos.
They need to quit over there right now.
It added to a woman in control.
You know it's about to be daybreak.
April 2019.
Yeah. Yesterday they was still working in rush hour.
Said they worked as a paralegal in an office tied to Britney.
5:30 in the morning when it was on the way home.
Verified that the person actually
pretty much started rush hour, ain't
the voicemail said was that Britney had been put in a mental health facility against her own will, and there was no date. They put it on the show, and that's what started the backlash. Finally, people started asking where Britney actually was and what was being done to her. Free Britney.
Free Britney! When do we want it?
So the media did what it likes to do. They treated these people asking questions like they were crazy. Conspiracy theorists, obsessive fans who needed to just let it go. Then, in 2021, the New York Times, all of a sudden, they see that they can make some money. They put a documentary out called Framing Britney. And suddenly, the questions that the fans had been asking for 2 years became legitimate. Suddenly, it was a real story. The same media that spent a decade not reading the court documents and calling the fans paranoid, they made an award-winning film out of the whole thing. For 13 years, nobody apologized. No retracted statements. They just showed up at the end and some credit. In November of 2021, the conservatorship finally ended. Britney was free. And it felt like the end of the story. Bad guys lost, and she got her life back. But in reality, all the conservatorship
Restart my phone. Except what I said and what that guy was saying.
He kept being taken in.
My phone don't listen to nobody but me.
They made millions managing her.
Showing up?
No, let's see, we got this guy, right?
So nobody was really held to an account. Not her father, the managers, and not even the doctors who put their names on the paper that they said they couldn't back up. And not the press that
No wonder it quit.
Like a bird in.
So,
yeah.
When is the next movie eclipse?
Yeah, when is it?
in a decade calling concerned people crazy. It just walking away. She got
August 27th to 28th, 2026, reaching its peak at 12:12 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time on August 28th. It will be visible across North and South America.
That's right after Josh gets out.
You need to be talking to Josh about where he's going.
I don't know where he's gonna go.
No, you need to talk to him about where he's going.
He doesn't know where he's going. He has no clue. I gotta take him to Dothan so he can get his money, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do with him after that. don't know.
Anyway, AJ, they gonna get a place to be in.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, AJ, you gonna get sucked down to a rabbit hole. I know we ain't got no room for her.
Right.
Cause AJ don't live with us no more.
Yeah, I don't know. What we gonna do with him? I was thinking just put him in the yard in a tent for starters.
Hell no. Hell no.
I don't know what to do with him.
Hell no. We can't afford to feed him. No, Jim. No.
No, he got money.
No, we're not having him outside because it rains. He's in the house. No.
Yeah.
I don't care if he got money or not. We
I'm just saying for the first night or something. I don't even know what they're gonna do with him the first
I have a
night.
tent room for the first night.
True.
You can't bring him to our house. There's not enough room. We're not having people in the yard too. That's ridiculous. Tell you what, he's in the yard. I'm moving out.
Alright. He can be in the yard then.
supposed to try to make your house look nice. Not, oh, we're going to have homeless folks living in the yard now. No.
Told you my phone wouldn't listen to you. Didn't did it?
No, you didn't see what was typing. Mine listened to me.
Freedom in 2021.
Look at me
Mine didn't type nothing but what I said.
You know, like I see it type what I was
She
saying too.
reconciled with her kids.
No, it wasn't.
Falling out with
Let's
them,
try it again.
reconciled again.
You can't see
And
that
not long-
picture of it. I ain't tried nothing again. I ain't sitting here arguing with you about
Look,
that.
it ain't typing. There you go. Gotta do nothing.
She posted that she's scared of her own family, that she feels lucky to even be alive after what they put her through. Now, they also had an effect on her legacy, because one of the biggest pop stars who ever lived, the woman who sold 150 million records, now she doesn't want anything to do with the music industry. The one thing
I've done
she
all
has
the
is
Uber
love.
Eats I can do this
The
week.
thing that all of these people
I gotta
around
do
her
DoorDash
really
Friday,
don't.
Saturday, Sunday.
She gave it up.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
what they really took. Not just 13
I ain't
years
done
and
none.
a lot of money. They took the thing that she was put here to do.
I ain't done one
Made
DoorDash.
her not want it anymore. Brittany finally got out, but she's just never gonna be who she was before all of this. Thank you guys so much for watching the video. I was really...
Because I was trying to get the money for the car payment.
Okay. Right now I'm trying to do this and you guys be quiet. So I can concentrate.
Okay.
curious about this story because in the early 2000s, I was about 10, 11, 12 years old. So I never fully understood the story of what happened to Brittany. And when you're that age, you kind of just go with whatever the media tells you. You think this is the news, this is on a magazine, this is on TV, so that's the story. So let me know in the comments what you think about the whole Brittany situation.
So, her now looking in the music industry is probably the best thing that came from this. But it's just crazy that it's not gonna be the ones that are the closest to. Like, you think about her dad, man. This is her dad that's doing a conservative shift. And I'm just trying to figure out, like, you know, in that era, the Britney Spears era, and you think about people like, who did you have? Christina Aguilera, of course, Justin Timberlake. I'm just trying to think, what did they say about this? You know, a lot of people keep quiet because they don't want their money messed up. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. It's money. It all comes down to the almighty dollar, because the greed and, yeah, they were just using and abusing her, man. Dang. Brittany deserved better. I'm just looking at some comments here. Lou Taylor is pure evil. She deserves her own deep dive. Both superstars, MJ and Britney Spears, has so many tragic parallels of those people ultimately ruined them, and nobody was held accountable.
Coloring?
No, I'm trying to check my time on the kid.
Oh, okay.
And then again, music industry.
I was on top of the number, I can't remember what I'm
Music
talking about.
industry strikes again.
And I'm trying not to miss that.
Appreciate you guys coming over. Comment below what you thought about this. Watching this, ooh, I know this video is about to be insane, man. Hey, appreciate all the love and support for you guys coming over and watching, liking, sharing. We're back on the Taylor Alicia video, back on her channel. The video will be in the description for you guys to check out more and even subscribe. It says, every time a celebrity admitted to selling their soul. And, you know, it's paused right here.
Welcome to my Chris. Would you like to try the play combo today?
I'd like to get a number 1B.
We said number 1B
Yeah, with cheese.
with cheese.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Take the Coke large. I'll make it a Coke.
I said a large fry?
Large Coke.
Large Coke.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you.
Yeah, Bill, 1166.
Awesome, thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
Because you were warned. Therefore, movies, music videos, interviews, or symbols are viewed as consent or disclosure. But I have another theory that I will share with you at the end of this video. But for now, let's dive in. A fascinating detail that I want you to sit with in this video is that the celebrities that have come out and stated something that may seem outrageous and insane, like I sold my soul to the devil, are the same celebrities that have seemed to taken on a darker identity. For instance, one of the most famous viral clips of a celebrity coming out claiming that they sold their soul to the devil in a pretty serious...
The inaugural Hog Rod Power Fest comes to Atlanta August 28th and 29th at Echo Park Speedway. Experience 2 days of pit road drag racing with cash prizes, autocross, incredible custom builds, the Hot Rod Editor's Choice Car Show.
Fox News 2 hours ago just posted this. This
You
is
want any ketchup?
absolutely insane.
No, thank you. Thanks so much. We got salt. Coke. Can we get some salt? Two things of salt.
This is a city called Ceuta. You're watching as thousands of migrants.
Thank you so much.
break through the
God bless you.
fence, completely overwhelmed police. Video showing military-age guys
Show mistake.
cramming into inflatable tubes.
You don't think this is not coordinated by someone else
PS.com.
higher above these people? How are all these people
I had
coming
to
at
check
the
if I need to
same
work
time?
tomorrow, but I
They're
can't check it
arriving on
later.
shore another way. Some of them waiting in the water as they break through the gate.
Those are nice folks. Where are they getting those from? The United Nations?
To the other side. Sandra, this is reminiscent of kind of what we saw during the open border during the Biden administration. Back in 2021.
Because they don't make any sense. I got over
Left-wing government of Spain.
I mean,
send in the military. They don't want the cops there. Border patrol. Do they even have a border
they
patrol
didn't pay
there?
me.
Doesn't
They
look
didn't pay
like
me
it.
for my option day.
You don't think this is not going to change the fabric of this nation as they let in all these people, as they
Following
just
that guy.
signed over
Yeah.
over a
I'll be a
million
fog.
migrants
Might be a
recently
bag you
to
thought seen.
become
Or maybe
Is that a
citizens of
gun? That's a
Spain?
freaking gun
This is an
bag.
attack on
Not a
Western
damn bag.
civilization.
Sure looks like it.
I mean, I say that a lot.
What kind
That's
of
a word that
long-ass
we need
bag
to know.
is that?
This is a map of
It's a
Western
bat
civilization.
bag.
Let's just take a look.
Could be.
Most of these, I mean, some down here and some of these, are not the best. But when you look at a lot of these nations, these are nations that have a huge impact on the world. These are nations that people take vacations to. These are nations that people decide they want to move to. These are nations that people risk their lives on those black boats to come over to.
It's delicious.
From these nations. If you send enough people from these nations here into these nations, guess what? They start to look like these. That no one's going to. No one's going to these red nations.
So what was it? I mean, I can figure they didn't pay
No
for
one
my
wants to go to these red nations or to risk their lives on boats to go here.
option day.
So if we don't protect what we have here in Western civilization, it's going to become like these red nations.
This agenda, their platform literally says they want to abolish borders, abolish immigration, complete freedom of movement. This is what it looks like in another country. They get what they want. Notice there is no resistance from the government whatsoever. These people are coming in without any obstruction.
This is
And as you all know, Spain has a very left-wing government. Earlier this year, they did a big amnesty program for over 1 million illegal immigrants living in the country. They had 1.3 million illegal immigrants apply for that amnesty program between April and June. So that's what they call a pull factor, Sandra. They're looking for
The
something
numbers,
like that, you know?
all these numbers all at once. Who's planning this at the top? Like George
Yeah, I
Soros, Klaus
got
Schwab,
over 40 hours.
the WEF?
4 hours.
Are they
So I
the
got
ones
that. I got
planning
40
this,
hours.
trying to
41 hours.
destroy
check.
trying to make the rest
What's
of
the
the
option
world
day?
look like these red nations.
They
Because
feel
guess
the
what?
option day
These
being
people,
lower.
these red nations are way easier to control than these people in some of these blue nations. Are they just trying to make the rest of the world look like
Let's
these
see
red
what hours you
nations?
got.
These red
Last
nations
week, I can't remember.
could
I
be
can't
someone's playing the streets. No way these people like what?
Can't remember
they
either.
get together on some forum or something and decide they're all
No, I
coming
got
in. This is
with
a
the option
coordinated
day.
effort of an
I got
invasion of these countries.
41, I
They
think.
can just get their
41 or
phone, and
42.
maybe someday that left-wing government will do another amnesty program, and you were just reading some of the wires. The locals want an emergency
I can't look at
declaration.
check
It
all
sounds
my
like-
hours.
The ministry's saying no, and they will not deploy military to the border.
Apparently, they don't think this is an emergency. I mean,
One night you worked 8 hours,
It does feel like
but every other night you worked 10, I think.
Where are these people gonna sleep?
I mean, option day is the 38 hours.
All men, asylum seekers, you know,
10, 10, 10, and
Just
8.
wanting in the country, overwhelming.
Isn't it at the time that we see everyone saying and complaining, don't care for these people. I mean, of course, I care for these people. If I was in one of those red nations, I would be coming over on a boat too, probably. But I try to do it legally because I want to stay there forever. If these people get deported back, who've been here for, you know, all these years, it can be sad that people are, their families are getting broken up, but at the same time, you're illegally living in a country. What do you expect? Like, that's going to happen eventually. Because you're here legally. So, yeah, I would try to do it. We have to do it
I
legally.
don't like these people.
If these
like
people
what
actually
people
stood
talk
up in
about.
their
Not what?
nations, they
I
have
don't like
people
what they
that
talk
can
about.
form Their own army.
Here's a quick hack on how to unsubscribe from all of your emails and
I like bitches.
one only, and it allows you to see your subscriptions in one place.
Probably sound bitch.
Through the section.
Some are also served.
They were saying,
Probably sound bitch.
no, some bitch.
Huh?
No.
It is so obvious why
No, what I was saying is they were bitches.
impossible.
You
They
said
was talking.
they sound like bitch.
They did.
When you're in a
That's
thing,
bitch.
there's
You
so
trying to
many,
sound bitch.
there's so
You
much
trying to
Do you
sound
sound like them?
so much going
You
on.
trying to say you sound like me? No, you call me a bitch.
I'm sorry, I didn't say nothing.
Which is where we
You crazy.
Defense tech. Great branding. Israeli Defense Forces.
I ain't call you a bitch.
Israel.
I call you honey.
Hey.
I call you my love.
stand with the military.
Oh.
My best friend.
I love.
Which is established for a bunch of terrorists.
We have some
Hey, my love.
scary technology.
Look, so sissy. Everybody can't have relationships like you and Danny. I said. Also, look. I told you. That's a lie. Everybody can have a relationship like you and Danny and me and Jim not fighting. I said they choose. I said you almost, because this is y'all can have a relationship like it too. Y'all doing some teenage shit.
Shows you you.
I said both of them almost 50 years old, still arguing like they damn teenagers. It don't make no sense.
Council,
Probably
also known
booking
as
my
IAC.
Yeah.
I found
It's
this
gonna be a time in your
video,
life when you don't want all
and
that.
it was December 24th,
Think so, but
2024.
so far,
And
they
it was
ain't done that.
found Saturday morning.
They ain't done that yet.
He used to say crazy. Tracy's crazy all the time. Now he's on it. She ain't crazy. Oh, yes, the hell you.
And genocides.
I don't see you all trying to tell you, I'm gonna get me a car, I'm gonna get a car, I'm gonna get a place to live, I ain't got shit.
You just do it instead of messing with Tracy. That's what you need to do, is break up with Tracy so you can get something.
You
Quit
can't.
running around everywhere. Stay home for about 3 weeks and then get a car. No, 3 weekends.
He told us not too long ago. Tracy's friends got their son's car sitting in his BMW sitting in New York. He had drove a couple of times. He backed it. They say he buy it, but he ain't bought that yet either.
Israel is leading an award-winning tech podcast. While you were working, the podcast airs weekly on Kesha 12.
She said, don't forget this week you gotta pay that car. I know. She said, and then I'm gonna start paying the note. And you're not gonna be taking my car here and where you want to take it. So if you're ready to move out, go ahead and move out, but you ain't taking this car with you.
Technology for over 2 decades for Israel's largest media outlets. He's the creator of the documentary
I can get my own car, but you ain't done it yet.
Algorithms' influence on human society.
Man of many trades. That demon on the left with the blonde.
I done had been thinking about it. Worry about you. She said, you ain't got to worry about me. I got questions about it. I said, you don't realize only reason he's allowed here is because you're here.
Economic, social, public implications, and then killing and capturing.
Not everybody can come here. Everybody can come here.
And now this meeting is on start with Safran Katz. Safran's the Chief Executive Officer of Oracle Corporation. And then member of the company's board of directors and Oracle
People
Shipping
just don't talk to me.
President, Chief
I don't
Financial
talk to
Officer,
me. They ain't
Executive
gonna talk to me
Vice
if you
President,
do.
Senior Vice
They
President.
don't talk to me if you
Also
do.
a lecturer on the
I ain't gonna
faculty
talk
of
to me if you don't. If you ain't gonna
Business.
sit there and talk
She's
to me.
been a member of the board of directors of the Oracle Education Foundation since its
Plus,
founding in 2000.
You don't want them to talk to you. I'm being a bitch to their sister. Oh, yeah, I thought he was talking about Tariq. Who you talking about? I ain't talk to him. When you round him.
No, like hang outside and smoke weed, that kind of thing.
And the Walt Disney Company. Maybe one of the most.
He's out there alone doing share joint with him. They be sharing with him all the time.
Right.
He ain't gonna share, they ain't gonna roll one up and share with him.
Right.
We have Udi Mukadi with us also, the CyberArks founder. The CyberArks founder, executive chairman. As executive chair, Udi takes an active role in ensuring
I was gonna say yesterday, yeah, I'm just stepping out there, you
security strategy and mission.
we out there, they know, pass the joint, you ain't brother, first one to share.
He co-founded Cyber in Israel in 1999.
You go up there, go out there, roll joint, sit down next to them and start passing around with them. They'll share with you. If you ain't doing it, they ain't gonna do it.
What is considered one of the most successful tech IPOs of the
They
year.
share with each other just fine. They share you too if you done. You gotta be the first, you gotta do the joint first. You gotta run yours first to share.
Consistently achieve record growth.
You ain't share theirs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Security solutions.
And love to hear about your achievements.
Moody's a member of the Monetary Authority of Singapore Cybersecurity.
Hello, Joe Hopkins, CPA, got lots on space, talking today. Short for a minute.
Monetary, Singapore. Fantastic.
Security Advisory Panel, the Brandeis International Business School Board of Advisors, recently IEC New England Regional Council, and he also joined General Catalyst as Catalyst Advisor.
I love Josh like you do, but he can't. You gotta keep him there to him, he got room.
Next we have
That's
Yasmin
what his
Lukacs,
plans were, he said.
who is the Executive Director of the Israeli Collaboration Network, ICON, a nonprofit organization that aims to bring
Alabama for a whole
Silicon
day.
Valley-based community to our
Huh?
You're gonna be in
Silicon
Alabama all
Valley.
day.
Probably.
A lot of time you have community people there in California.
I gotta go to Dothan. You know that's
This
far.
support Israeli startup technology and innovation.
Support Israeli startup technologies. If you have Waze, delete it. Number one, it was created by
3
Israel.
weeks from
Number two, if
Wednesday.
you look at the policies,
Yesterday, 2 days
you can
ago.
track where you're going in the U.S.
Oh shoot, we gotta take
So
the
if you're
trash.
using Waze, delete it.
Right.
Yep.
With a background in economics and law from Tel Aviv University,
So you getting out on Wednesday?
University, the gayest university on the planet.
and an MBA from Stanford,
I don't know.
Yasmin has held significant roles in both corporate and startup environments. Known
Take it to work.
for her strategic
Probably gonna
investments in early
sleep
stages
that night.
leading startups like Topalti, Navan, and Security.
Go to sleep at night. That night.
Recognition in
I'm gonna have to be down there
Israel.
at like 8 o'clock in the morning.
Israel's version of Shark Tank. Recently, she founded Code.
Wow, they got
I'm
their
telling
own
you, I've
version of
gone
Shark
to the word,
Tank.
right?
I wonder what it's called.
For Israel, the Israeli movement of high-tech volunteers dedicated to addressing Israel's
absolutely
challenges through
necessary.
technology.
It is, you ain't back in Alabama.
Oh,
And last but
yeah,
not
it's probably
least, we have
necessary.
Simone Levine, a leader in defense policy and national security. Simone has extensive experience in
Forgot what that
intelligence,
was.
counterterrorism, and emerging technology.
That's what I'm talking about.
Counterterrorism.
As Deputy
talking
Assistant
about
Secretary of
you
Defense
down
for the
in
Middle East, she
Actually, I was in the
navigated
work.
complex geopolitical challenges, including those related to China's rise.
China, now you know why Trump said China? That's where the script comes from. China rise.
private sector work included a key role at Standard Chartered Bank, launching a comprehensive financial crime compliance program covering Africa and the Middle East.
Oh, that lady with the blonde hair covering Africa and the Middle East. They couldn't find anybody with more melanin? Probably not.
With foundational experiences in government, including deployments in Afghanistan and Iraq.
I want to fry.
Afghanistan and Iraq. At all.
Huh?
Both for Israel.
Simone's work continues to shape national security through advisory and consulting roles and defense technology investment.
So why did all those technologies not work on October 7? All these technologies, you want to tell me they didn't know? Come on, man.
Simone is now a venture partner at Texas Venture Partners. Thank you everyone for being here.
Alright, that was the intro. To all these people to unalive children. They love to unalive technology.
No.
Those kind of,
They different size. I'm thinking code, they ain't good.
I want to thank you for inviting me here. As an Israeli, living in Israel.
Society that lives in Israel.
You don't get to feel energy and love as I feel right now. Staying with you for the last couple of days, and it's
because everybody hates you. Probably
Honestly,
honestly, it's amazing.
I had a permit.
I've never had so many times that
Yeah, what?
If I had a permit, I think Tommy's taking to have it in the little chapel where it's hot. He's put it there in his living room. So you have to air conditioning.
As time went on, it was easy to see.
I'm lowering my A1C.
You know what I'm saying?
Not exactly.
Tommy said, can you?
Oh, okay.
The room with him where his AC is.
Okay, that makes sense.
Because you got hot ass shit.
So let's do that. Yeah, I'll tell him to do that tomorrow.
Severe allergic reactions, dehydration, urinary tract or genital yeast infections in men and women, and low blood sugar. Stop taking it. Tell your doctor right away if you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, rash, swelling, trouble breathing, or swallowing. Tell your doctor about lightheadedness, weakness, fever, pain, tenderness, restless, or swelling between the ears.
100% cardboard grade.
Increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your feet.
Jardiance is really swell. The little pill with a big story to tell.
I was hungry all night tonight.
Why are you so hungry?
I don't know. Maybe it's because I kept picking up really good food and taking it to people. You know what I mean?
Aliens created humanity. The first clue is the fact that we look nothing like any other animal on Earth. In fact, we look more like aliens than we do animals. This is because we were created in their image. The second clue is that we have technology that is far beyond anything that could have been created by humans. How did we go so rapidly from being primitive cavemen to creating computers, satellites, and space shuttles? The only explanation is that aliens gave us this technology. The third clue is that many of our religions teach us that aliens created us. This is not a coincidence. Religion is a way for aliens to control us. They created us, so they know what will make us happy and what will make us obey them. There are many theories about the origins of religion, but one that is often overlooked is the possibility that aliens created religion. There are a number of reasons to believe that aliens might be responsible for religious beliefs and practices. One reason
is that many religious texts include descriptions of beings that sound like aliens. For example, the Bible describes angels as beings with wings who fly and carry messages from God. This description sounds a lot like what we would expect aliens to look like. Another reason is that many religious practices, such as prayer and meditation, seem to be designed to contact aliens. These practices are often done in private, which would make sense if they were meant to contact beings from another world. Finally, there are a number of people who have had contact with aliens and claim that they will give religious messages. These people have no reason to lie, and their stories are often very convincing. In fact, there are many theories about the existence of aliens and whether or not they have visited our planet. Some people believe that aliens have been visiting us for centuries, and that they have even played a role in human history. One theory is that Jesus Christ was actually an alien.
Of course he is.
There are a few pieces
Not from
of
here.
evidence that suggest that Jesus may have been
From above.
First of all, there are many accounts of Jesus performing miracles, such as healing the sick and walking on water. These miracles would be impossible for a human to perform, but they could easily be explained if Jesus was an alien with supernatural powers. Another piece of evidence is the fact that Jesus' body was never found after his crucifixion. Some people believe that aliens took Jesus' body away after he died, which would explain why it was never found.
Hey, I told Josh, I said,
Lastly,
one thing though, bro, you gotta be careful when you get out here, because a lot of these people are that say they're girls now are not girls at all. You get mixed up with the wrong one real quick.
Which was not typical of Jewish men at the time. Also, there are accounts of Jesus' skin glowing.
He said, yeah, I remember when I was out, I was on Facebook and this girl hit me up and then I realized she was a tranny. I said, yeah, but now they got like thousands of African scammers that say they're girls and are really...
Show you a picture of a girl too, like, hey, he's like, woohoo, yes. I want that.
He was a king, and his mother was a princess. He had everything a person could want. Instead of living a life of luxury, he had chosen...
He's got a crush on Selena Gomez.
He gave up all his material possessions and became a monk. Why would he do this? It doesn't make any human sense. But it does if you think about it from an alien perspective. Think about it. If you were an alien and you landed on a planet, the first thing you would want to do is learn about our cultures and customs. What better way to do that than to live among us? That's exactly what Buddha did. He lived among us, learned about our ways, and taught us about his own. He was also known for his miraculous powers. He levitate, cure the sick, and even walk on water, like Jesus. How could a human being...
that's funny.
Anything other than living your life openly and
tell you.
honestly.
Ask your healthcare provider if Big Target is right for you. And visit BigTarget.com.
One day, my dad was in charge of me and my sister when my mom was out. And my sister had a little tea set somebody gave her as a recovery gift because she just got well from an accident she had. And he said, and she left that little tea set. So one evening, when my dad was home watching us, he was engrossed in the evening news. And she kept bringing my dad water in a little teacup for him to drink. He would drink it. And then later on, she'd go back and she'd come back with another cup for him to drink. And he's like, so when the mama got home, he told the mom to sit down and watch. And so she watched, because he said it's the cutest thing. her come bring me tea.
She getting
So,
it out the toilet.
Sure enough, the lady here, she came down the hallway with a little cup of tea and gave it to her dad, and dad drank it. Talking about, oh, it's so good, it's so good. And the mom said, did it ever occur to you that the only water source she's able to reach is the toilet? You're drinking that toilet water.
I knew it. I didn't. That's what I thought.
I was
like,
thinking
where'd
too,
she get
like,
that water?
that water in the
Oh.
toilet bowl.
Ain't no place to get it but
So you
toilet.
said, did it ever occur to you the only water source that she could reach is the toilet?
Right. That's what I was thinking too.
Still cute though.
Yeah. Mama's smart and
You
daddy's
gotta take your garbage chute top down.
in love with his little daughter, huh?
You hear me?
Yes, I will. After I take you in. It's getting cooler at night. Last night it was cooler.
No, it wasn't.
It was. It was cool.
No, it's not.
A little chilly.
No, it's not. Tonight it is. Last night it was not.
Got your underarm.
I got you too, babe.
We got each other, babe. Babe.
You ain't got my underarm real good because I got your underarm. Yes.
Oh. Thanks for helping me upstairs.
I don't want to touch your underarm.
Pretty out. True. Let me see. Where are you? 11 and 18. Keep doing this then. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. But this time last year, it was August. Last year we had like a couple of weeks.
Not August
of
yet.
chilly. I know. But that's not normal anyway, is it? Hey, pretty girl. Ow. Back behind the dresser. Oh, I don't know what's in that.
yeah, I need to wash them. I said, but if after day washing them, so I just, you need to close the day. I said, no, I need them tomorrow. But you wash them now, you fine. But I want to put them down or something. Put them down.
I'm just gonna put a jacket. It's chilly up there. I think I need pants.
Put down that way, you take the glove there. Let me in here, so there's look on me. Share.
I thought I saw you. I think somebody's coming. Butch. Come on, Butch. Butch. Come on, Butch. Where is Butch? In Mickey's room. Butch in Mickey's daddy's room. Daddy Mickey.
Good morning, Michael. It's the last day of the month of July 2026. We appreciate all our esteemed viewers for always being supportive of this program. And once again, say good morning.
All right, thank you so much. This is the 31st of July 2026, the end of the month.
Yes, we thank God we are still standing. We are all in grace. This is another end of another month. The 7th month in the year 2026, and we thank God for that. And I want to use this time to also reach out to our esteemed viewers to say good morning and happy new.
Welcome, James John.
TGIF. Yeah, TGIF. I want to say good morning to our viewers, and it's good to witness the last day of the month. I want to appreciate you for being with us on the beginning of the month. This very time. Thank you for your show of love and your commitment to this platform.
All right, thank you so much. We have those on the streets of Lagos. Good morning to you,
good morning. Happy new month to everyone. God bless you, and thank you for joining us. God bless you.
All right, the global analyst online today is also here with us. How are you doing?
I'm going to and I'm not going to God bless you. You have a great one. Welcome to
All right, thank you so much. All right, I appreciate all of you for joining us this beautiful Friday morning. Thank you to every one of you. All right, Adebayo, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mr. Mike Adekule. Good morning, honorable viewers and reviewers. We thank God today is Friday, the 31st, the month is almost standing up. We appreciate every one of you that have always been here for us, supporting us in all manner of ways. May God keep supporting you. May God love you all. Thank you. We love you.
All right, thank you so much. The controversial police here, Mr. Ocean State. Are you traveling this morning?
So, good morning, my viewers. Good morning, everybody. Thank God to see another day, and I want to say we all enjoy.
69% of Americans don't understand what this word means. See, compounding is when the money your money makes starts making money too. Hard to picture? That's why
we have a chef that worked for a DECA billionaire saying some rather curious things, my friends. This is Tony. Hope you're all doing well. We're going to get into it in this video. This guy right here presented the story. I'll play some clips from his video.